قريباً على أرض السعودية. أول مدينة في العالم مصممة للعب. القدية، اللعب يحيينا.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، أوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
قريباً على أرض السعودية. أول مدينة في العالم مصممة للعب. الجدية، اللعب يحيينا.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
Gentlemen, viewers around the world, welcome to the fourth day of the Global Esports Games 2023 happening right here at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, and it's the second day for PUBG Mobile. Yesterday we saw a lot of action. Today the hype is on and even maybe to another level. I'm Bara Abdallah along with the amazing co-host Atiq. What's going on? كيف الحال?
Thank you so much Bara. This day is going to be different. أعزائي المشاهدين أهلا فيكم في Global Esports Games هنا معنا في المملكة العربية السعودية في الرياض. هذا اليوم الثاني للعبة PUBG موبايل. شفنا اليوم الأول شلون قد إيش كان حامي. عندنا المنتخب المتصدر اللي هو منتخب تايلاند ب90 نقطة. لكن برضو معنا في المركز الثاني والمركز الثالث برضو قريبين جدا من الصدارة ب88 نقطة. معنا منتخب أوكرانيا ومعنا منتخب كازاخستان في المركز الثاني والثالث. اللي يفرق بينهم هو التشيكن دينر. لكن هذا راح نعرف تفاصيل أكثر في هذا اليوم. وعندنا اليوم برضو 7 جولات كافية أنه ممكن تقلب النتيجة. فعشان كذا أعزائي المشاهدين خلونا نعرفكم على 16 منتخب المشارك معنا في هذه البطولة. ونبداها على طول مع منتخبنا الأول. أعزائي المشاهدين سمعونا تحية لكينغدوم أوف سعودي أرابيا.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, announcing all 16 countries taking place right here in the tournament of PUBG Mobile for the second day. And now, coming up next, let's hear it for Thailand!
والآن أعزائي المشاهدين منتخبنا التالي سمعنا تحية للكويت.
And now, let's hear it for Serbia!
والآن أعزائي المشاهدين مع منتخب صوماليا.
And now, let's hear it for Guatemala!
والآن أعزائي المشاهدين مع منتخب نيجيريا.
And now, let's hear it for Vietnam!
والآن مع منتخبنا التالي يوكرين.
And now, let's hear it for Turkey!
والآن أعزائي المشاهدين مع منتخبنا التالي ميانمار.
And now, make some noise for Brazil!
والآن سمعونا تحية لكازاخستان.
And now, let's hear it for Moldova!
والآن أعزائي المشاهدين سمعنا تحية لسريلانكا.
And let's hear it for Algeria! And ladies and gentlemen, 16 nations and territories are participating right here for the second day of PUBG Mobile right here at GG 2023. Yesterday, Thailand was leading. What's going to happen here today? We'll be seeing that all together, ladies and gentlemen, with more phenomenal and amazing performance and details with our talents.
بالضبط أعزائي المشاهدين، هنا كانت معنا 16 دولة مشاركة معنا في هذه البطولة، وزي ما قلنا لكم هذا اليوم الثاني اللي راح تكون معنا 7 جولات، فعشان كذا نستعرض لكم تفاصيل أكثر وترتيب النقاط كلها مع أخواننا في الاستوديو التحليلي. خلونا ننتقل معهم.
Welcome back everyone to the Global Esports Games 2023 as we're into PUBG Mobile and we're here to cover all the action in our last 7 matches of the day. We've had a crazy day one and I've got 2 gentlemen here to help break everything that went down yesterday with my boys, Maxman.
I'm the boys? I'm the boys.
I didn't finish.
Oh, I can finish.
And Sandstorm. We're actually replacing 7 and 7 here on the desk. Gentlemen, a crazy first day.
I agree. It was a cool first day. No, I mean, Thailand were coming out on top looking really strong, and some of the favorites that we expected to do well did do well, and some, Turkey and Brazil, didn't do that hot a start here, Seven. So we expect maybe some comebacks from some of those teams that didn't have the good first day they were expecting.
Yeah, if I'm Brazil, if I'm Turkey, I'm going to be coming in hot. I'm going to be looking to change a lot of stuff. I'm going to be looking to get some chicken dinners, and on top of that, back it up with eliminations, because these teams were quite a disappointment yesterday. And then you had some surprise teams like Saudi Arabia. That team performed really, really well. And I got a chance to talk to Ida from Saudi Arabia, and he said that at the end, the last 2 matches, they were just pretty much fatigued. They were tired, and that's why they weren't able to put up the good performances at the end.
Okay. Do you think that's a reasonable reason? I was going to say excuse, but excuse is such a negative connotation.
I think so. Like
With
when you
how
have
long
8
the day
matches,
was?
yeah, 8 matches, you got long breaks in the middle of the day too. Like it is going to be a really long day. Again, today we're going to have 7 matches instead of 8, but it's still going to have to require a lot of mental fortitude from these guys. So they need to possibly use subs again. We talked about it yesterday. Didn't see it happen too much, but I feel like maybe they understood that finally, that subs are important in a format like this.
Right. Well, let's remind you guys at home about our point system as well, if you guys didn't join us yesterday, or if you haven't seen PUBG Mobile in the last 2 years. 1 elimination equals 1 point, and of course, first place will be taken on 10 points from the chicken dinner.
The last event I watched was the World League. It was like 30 points for Chicken Dinner back then.
Wasn't like,
gosh.
The highest I saw was like 25 or something.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, it was 25.
But yeah, so
I did not miss those days. This is the perfect point system right here.
7.
Yes.
Saudi Arabia gonna get that 10.4 chicken dinner today. Is
I
it
hope
happening?
so.
No.
Is it
yes
happening?
or no? It's a yes or no.
Yes.
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 Thank you. There you go. We got him.
Saudi Arabia will definitely get
Got
it.
him, got him on
thing
camera,
is-
got him recorded.
He said it.
The thing is, if the team does end up being consistent like they were in the first 6 games yesterday, and they do end up getting a chicken dinner, that might be able to actually give them that push for that first place. Right now, what they're missing is being able to actually close out a game.
Yeah.
The consistency is there.
I feel like it's mostly off the back of them losing players taking those fights. They still get points, which makes it worth it. But as you said, that win is going to be so important here.
Well, let's take a look here at our results from yesterday. And Sue obviously took home the chicken dinners across our 8 matches. And like we said, we start off things strong with Vietnam getting a win at the start of the day and a win at the end of the day, but not much in between, to be perfectly honest.
Yep, outside of that, not much was really happening for the guys, though. Also, we did see that Iran-Ukraine win, and we had the chance to talk a little bit to our boy, Old Boy, yesterday before going back to the hotel. And I feel like they're going to be coming down even more prepared here. They've got a new game plan in mind. I'm intrigued to see how things are going to be going for them, but they are clearly gunning for the trophy, and they're currently in range of doing so.
Yeah, and for Vietnam, the big question mark is going to be how can they perform in Erangel today. We can see them being able to do good in Myanmar. They did get a chicken dinner yesterday, and I mean, they did get a chicken dinner in Erangel as well, but I want to see more out of them because besides that chicken dinner, they only ended up getting 2 more placement points in the other 3 Erangel matches that we played. So quite a very, very highs or very, very lows with Vietnam, and that's something that we kept seeing yesterday with them.
Well, let's take a look at overalls, right? Let's see how these victories translated into their placings. And we can see here, Thailand, obviously with their back-to-back victories, we had it able to be in first place at 90 points, but only a 2-point lead over Kazakhstan and Ukraine in second and third. And then we start to see the drop-offs really come into effect as we just get down past third place to fourth, and of course fourth to fifth, and obviously they're on forward, and so.
Yeah, I was looking back at the leaderboards, and I remember my statement of saying, no, top 9 above, I think there's still a possibility on 7 matches. I think I am blindly optimist.
9?
I am blind. I cannot see the leaderboards, that's why I'm saying this, but I feel like there's still a chance and potential there, especially you're looking at Saudi Arabia 7,
Yes.
I'm looking at Kuwait. More specifically, I feel like if they can get in that late game stage, I feel like they can pop off. They've shown really good prowess when it comes to map knowledge in a lot of these battlegrounds. It's just when it comes to that finishing moment, they tend to fumble a little bit too quickly. So Kuwait, still my dark horse team here, just like Sandstorm stated also yesterday. We're supporting the boys so they can make it up there.
Yeah, and I got a chance to talk to Kuwait's coach actually, and he was saying the biggest weakness yesterday for them. By the way, shout out to Satan, that's currently their coach. He was saying the biggest weakness for them was not being able to close out fights, not being able to close out the games as well.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we do end up seeing a little bit more of that, a little bit more of them closing out those fights, winning those gunfights. And then we're focusing a lot there towards the team that are going to be fighting for that first place. But I feel like we do have to give a look at the teams that are on the second page, because these teams, I mean, yeah, they're not going to have a chance to make that first place, but they are going to have to pretty much do something here to make some kind of statement, right? To show they were here for a reason. And I got a chance to talk to the coach from Guatemala, and he was saying, yeah, the players are pretty much motivated. They're going to be playing like they got nothing to lose because they got nothing to lose. And I wouldn't be surprised if that also reflects on other countries like Sri Lanka, like Nigeria, Somalia, all of those countries that I just have zero chance of making it to first place, playing with nothing to lose.
I mean, you still got some sense of regional pride, right?
Yes.
Representing your country in an esports event is always really cool, and you can always have that bit of a sentiment in these tournaments, so it's pretty cool. So even if you're in last place, just have a little bit of a comeback. Maybe at least being on the first page would be an achievement for these guys, so it doesn't matter. You just want to try and get as high as you possibly can. Even if you had a bad day one, just try and put all of the effort you have still left in you in this second day.
Especially because a lot of these players, this is their first major tournament ever.
Exactly, yeah.
Speaking of last place, Turkey, got to mention them, 41 points. We saw on the second page in 9th at the moment. I will say this. We talked to Scott at PMGC. He said there's like this curse. If you do well day one, you're going to do bad day two. If you do bad day one, you're going to do well day two. And technically, you know, that 7th, 8th match would be a normal day two in other events. And they did have, was a 16-point elimination game.
Yep.
Is this the rise of Fireflux? That's a no.
It depends.
It
Depends on where we're
that
gonna
hard
put
is a
them.
no.
Like if they can make it to top 3, I can see. Like there's some teams outside of the top 4 that I was talking about yesterday that could possibly make it to the top 3, and it might be a little bit biased, but it just goes from the history that we have seen out of these teams. Brazil is definitely one of them. Turkey is definitely one of them because we know they can put up those eliminations and they can also get chicken dinners. They haven't been able to showcase it here on this tournament yet. But if they are, for some reason, being able to, the first 2 games, I feel like is going to be able to tell a lot, especially for these teams. If they can get chicken dinners, the other teams have to be careful. But the consistency that we saw out of the top teams, I just don't see them fighting for that first place.
I want to see the first Arango and first Miramar, see like what kind of pacing we're going to have from some of these teams, what changes are going to be made for some of the squads that were struggling. One team I'm looking at too, on the bottom of the leaderboards, that we didn't have the chance to talk about too much, was actually Serbia. I feel like when it comes to taking fights, they're actually really good. They just are in these awful positions every single time, especially that first Arango where they just got pushed by Vietnam and almost instantly died to a double Lamborghini push. Yeah, exactly. Just with their KFC bucket on the side, they were just getting rolled over. It was horrible. Getting better positions. No. Better map terrain knowledge.
Why was there a KFC bucket on the side?
It's the law, Jason. It's just how it is, okay? You cannot drive a Lamborghini without your bucket of KFC on the other seat. It's just how it is.
I think that's a little unsafe, 7. I don't know.
Just confirm the eliminations. Eating your chicken. No, it's fine.
I got my booster seat ready.
I don't think your feet can even touch the pedals, though.
That's what I'm saying. I got my booster seat. I got
to move your feet farther away from the pedals.
Put the seat all the way to the front. I drive like this. You seen those?
Like an old granny? I can see that. Let's take a look at our map order. You said you want to see the first Miramar and first Erangel of the day. Well, luckily for us, it's going to be the first 2 matches of the day as we're starting things off on Erangel, followed up by Miramar. So we're pretty much doing the exact same thing as yesterday, except we don't have that final match. It's only 7 matches in total, so we won't have a final Miramar to round things out with. But as we did see yesterday, Vietnam started off strong, ended off strong, and they come back today strong is a question that has yet to be answered.
The biggest question for, especially for Vietnam, is they did end up getting 2 chicken dinners, but outside of those 2 chicken dinners, they only ended up with just 5 placement points.
Yeah.
That is such a roller coaster of emotions for that team. They need to be a lot more consistent. If not, there is going to be some of the other teams that we were talking about, like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, maybe Brazil, that are going to end up passing them. And then you're going to have to go to Thailand, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine. I just don't see those teams slowing down. So Vietnam, way more consistent.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? I think that the mark of a good team is a team that, even in their bad games, still bring in points on board.
Yes.
Right? That is very, very important for these guys. So, yeah, as you said, consistency is going to be key. Outside of those wins, what can you still bring to your point standings on the leaderboards? And if you can keep points, that's good. That's why for Saudi Arabia, you talked about them.
Yep.
We need to see those wins and not just consistent points, right? That win on a short tournament like this is really what is going to set you apart from the rest of the lobby.
With Vietnam, I mean, 5 out of the 8 matches yesterday only ended up with just 9 points outside of their good performing matches. They're 2 chicken dinners and then 1 performing good match besides that. So for them, like, just way more consistency, because this could definitely be the first place team, and that's why we're hyping them up so much. I mean, it is a 5th place team out of PMGC that's currently playing here. I feel like a lot of people are expecting them to win.
I mean, they're 4th place right now, so they're pretty much
Yeah.
Smack dab exactly where they were in PMGC. I will mention this, by the way, for Algeria. We haven't talked about them too much. They did get a victory on one of our Erangels, though I still think they should have lost that, actually, because it was Myanmar who got a nice double knock onto a nade behind this small little Gitun.
Yeah.
And another nade came in, but they missed. And then the last player from Thailand, it was a 1-on, I guess, like 3 in the end. Instead of going for the fight, he actually ends up going to die to the blue instead, where he could have easily taken them out because they were so low health coming from the same direction. I feel like they got a little bit lucky with that victory. But also the fact they have 12 placement points and 1 chicken dinner, meaning they got 2 placement points outside of that match. So at 7 matches, 2 placement points, it's not a good sign if you want to be a big contender.
Yeah, I think we touched upon it yesterday. A bit lucky with where the circle ended up going. They went for the edge of the city, which is always good. That's a really good, like, kind of gamble to go for. But I don't say that.
Pretty good.
You're making me self-conscious. Do I say that?
100%.
Okay, Blank, calm down. The circle ended up going on top of them, so the teams that had to go in the city or leaving the city, they could pick up a lot of eliminations. They had one player also on the rooftop that was giving maximal kind of information input to the rest of the team, so that was really good. I said really good, pretty good. Okay, cool, I get it.
I didn't even say anything.
I just want
to. I'm just here.
Do your thing.
I want to see them react to circles a little bit more than just kind of crossing their fingers for a good circle to come their way, right? I want them to see them take their kind of situation in their own hands, and if they can do that, I feel like they showed they can wrap up games despite being a little bit lucky, as you said, but they can at least reach those top 3 situations and get some points on board.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm with him.
That as well.
Okay. I'm getting way too self-conscious right now.
Don't get self-conscious, Max.
Nah, you had a good dance yesterday. You were like, I forgot what it was, and then you did like a fadeaway. Yeah.
It could be worse. You could be Sandstorm.
Oh.
Thank you. That made me wait. That made me wait. Oh my.
I mean, it happens sometimes.
Thank you.
But obviously, let's talk about maybe a couple of other teams in here really quickly. Is there any teams that kind of surprised you in particular? Because I'm looking at the leaderboard still. I think Thailand, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, Vietnam, Saudi Arabia, kind of pretty expected. Brazil, maybe underperforming a little bit. We talked about Kuwait, but Myanmar, doing pretty well. I mean, 8th place at the moment. They had 41 points, 18 placement points, no chicken dinners done, and 23 eliminations. I think they're a little bit low when it comes to elims compared to the other teams above them. Placements is pretty on par. So they're definitely seeming to be a team that can get into the late stages of the game. But when it comes to fragging out or it comes to be able to combat teams 4-on-4, they struggle a bit.
Yeah. Myanmar, I would tend to compare them to Saudi Arabia in a way, in the sense they're
Just
not
the opposite.
They're like Saudi Arabia, but completely different. No, they take early game fights. They're just not as successful as coming out on top of them. They lose players really drastically, and especially looking on yesterday, especially the Miramars, I remember, taking fights that don't really give them that much of an advantage later on in the game.
Sense.
I think they want to rethink which fights make sense and just take the fights then that kind of give them a big advantage if it's in terms of positions or space they create in the circle. So if this fights don't give them that kind of advantage, just skip the fight, rotate around it. It's just not quite worth it.
I think for me, a team that surprised me in a good way and in a bad way was Turkey A, because they didn't perform like we expected them to, right? We expected them to be within the first page. But the thing is, with how long this team was surviving, they were still able to put up good elimination points in regards, if you look at the overall again and see what they were able to do. They ended up with 35 eliminations out of their, 41 points. So we know the fragging power is there. We know what these players are capable of. They just need to make sure, like with Brazil, they don't get into those ego fights. They don't get into those crazy splits, because we did see Solke a little bit too far away from his team at times.
That was the
and
first
they ended up
Erangel in
hurting them.
particular.
Solkai?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and then Lutz did the same thing as well. It seems like Turkey has a problem of maybe trying to over-spread out. I mean, we did see Influence Rage or Brazil obviously get caught out in the last match as well. I think it was by Vietnam, just to rush them down because they were split. Those 2-2 splits, or those 1-3-1, or those 1-3 splits, or those 1-2-1 splits, we always see. Not really so successful, I'd say, so far in this event.
And I think that's mostly off the back of what we mentioned yesterday, which is you're going to see a bit of everything. Like, it's not just all teams playing center, all teams playing edge. You're going to have teams pretty much in every nook and cranny of the map. So at that point, those splits, they're going to get punished. And especially for Turkey in particular yesterday, I felt like the drops and early rotations were a bit off the mark. So I have expectations to see that changed and improved upon today. And if they keep losing players early, then I've given up.
Less indecisiveness, too. I want to see that out of some teams as well. We saw some teams yesterday being a little bit too indecisive if they were willing to take the fight, if they wanted to focus on circle. As you mentioned, there's really no meta. We haven't really been able to see a meta within this tournament, and people being fighting from outside the circle, people being focusing in the middle. They've been able to win regardless. And the major one that you mentioned actually just now, Jason, is the split blitz. We going back to Vietnam yesterday, the first game, we saw how they were able to control that final circle in such a good way where they were not too far off from each other, where they could actually still recover or pick up a player if they did end up getting knocked. So that awareness out of this teams as well has to be on point today.
Yeah, like the successful play style, though, that we have seen this, like the meta in this tournament in particular, is teams sticking together, overwhelming teams in their positions with sheer gun power. And if you can do that, I feel like you can have all these teams just perform and get those wins, because right now, the fact that you don't know what to expect in these matches is what makes it so hard to remain consistent to some extent.
I feel like the factor of we don't know what to expect in these matches is going to go higher today with those bottom teams.
I mean, the meta's going to, like, teams are going to change their approach completely, right?
I feel like bottom teams are going to be a lot more aggressive. I think they're going to be a little bit surprising for some of the other teams, and I'm hoping that people are able to readjust. And I wonder if at any point, if the leaderboard is close enough, if we're going to see anything of what we saw in PMGC, where a team might be like, okay, you know what? We know we're not going to end up winning S2G. And we want to stop somebody from being in the top 3, Alpha 7. So maybe we could end up seeing here today. I don't know which team.
Are you getting a little ill or something?
Yeah, you know, imagine if Brazil is in a position again to maybe get a top 3 and Turkey is be like, boys, I remember what happened last week. Let's make it happen again.
S2G, we got you. We'll make it happen.
Goodbye, Brazil.
And that's World War III starting right there.
In PUBG Mobile.
In PUBG Mobile. In-game, of course.
In-game, yeah.
But obviously something you have to keep in mind is that we did have a lot of tough zones yesterday, too. Like a lot of tough circles. Like thinking back to one of the Erangels we had, where it kind of like, I think the first shift was over towards like part military, part mainland towards like Ferry Pier, and then it like went back to Ferry Pier, and then went deeper north up towards the top side as well. These zones have been a little bit rough. Not to mention we've had a couple of city finishes already off the bat too.
Yeah, we want some more normal circles.
Do we?
I'd like that. Give me it. No,
I want madness.
You calm down, okay? You are just a little demon, okay? Just waiting for all these teams to have the worst time ever. But no, I feel like there are some situations that teams have been able to adapt to, okay?
Yeah.
But like we're going to see more variety in circles at the end of the day. Yesterday was a really rough start. As you said, we had that city finish, the island finishes too. So yeah, maybe something a bit different here today. It's circles at the end of the day. It's RNG. Teams do whatever the hell they want. We'll see how it goes.
I mean, if we're still feeling, if there's time, I would like to see the overall again, because we don't know how much time we got until the game's coming up. So if we can pull up the overall so we can maybe do some math production, that'll be awesome.
Do some math?
Yeah. I said yesterday, maybe not Max, but yesterday I said like top 4, right? Top 4 would have a chance. But, you know, I slept on it. And I feel like maybe some other teams might have a chance that actually going for that first place.
Well, I mean, if you're saying top 4 have a chance, then you count out Saudi Arabia. So then your team is out of the. Yeah, how does that work?
I did say that. I mean, they would have to get. I also said they have to get a win within the first 2 games to even have a chance.
He also said Guatemala is going to win the entire event today. So 7 saying some really weird things. We got 2 people agreeing with us. And we hopefully have 2 more agreeing with us over on the caster desk. We're going to kick off our first match of the day. Felix and Sandstorm, take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. And yes, we are back, and we're going to be starting game number 1 for day 2 for the Global Esports Games PUBG Mobile Tournament very, very soon. And I don't know about you, but Guatemala going for the win? I mean, we have to see like a back-to-back chicken dinners for them to do that, because they're currently in, what, 15th place?
15th
with only
place
14
points. Yes, it does not sound very likely, but then again, I wanted to say, we've seen Crazier, but I don't think we have seen Crazier. I'm not even sure that would be the craziest thing ever. But yeah, so Guatemala, still a team to watch though. I think all of the teams in the bottom half, they have a lot to prove still, and I think, well, today's the last chance. When are they going to do it? It's got to be today.
Yeah, we have 7 games, 7 chances for them to prove themselves and see if they can actually make it to the top. And of course, it's going to start with that first game. If they're able to get a chicken dinner with a decent amount of eliminations, then they might have an opportunity. But of course, the lower you are in the leaderboard, the lower the chance is, because you need first, second, third, fourth, and just so many teams to kind of bite the dust early on in the games. And it's just going to be very, very difficult unless somehow you just go on a rampage.
I mean, that's the same thing about these teams at the very top though. Right? As soon as you see your direct competition, we've got essentially 3 teams we really want to have to watch out for extensively, which is obviously Thailand, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine with the very top, just 2 points difference between these 3 teams. And as soon as you see one of the other teams at the very top being taken out, that's your chance to go ahead and make something happen as well. I think that's what we're going to see today as well. Likewise, though, for these teams at the bottom. Right? As we said, last chance. This also means there's less pressure on you. There is more more, I want to say, improvisations, and there's more initiative normally being taken by teams at the very bottom on the last day of a PUBG Mobile tournament. So I think we're going to see more reckless kind of play and also more risky kind of play, which could in turn come out with huge points.
Yeah, and of course, not only are they competing for first place, they're also competing for a spot on the podium. We have the top 3 who are going to be, I want to say, commemorated, of course, if they manage to get themselves in that position. The question is, can they? We already know those 3 teams, like you mentioned, with only a 2-point difference, it is going to be absolutely wild going into game number 1. Yes, 7, so we have, I believe, 3 Erangels, 3 Miramars, and 1 Sandhawk. I just feel like Sandhawk doesn't get enough attention. It deserves more attention.
No,
it deserves...
I wholeheartedly disagree. Look, I'm an ex-player. I just cannot No, I don't even need to go into detail on this.
Okay,
one.
no. You know what?
It's
Dude,
good like this.
Please do.
One game,
we have some time.
Change it up a bit. That's fine.
We have some time for a game. We have some time before we jump into game number 1. So,
Look,
tell me, give me a little bit.
I think I just need one sentence to actually finish it off. I think the circles have the most impact on Sandhawk out of all the maps that we've ever seen in competitive play. And that's the least thing you want to have, right? And if you only play it once, that's fine, I guess. It doesn't make too much of a difference. You can still show your individual and mechanical skill. But if you have that more often, you know, at some point it's going to be, as a player, it's going to be frustrating to some degree. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting into the first match of the second day and the final day of the GEZ 2023 Championship. And once again, welcome to all of you guys at home.
Yeah, very, very happy to be here to bring you guys all the action for all these games. And of course, we're going to be breaking down the action player by player. We're not going to be doing any math. We're not going to be. We don't do this here.
No, I'll take it all back. If anyone hears me saying I'm good at math.
No, here's the thing. Like, being good at math is one thing, but like doing math on a broadcast is like one of the worst things that you can do.
Because you can only embarrass yourself.
Exactly.
Yes.
And trust me, I've tried, and it's happened multiple times.
Even if you're correct, no one's going to be like, damn, this guy's good at math.
Yeah,
it's going to be like, that's kind of normal. You know?
Exactly.
So
but you make one mistake.
You only have things to lose, yes. Pretty deep south playing path, I want to say, which is not going to matter too much, I think, but we do have something on the map that is interesting, isn't there?
That we do. Thailand and Brazil. Yes. But the thing is, you have every single member from Thailand dropping together on Primorsk, but you have a little bit of a split. You have Law heading towards the quarry, and I believe it's Kayoski as well, who managed to grab a vehicle, but he has to back up the rest of the team there.
But at this point, you're that far in the city. Are you not going to hotch up this? Because it's a 3-on-4 right now.
That's the thing. You ask Thailand, you have to take the fight as soon as possible. And we also might have another hot drop towards a military base. We have Ukraine and Serbia going for that location. Oh, boy. And it's going to be a northern zone, though. I was expecting a military island zone for game number 1, but I think we've had enough of those.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
We've had enough of those.
Yeah, we had enough of those. I think we just leave it at that. Either way, let's see if Brazil is actually getting caught up here, and it does look like they will, which is so interesting. Once again, we have Law outside of the city at the moment. Federer is going to pick up the first one, though, and that is a massive, massive frag to start things off. Massive elimination is going to secure that one as well, because once again, now it's down to a 3-on-3. Still not favorable for any of these teams, but if Law is going to be able to group up here, it might just bring it back to a 4-on-3.
Yeah, and now with that first elimination instantly going to Brazil, we're talking about the 7th place team in 51 points, taking out first place. That's going to be good for Kazakhstan. That's going to be good for Ukraine, knowing that one of their opponents, one of their challengers for that top spot, is already starting to struggle a little bit at the beginning of this second and final day for the Global Esports Games PUBG Mobile Tournament. Lorizon, nice little angle on the Thai squad, so maybe any kind of aggression from them means that he'll be able to knock one of them down. And now with Law coming in finally from the quarry area, it is going to be a 4v3 in favor of the Brazilian squad. The question is, can they finish this fight? It's going to be quite difficult for them.
Yes, it is. Smoke's going to be popped through the left-hand side of this building, as Federer is still looking for that initial opening. He has, once again, he has found the first one, but the rest of the position, I'm not sure if they're known, though. Oh, my goodness, there's another one going their way. It is going to be Brazil picking up that second one, and that means Thailand is just down to 2 players now. Noise, though, he's going to take down Federer. I'm not sure he's going to be able to flush that one through, though. And that means 3-on-2.
Yeah, and I think they managed to finish off Federer there as well, so that means Brazil, not what you wanted to happen, because you had Loris at a different angle, taking a 1v1 with that flank, and him being able to get that elim was absolutely massive, because that just means that they have a different angle. But now they're just giving Thailand 1v1s time and time again. They lose another member. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get the revive, so they have to go for the play. They have to go for the elimination, rather, and they lose yet another member. Thailand, I'm loving what they're doing right here. They lost 2 members, but they still take 2 of Brazil with them.
And they're still lurking around these inner city buildings as Noise and Sky Only are repositioning. And as you can see, switching up angles, very important in these close quarter fights, especially inside the city. It's a big city. There's lots of distance between the players now. So finding new angles is going to be absolutely essential on this one. But then again, I mean, this at this point is already it's already kind of debatable whether or not this was going to be worth it.
At this point, it's not.
With this leaderboard situation especially, I'm not so sure. They must have known who they were going to hard drop to some degree. And that is interesting because talent is above them. And we're not in a stage of the tournament right now where it's important to take them out. I think it's quite the opposite. I think it's important you just make your early game count as much as you can.
Yeah, it's not do or die just yet.
No.
Unfortunately for them, it's do and die.
It's yes, yeah, for 2 of them, definitely 4 of them actually, if we include the Thailand players.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like that's definitely going to impact their how many points they're going to be able to collect by the end of this game. So, and the thing is, for Thailand, it's not the worst scenario. For Brazil, it is, because that means that it's going to be even more difficult for you to catch up to the top 3, top 4 teams in the leaderboard. But for Thailand, it's like, okay, we're in first place. We can deal with struggling or losing out on 1 game or getting like 1 or 2 points in the first game of the day. We can still compete with Kazakhstan. We can still compete with Ukraine for that #1 spot. But Brazil, not so much. And now we see the elimination feed between Saudi Arabia and, of course, Kuwait. Teams in 5th and 6th place right now in the leaderboard.
That is a direct initiation in terms of leaderboard scenario. You said it yourself, 5th and 6th spot. So that means whoever's going to take each other down is definitely either going to hold on to their spot on the leaderboard, or will potentially overtake them, depending on how good the round is. I mean, there's kind of a big difference, I want to say, from the top 5 teams to the 6th and below. Kuwait is on 51 points, and obviously Saudi Arabia on 64. So they would need more than just this wipe to potentially overtake them. But once again, with Kuwait, at least for me, being one of the underdogs coming into this tournament and really surprising us thus far, anything's possible, I think. And then we got it. The revive has come through. Prestige, I just met him outside. Massive, massive individual player as well. Going to get revived here. And Saudi Arabia keeps on living with 4 players.
They don't manage to get any limbs, but they don't suffer any eliminations as well.
Yes.
So both Saudi Arabia and Kuwait still going to have their full strength going into the later stages of the game.
Really interesting as well, this lineup in general. I mean, 3 different kind of professional organizations that are within this lineup. We have Riyadh Esports, we have Falcon Esports, we have Twisted Minds.
We have Quest.
We have Quest. Like, it's interesting, right? Because these players know each other for so long. They've played in the same scene. I think 2 of them have actually played in the same team, if I'm not mistaken.
Aida and Prestige have participated in Riyadh Esports at the same time at one point.
So they know each other very well, but now coming together, despite not actually leaving their own teams, it's just it's interesting to me. And representing their nations, this is they're going to feel close as a whole within the scene. I think it's going to support them as well. It's just fun playing with other players from other teams as well that you would not normally play with, just from a player perspective too.
Yeah, of course, playing for your country, playing for pride is it's definitely something different. It brings the team even closer together.
Oh yes.
And not only do they play against each other, let's say in like PMPL Arabia or PMPL MEA, but they also compete each other in like the Saudi E-League tournaments and other tournaments as well. You also have like the club tournaments in Saudi Arabia where you represent like football clubs and stuff like that. So they have so many tournaments. They have so many different interactions. So honestly, I was hoping to see a better performance from KSA, but again, you know, they're 5th place with 64 against 4 teams who are extremely experienced, and also they have played together time and time again. Like Thailand is a full squad that plays together constantly. Kazakhstan, same thing can be said for them because
Vietnam
they represent
as well.
Islam Shin and Vietnam. So the fact that, you know, these players who don't really have a lot of experience playing together, and they're competing against these teams, and they're managing to make it towards the top 5, especially on their home ground. Like, that's already enough pressure.
We were talking to lots of players, and especially about this thing, and they all said the same thing, right? They all gave us the same answer. It's a big difference. If you can come here with a full squad, just think of how many hours you've played together if you're a played-in team. You've gone through so many scrims. I always used to say there's the saying, you as a team, if you really want to reach your potential, you must have at least played 200 maps, easily. Maybe even 200 scrims to that point. So that you actually have seen every circle, that you've talked about every circle potential shift, every kind of direction the circle can shift, and how you're going to play and approach this, right? Starting from your loot spot. So at this point, it becomes hundreds of hours that you potentially put in as work for building your own team. And now this is a lobby in which you play against these kinds of teams as a team that's potentially a mix. So incredible that some of these teams are still able to hold on through. Oh, Serbia though, looking at this bridge camp, is going to get taken out by Moldova.
Yeah, Moldova in desperate need of points, currently holding on in 10th place with 31. 10 points away from 9th place in Turkey, but now securing a couple of limbs on Serbia, not allowing them to go for that rotation from the military island. And that's one thing that we know about the Serbian squad, is their usual drop is going to be a military base. And the thing is, with the plane path heading towards that south side at the beginning of the game, it's pretty obvious where they're going to be rotating. It's either the eastern bridge or the western bridge. I highly doubt that they were going to go for a rotation, but this time around, we see Marlow and the Moldovan squad. They are chasing after that last elim. He's going to switch over to the second C, see if he can actually manage to get that last elim, but unfortunately it does not work out. And Marlow, is he going to keep chasing? No, he decides, you know what, this might be just a little bit too far. I don't want to risk it. I want to stay at full strength. We managed to get 3 limbs. We're pretty happy with this start for now. And Serbia, with 1 player, not much for you to do at the rest of this game.
He's only got a single first aid as well, so he's got to be careful of his utility and just overall inventory as well. So, yeah, loot up these players. Make sure you get all the utility, all the healing stuff, especially in this scenario. And then just keep on going. I mean, obviously, vehicles is going to be a problem as well, with one of them being destroyed. But good start anyways, right? 3 eliminations. That's exactly how I want to start into this day. We were talking about Moldova as well, kind of underperforming in my eyes. All of these players, very experienced players. They've all played Pro League to some degree. I've played in teams that have played Pro League. So, yeah, they know each other quite well as well. They've played together in some form at later stages in the year, I think even this year. So yeah, once again, they have lots of potential. So far, they haven't really reached it.
Yeah, another team that I feel like kind of lived up to the they exceeded our expectations was Myanmar, currently in 8th place, just behind Brazil, 41 points.
Surprising.
Yeah, not a bad performance for a team that we didn't really expect much from. But some team that we did expect a lot from is Vietnam, and now they are struggling a little bit as Ida is trying to secure that elim onto Lamborghini. Perigin trying to see if he can just throw a couple more smokes, provide a little bit more cover, and see if he can go for the revive. I'm not sure if Ida is going to give him that opportunity, though. A couple more bullets, 1 or 2 more, and he might be able to secure that knock. And looks like we see Shadow getting eliminated thanks to the zone. Looks like he didn't have enough meds, and that is Serbia going out in 16th place. Saudi Arabia, I think they might be sending Dami to the front lines here to try and secure that elim.
That is a beautiful car, by the way. But yeah, I think so. I think Dami just rolled up close, tries to get a kind of a different angle, even though he's kind of having the same sightlines, though. But I think he did see Kayo as well, just rotating on through, and he's driving straight into Ida. Ida with the opportunity now. I think one of the ties is already missing, so that might just be the case that Brazil is going to lose someone here. And Kayo, I'm sure he's not going to drive on even further. No, he's going to have to stop those ridge lines. He knows he has to take this fight. He's not going to make it with his car any further. And as he's walking around it, he must see Ida anytime soon. Lord, though, he's very close to getting blown up as well. Ida, there he goes, picks up the first one as Law goes down.
Yeah, he secures that elim, but now here comes Kayoski with that M4. Ida whips out the DPS. We know who's going to win that fight. And Ida secures those elims, takes him out, and Brazil leaves in 15th place. Saudi Arabia get themselves a couple of elims. Now we're going to switch it over to, I believe it is going to be Sri Lanka, next to school and the apartments. Now things are going to start slowing down just a little bit. Jimmy, at the moment, longest elimination distance happens to be 308 for him. Let's see if he manages to get an even further elim at the moment. I don't think so with us heading into the 3rd and 4th zone very soon as well. Yeah.
I don't think so either. Sri Lanka still has lots to prove. 2 eliminations so far.
What's the, as a pro player, what was the longest distance elimination that you got?
That I got?
Yeah.
I have absolutely no idea, but it must have been. I mean, it's longer though because I didn't play PUBG Mobile.
Okay.
And the
no. I know you're a professional.
I know they changed the render distance now, but it used to be lower, so it was definitely above 500 meters though.
Oh, sheesh! Yeah. Look at you.
Easily, dude, that was nuts.
Well, were you more of a bolt action sniper rifle or?
Bolt action was not played at all. It's kind of the same in PUBG Mobile. It's just not played. It has very limited use. It's sometimes
it's for clips.
Yeah, it's for clips. There's some players that get the excuse, just like some of the PUBG Mobile pro players get excuses as well. With some playing, I mean, the UMP meta is kind of gone now, but as it started, you know, we were kind of excusing these kinds of players for using SMGs above ARs, and yeah, it's been kind of the same on the PC version as well. But yeah, either way, we want to touch on Prestige as well. Second time he's that low, second time he just barely survives, gets the med off, and Saudi will once again continue on this skirmish around the southern side. They're not really making any moves towards any position though, and I'm kind of worried about this. They're kind of getting caught up in fights that don't necessarily have any meaning. That's the one that we were talking about yesterday. The longer you take fights towards positions that you don't actually want to take, or that doesn't actually give you any elimination potential, the longer you waste time that you could have in securing good positions. And I think that's kind of the problem they have right now.
And not only do you waste the opportunity of getting into a good position, you also lose out on a lot of like meds, stims, and all those things that you are going to use in the late game. And as you mentioned, KSA, they have the potential to get into a really good spot.
They have the potential to get some of the best spots. Actually, they could go into the garage building right across, which is one of the best. We know this circle has very good tendencies to end like in between Razak and the compound west of it, or like somewhere around it. Sometimes shifts into Razak, sometimes, but most of the time standing like somewhere around there. So them not being able to scout this, not having the information, or just immediately push on towards that compound, that's something that yeah, I would have loved to see. Because they could have had this information already. They could have had easily someone in the north side of water treatment scouting out this compound and then just rotating on through.
Yeah, the thing is, right now, Vietnam seems to be taking a little bit of their attention, but we're going to be shifting this over towards the right side of the map with Myanmar rather, taking the fight to Algeria. But looks like they are going to be suffering loss after loss after loss. And that's going to be like 2 or 3 members instantly eliminated for Myanmar. And they're going to have 2 left going into the next zone. And looks like they are going to bite the dust and be eliminated in 14th place. Saudi Arabia still didn't make the move. Stage 4 is moving slowly but surely. Vietnam still putting the pressure onto KSA here.
I mean, that's the thing though. Right? I know we said we would have loved to see them move deep inside the circle because they have the opportunity to do so, and that would be the winning play, in my opinion. But then again, they also know that they have no one on the northwestern side. I mean, ideally, they know this. And that means they have got all the options to keep anyone out of coming through that southern side. This is a massive shot, though. Oh, my lord! Lamborghini takes down one of the Saudi players. I'm not sure who that was. Might have been Ida, actually. No, Ida is still alive. Must have been Prestige then, getting taken down a 3rd time, and that's going to be the breach. Vietnam now rotating on through. Prestige, he's back up on his feet, but he's very low HP. Paragin just rotating on through, and he's gone way above their heads, as he is still just trying to get a different angle. All the rest of the players have approached as well. This is going to be this isolated 4-on-4 fight that, honestly, Saudi has made their way for.
Yeah, this should, like Saudi Arabia, should not have been in this position in the first place. Suffering that knock onto Prestige once again caused them a very big problem. Now, the pressure is on. Paragin with a couple of nades, a little bit of damage onto Easy, but now, looks like they're going to try to retreat, but are they? Are you just going to leave the rest of the team behind? Another nade onto Prestige and Ida. This could be able to eliminate both of them. Paragin forced to go back, and looks like D-Xavier and Vietnam here might be going to the next spot, and they are going to ignore this fight. I still don't know why Saudi Arabia is still holding on in that location. The garage is wide open for you.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm also surprised. I think it was Moldova that are playing close to the shoreline. They haven't taken the garage building either, even though they could have. And I think they would have had this information easily by now. Either way, Vietnam rotating on through, and they've got the same problem as the Blue Zone approaches. Good shots, though, and oh my goodness, they're taking down Sri Lanka on this southern side. It's at least some of the elimination points secured. That's the 4th one at that, as more long-range shots are coming on through from Turkey in the distance, and they will secure one of them.
Yeah, Vietnam, much needed points for them coming into this game, with them being in 4th place. If they're able to catch up to Kazakhstan and Ukraine starting off in the first game of the 2nd day, that makes it their job a lot easier to contest for that number 1 spot. Turkey with only 2 elims at the moment. Paragin gets taken out by Kespo and the Moldovan squad. Moldova, I think they're in a pretty decent spot at the moment, but look at Dami in that radio tower, trying to see if he can use that higher ground just to scout and get as many elims as possible. Meanwhile, Ukraine and Algeria having a little skirmish in that compound. Broly in a 1v1 close range gets taken out in Algeria. Will be eliminated in 11th place.
It is the DBS that strikes once again. I mean, that's just what you want to have. If you're making sure that you're going into a city, and you know that for certain, you've got to have at least 2 or 3 DBSs, otherwise you're just not going to win these fights, and Ukraine has done that. So, well done, Ukraine. Once again, getting into late game scenarios, this time around through the city. I haven't really seen that too often either. That's kind of a risky play. Never really know how it's going to work out. It's very kind of a play that you have to improvise a lot off of, because you never know which buildings you're going to get, how the breach in is going to go. So, yeah, Ukraine going strong once again, and also keeping all 4 players alive.
9 teams alive, 29 players left, and again, how is no one taking the garage? It is insane. And you still have like, what, 4 or 5 squads? You have Nigeria, Kuwait, Ukraine, Somalia holding out in Rozak on the eastern side, and the western side is just barren at the moment. Guatemala with 2 or 3 players playing on the beach towards the northern side rather, and Thailand with Sky
take
only.
This too.
They still could, yeah, but like.
I think Moldova, actually, look, Saudi Arabia, I can kind of excuse me, that's a valid play. I personally wouldn't do it. That's a valid play as well, as you just kind of gatekeep everyone in the south, and you try to get that elimination potential because you know you have to catch up a lot. But Moldova, on the other hand, they should have had this information a million years ago, that this compound is open, and I think that's a better position than what they're doing right now.
I did not realize that there's a duo of Guatemala right next to a duo from Thailand.
They just rotated in.
Yeah, they came from right there,
yeah.
They're right on top of them. Oh, yeah, they're actually right next to each other. They're enjoying a little swim.
Okay. Oh, shots from the distance, though. As Kuwait is going to knock down one of the players. Let's see if that revive is going to be possible. Like, honestly, I highly doubt it. None of these players can really exit the water right now without being shot themselves. So, yeah, tough positions for both these teams. And that would also mean with these two teams kind of like dealing with each other, the northwestern side is completely clear. And that's going to allow Saudi Arabia, in the first place, to even fight all these teams down towards the south.
Yeah, now I think with Guatemala getting eliminated, Thailand might think about actually going to that compound.
Yeah, they might.
And going to that garage. And I think if they do, they're just going to be able to catch any team rotating from the eastern side if the zone shifts towards the west. Now, of course, it is going to be a little bit of a gamble, but if it does work out, you're talking about a massive point game for whoever holds out in that compound. Looking towards the river once again, Sky only, securing another knock. 1 player left for Guatemala. Is he going to be able to find out exactly where Patton is? He already has a very low health bar. 1 more shot should be able to do it. And Guatemala are still alive. I don't even see the health bar for him. Meanwhile, Prestige peeking against Turkey. Then Nate comes out from the KSA squad, and they will be able to eliminate them and secure themselves some much needed points.
5th elimination on top of that, and it is once again Turkey just not going through with their fights. I have no idea what is happening with this lineup. These are the kind of fights that we expect them to win. Right? These are the kind of fights as an experienced lineup, but as a lineup that is played in with each other. These are the kind of fights that we just expect for them to just roll on through. But Saudi Arabia somehow still makes it work. Sure, they've got the high ground advantage. To be honest, that still shouldn't matter. Either way, 5th elimination. Good on Saudi Arabia, though, and you can see the rest of the positions now in Razak are being taken towards the edge of the city as well, making sure you get all the information you need to potentially finish this game off.
Question is who's going to be able to finish it off, because Ukraine right now still holding on with a full squad alongside KSA and Somalia. If Somalia managed to get a chicken dinner in this first game, they might jump all the way, I think maybe above Moldova with a certain amount of eliminations, but still they're going to need a lot more work to get. They're going to have to get a lot more work done if they want to catch up to those top 5, top 6 places. But it's going to be very, very difficult for them. Our focus is still going to be on I want to say Thailand, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, and Vietnam. KSA,
I think Ukraine especially, to be honest. I think Ukraine especially. I think just in terms of winning position right now, you've got all the 4 players alive. You can see Havlik's position as well. Lots of information. I think they got massive elimination potential on towards Somalia as well, depending on how the next circle shifts. But as long as it doesn't shift deep down southeast, completely on top of Somalia, I'm pretty sure they're going to have to run out in the open at some point, and Ukraine is going to be able to catch them.
Yeah, Ukraine already has 6 eliminations to their name. I can try and see if they can secure a few more. And I think Nigeria is not in the best of spots as well, and Ukraine has a pretty good angle on them if they have to make the move, which they do, with the zone closing in slowly but surely. Kuwait, at the moment, they have a good position, but still no elims, not a single point gathered for now. And considering the fact that they're 13 points behind 5th place in KSA, they need to take advantage of the location that they have at the moment. I don't think they didn't manage to get any elims on Thailand or Guatemala when they were in the river too.
And I think that's kind of the drawback of going for that Rozok very top hill scenario. If it doesn't shift into the city, you don't really have that much elimination potential. And right now, look, they're not even in a necessarily good spot. You're going to secure some of the placement points, but that's not going to allow you to make any big moves on the leaderboard. And we were talking about they need to catch at least Saudi Arabia, who's still very strong and in a very good position to get plenty of more placement points.
Let's see. Switching over to Ukraine once again. Having a fight with Somalia. I believe Somalia managed to go for like a 1-for-1 trade between them, and I think it was Nigeria as well. Ukraine, pretty good spot for now. Saudi Arabia towards that southern side. They managed to eliminate Turkey a couple of moments ago, and they have complete control of the southern side of the map, but still the western side, I think, still completely open for any team that wants to take control of it. And Thailand, I think they're going to be able to go to that area.
There is this small bridge line, I want to say, that you can do. But first of all, we're going to see this push now, and I love this. Kuwait is taking things into their own hand. Quick, though, is going to open things up as Saudi is fighting against Thailand as well. That's a 2-on-4, though, as opposed to the 4-on-4 that we're seeing right now. Hefley comes through, DBS in hand, as he takes down another one of the players. And the second one as well. Oh, my goodness. This is insane. Ukraine is just plowing through these players that are approaching their buildings. And at this point, it's only Ragnar. His position is spotted as well. 3 angry Ukrainian players peeking above the ridgeline as Tulika takes down the last one, and Kuwait is eliminated in 6th place. And look, that's the thing. I can't even blame them. That was a good play. That's the play that they needed to do. That was the winning play, as I like to call it. You win this fight, you win the round.
Yeah, and that's going to be them reaching, what, 10 eliminations for the Ukrainian side. A lot of points already gathered, and that means that they're going to be able to jump over Thailand. But Thailand is still, they're still present with only 1 player. Placement points might be their goal here, but they're not going to be able to get much more than that. Kazakhstan, I don't think they had a great game either. They were eliminated in 14th place, so Ukraine has to take advantage of this game if they want to take the lead.
What a circle, though. What a circle, though. At this point, yes, I said that was the winning play because of this circle especially. There is lots and lots of good positions that Ukraine can take, and I think all the other teams surrounding them, sure, they might have a way in, but not without fighting each other, especially Saudi Arabia. Yes, you just said it. Down towards the southern side, they've got some vehicles. Is it going to be enough to create some kind of cover?
Well, that's what they're going to try and do. They have to secure the middle of the zone at the moment with 3-4 squads coming in from the east. Yeah, if they have complete control of the center, then they might be able to spot out every single team moving out from Rosehawk within the next minute or two.
Did they all just make it across?
Yep, that they did. And they already have 7 elims, so a good game here might set them up for a top 3 at the end of this first game.
Yeah, we can see, I mean, Vietnam was at 71 points. I don't think they've gotten a lot of points out of this game, so Saudi Arabia, I think even at this point already, is way above them. Haflik, though, they're going to try to push this ridgeline. Oh, what a play! Haflik, though, with his second nade as well, as Prestige gets taken down too, and he's still well above them. Next nade comes in. I don't think that's a nade, actually. I think that might just be a flash, but my goodness, what a play from Ukraine, knowing that they can allow them to have this ridgeline. As soon as they get comfortable there, they're going to have lots and lots of angles on the Ukrainian players. And look at this, they're just plowing one through. It's just a shooting gallery, left, right, and center. Everyone's being shot at.
Beautiful play from Ukraine so far with so many elims already, and they're taking out absolutely everyone. They're taking out Nigeria as they're leaving Rosehawk from the southern eastern side. They're going to have another angle as well, I believe, on Somalia. They might be able to reach 20 elims by the end of this game, but let's see if the last 2 members from Saudi Arabia have something to say about this endgame. We still have Easy, we still have Dami, 2 very experienced players. Thing is, can they stand against 4 Ukrainian giants right now?
This is such a smart play. Boy knows his teammates are getting right down low. There's lots of nades coming in. Boy, with his position right there, it's not only going to secure Nigeria not going to come out, but they're also going to secure that Saudi Arabia can't really do any pushes on towards the initial nade like they had. Next shots are coming out. I think it's going to be both of these players falling very shortly. There goes Snuffy, and I think his teammate's just a matter of time now until he gets taken down as well. Can they secure the kill? I think they can. Lord. And that's the 17th elimination point that they have just gotten on towards the leaderboard. That is madness. And due to the fact that they pushed early on and made sure 2 of the Saudi players got taken out, they're now on a 4-2.
Yeah, 4v2, and they have the high ground. They have everything that they need. They have the numbers advantage. Ooh, but Easy whips out the DBS, manages to get one back. It's going to be a 3v2, but looks like one of the Ukrainian players has a different angle. That might be the end of Saudi Arabia in this game, unless they manage to take out Tulika, but it's still... There's still a chance, there's still an opportunity, but no, Easy is down, and now it's all up to Dami in a 1v3.
And yes, he's got the zone, but so does the Ukrainian team. And look at this, they can just easily get the revive. Boys, just a matter of time now until he's going to be back up on his feet, and there he goes. And I think they still have a vehicle to potentially get a second angle over towards the eastern side, with Dami potentially being trapped from the east and the west as well. More shots are coming out, and that's going to be it. Tulika secures the 19th elimination for Team Ukraine. What an absolute incredible match coming out of the Ukrainian squad, and they're going to take the first place, not only by a bit, but by a mile.
That is going to be a substantial game for them. Absolutely insane. And once again, reminder that Thailand didn't really have many points in that first game. Kazakhstan as well, not the best of starts for them. Ukraine's going to be over, what, 110 points at this point? I'm not going to do the math. I'm going to leave that for the analysts. These guys got it.
We did say we're not going to do the math, and we still got to be in awe. We still got to be in awe of this performance. Ukraine. The way they played it as well, I just quickly want to touch on that. The way I said it very early on. It's not easy going through a city, not losing any player, because once again, you never know what you're going to get when you breach a city. You never know which buildings you're going to get. You never know what kind of fights you get yourself into. And they got all of these fights. They didn't really get into necessarily really good position, but they fought themselves out of it and made that good position happen.
Yeah.
And that's the initiative I love.
I think that there was such a good opportunity for KSA to come out with a massive game there.
Yeah.
We mentioned this around Zone 4, Zone 5, where they could have gone to the garage towards the northwestern side. They could have gotten so many points, but unfortunately, it was just, again, the lack of decision making is hurting them so much in these games. But again, with Kuwait being eliminated, they still have a little bit of breathing room compared to the other teams. And, I'm just looking towards the analyst desk, and I can't wait to see what they have to say about that game. So we're going to be throwing it over to Jason and the boys to see what they have to say about game number 1.
What a banger.
Ukraine really coming out strong here as they did the work here, putting up the eliminations, the great rotations from the start of the match. And Ukraine, they got to come out that game with their heads held high.
But it was the way Ukraine was able to just, fend off the other teams that were coming to them and fighting them off. I thought that was so impressive.
And especially they went for the early drop down into military, then went for the quick rotation across the river, playing central position in that circle, and then taking fight with the DBS all over the place. It was fantastic. I loved it. Ukraine on point with the aggressivity and the rotations.
Not to mention those grenades, the whoos they're throwing out. No, honestly, all kidding aside, it was a great game from Ukraine because they started the exact same spot that Serbia started in military. First zone pops over towards Razak. And what did the two teams do differently, Max?
Yeah, it's very important when you have a plane path and you drop on the opposite side of the map. You don't have to loot sometimes. You just don't care. Just get into the car, start driving, and you're just getting into the circle, That you just have to do that because you want to get to those positions as early as possible.
I like how I asked him a question and he completely didn't answer it.
I had my own point. What did you say?
I said, what were the difference between those two teams?
The timing in the rotations.
Okay, one team leaves for the position, one team's overloots in their spot and they die. Okay, and you want to be in circle instead. There you go.
Moldova, by the way, Moldova set up a great bridge camp there for Serbia when they were trying to cross that bridge. And on top of that, Moldova wanted to go for that push too. On the last player of Serbia, they started chasing him, and at one point they were like, okay, that's enough. Let's try to focus on our game.
Though, KSA, Saudi Arabia.
So close.
Almost could have been a game. I feel like if they still had the 3-4 players alive, they should have pushed and third-party Ukraine as they were fighting outside of Rozhok. But in terms of macro decision alone, sure, they don't go for that western gas station and garage that Sandstorm was mentioning in that game, but they play the ridge on the west of Rozhok, which is so important. It's such a great position to shut down all the exit teams trying to leave the city. Despite not being a win, in my mind, in terms of macro alone, that is a massive game for Saudi Arabia.
And even before the end, if we kind of go towards the middle of the game, what I was impressed about with Saudi Arabia is especially with Ida. He was able to eliminate 2 players from Brazil. And on top of that, whenever Vietnam decided to make a push on Saudi Arabia, they were able to defend that in such a good way too, because Vietnam got a knock on Saudi Arabia and they fully sanded. They were able to pick up the player on time, being able to fend them off, and then Vietnam decided to go fight somebody else instead. Those are great plays that I feel like it's showing that the team is here to win. Man, I wish they would have been able to finish off this game with a win.
Yeah, and actually when they left the fight of Headshot Heels, they went onto the radio tower for a very split amount of time, just like 15-20 seconds tops to not get all the information thrown your way, get the intel, which spot is open, that ridge on the west is open, send it there, and just play for the late game and hopefully go for the win. It was one of the best games from this team by far. They got the eliminations, which we know they can do, but in terms of macro, it was by far their best game.
And it goes to show, too, that what the players were telling me yesterday is actually on point, too, in regards to them being a little bit fatigued yesterday, because we're seeing the same form from Saudi Arabia that we saw for most of the day yesterday.
Oh, is it my turn now?
Yeah, it's your turn.
Yeah.
Well, you guys did just see on your screen the highlights by Savvy, by the way. Just wanted to get that in there since I wasn't given a chance to. And, of course, analysis brought to you by STC Play. I want to talk, actually, about Kuwait's push on Ukraine.
Yes.
We talked about it. I think we agreed.
You want to go? Well, we agreed to some.
Yes, Jason?
Listen, I want to talk about it.
Okay, go for it. Yeah,
please, tell us.
Hence the I part. So I, normally in the letter I, means like myself, me.
Me.
Yeah. No, not you. Me.
Okay.
No, I think Ukraine actually had a really good Molotov to set up that whole play because they saw them crashing onto their compound. and they threw a Molotov directly on top of the staircase to prevent anyone from pushing straight up, and they used that high angle, that second floor coverage to actually knock a couple of players and then allow them to play the outside as well. I think it completely threw off their groove and what they're trying to go for on the crash.
Yeah, I think it was a really good play to go for the molly because, as you said, it slows down the push. It is a double-edged sword in the sense that you struggle to reposition a bit more because it's wooden floor up there. It spreads, which makes you very prone to nade damage. I don't think Kuwait understood that right away, which allowed them to buy a little bit more time and then to repush. And then when Havlik just jumped down with the DBS, you're done. Havlik is just way too good with that kind of weapon, so he's going to clear it. They're talking about Kuwait. I think we agreed. Maybe Kuwait could have waited a little bit longer to go for that push on Ukraine.
Yeah, they should have waited a little bit longer. I feel like they could have. They had the time. They had the space to work with. They had the circle to work with as well. And I'm glad that you mentioned that Molotov that they did throw to the staircase because it completely threw the Kuwait team off. Not only that, it seemed like Ukraine was ready for some kind of push from Kuwait, because you saw the players that were driving in the buggy from Kuwait get damaged, and that slowed them down in a big way. Yeah. They were like, okay, I'm going to have to heal up here. And the thing why we're saying I feel like Kuwait could have waited a little bit longer is because after that fight was over, after Ukraine won that fight, they decided to send one player back up where Kuwait was and just pretty much start scouting. So the time was there, the space was there. Kuwait just maybe a little bit too anxious, a little bit too eager to take the fight. But you know what? We're talking about teams not being indecisive. I'm glad that Kuwait's at least not indecisive in this one.
Well, we can see here 29 points for Ukraine, able to get themselves catapulted up in the leaderboards. Also, more importantly to note in that match too, because they won these fights so cleanly and so quickly, they didn't really have to worry about being underlooted coming from military base, right? So they're able to get so much free loot, so much free utility to use in these fights, and they are able to turn that into 29 points. Saudi Arabia with 13, looking down at Turkey at 10. Nigeria and Somalia, I think some of their best performances we've had so far, though they're playing a little bit slow, a little bit careful with the 2 eliminations apiece, but getting on the placements.
For Somalia in particular here, playing the southern side of Rozok, they had control of the hill for some time. They saw a lot of action coming their way, a lot of teams coming in their vicinity. Okay, we are in a city finish. We're going to play the smart approach, the long game, which is we're not going to fight. We're just going to play it slow, get in a city, and just try and take those later stage fights when the circle pushes us to do so. I feel like that was a really good approach. It didn't quite work out in terms of eliminations, but they got some points on board. They're staying a bit more relevant in the conversation, so I would like to see Somalia now being able to take these fights, but in terms of playing the smart long game, that was the right play.
And we're talking about like teams that were maybe not in contention for the first place. They are going to start at least getting some points, stopping some of the other teams that actually are in contention from getting those points. You see a perfect example there. And then we're talking about Turkey at the beginning of the show too. How, yes, we know that they can get those eliminations. Once again, perfect example of this team being able to get the eliminations but not being able to back it up with the placement points that I feel like they need to start getting if they even want a chance at fighting at the top, especially when Thailand, a team that's at the top, is not able to get a huge amount of points like we're used to seeing out of them, and Ukraine being able to back it up with a big amount of points. I feel like we might end up seeing a bit of some changes when we go to the overall.
Okay, we're seeing Havlik with 7 eliminations. Max, you are safe for our first match of the day. No beatboxing required here. Don't need to pay for that DLC. As we can see, Tulika on 6 eliminations with the 680 damage. But again, everyone's surviving to the end. It was really well done in the positions they played. I'm really happy to see this. And Old Boy was very open with us yesterday, talking to him, saying they knew exactly where they messed up. He got too aggressive when he didn't need to be. And I guess the pulling him back in here really worked out.
I got a point here that I want to make that knows very close to your heart, 7.
Uh-oh.
Ukraine did not take ego
fights.
Yes, exactly. They didn't fight. They went Rozok. They were a little bit split. I think Old Boy was holding the warehouses high ground for a majority of the early game stage. Kuwait approaches instant regroup. We don't take the fight because it doesn't make sense at that point to take a fight that could have such a drastic impact on your late game. We're just going to stay as 4 and try and fight as 4 out of the city if the circle comes our way, which it did. So love overall, just giving the respect these teams deserve and just playing this late game as a 4-man was exactly what they needed to get that win.
I agree with you. If this team even wants to have a chance at winning today, they need to make sure they keep that going. They need to make sure that Old Boy sticks to what he told us yesterday, is maybe don't get too aggressive like he was able to get yesterday.
Yeah.
I've never had so many handshakes from a player as I did with Old Boy yesterday. I think I had 3 in a row.
He was
so happy to see us.
So
he
happy to
seen
see
us in
us,
so long.
and then we're like, oh, he thinks he's leaving, gives a handshake, and then he wasn't leaving, and then we actually left, and he gives her the handshake and hugs, He goes back, man.
It's just a lovely
He said,
community.
Max, man, I'm like, you know me? What is going on?
He's like, you're the French guy, right?
Just like Luxie.
And you're like, oh.
He's like, oh, he's a French guy. Oh, is that my entire persona? I'm the French guy.
Croissant.
Well, I am. Yes.
Say croissant.
Croissant.
Ah, so
I said it
nice.
with a weird voice. It's croissant. There you go.
Croissant. Yeah, I feel like you need a deeper voice.
Croissant.
Oh, that might get you
Barry
more day
White.
rate.
Oh, yeah.
3,100, almost 3,200 damage done for Ukraine with 19
Ooh,
eliminations.
wow.
Saudi Arabia, though, putting out 2,100
Wait,
damage.
Jason,
No.
hold on.
No.
Give it a second.
No, there's
Come
no wait,
on.
hold a minute.
Oh, there's no.
Come on, Max.
second.
Max,
Hold
over
on.
3K
Are you
damage.
paying for that?
Oh, you pay me for that.
He got position as well. But no, more important for Saudi Arabia, again, we talked about how they're able to pick up a lot of eliminations here and just really putting out a ton of damage. It's just unfortunate for them, the ratio, the conversion rate of the damage done to eliminations wasn't really there.
Yeah, it's just losing players again when they trying to reach the late
Yes.
game. I feel like if they had 4 players, we talked about it, 7, when you're on the ridge like that, when you hear Ukraine taking a fight versus Nigeria versus the other squads that were over there like Kuwait, also, you push it, you third-party that engagement, you get all those eliminations and make it work out. But yeah, Saudi Arabia, I feel like they've shown again that they can do it. It's just that win, it's just not quite happening.
21-point lead over Thailand. That's huge. I mean, we still have, what, 6 matches left to go, but 21 points is a massive lead. And of course, going down under them, it's even more. Like, this is... If Ukraine can do this like one more time today in the next couple of games, I feel like they're going to be our clear winners at this
We
rate.
got 6 matches left now, so we're unofficially on day 3, okay? They need to hold down the fort
It's
for
the
day
final
3.
day.
Let's redo the pre-show right now for this segment. But yeah, that's going to be a really scary lead to set up. And the thing is, how they played here, 7,
Yes.
not taking the ego fights,
Yep.
it shows to me catching up to them is going to be rough. Like Thailand losing 2 players from the get-go, Kazakhstan not making it far in this match. So far, out of all these top teams, Ukraine are going to be looking unstoppable.
Everything on point, right? No ego fighting, quick rotation, focusing on the circle, making sure they position themselves so they can defend the location that they are with, they were able to show that better than any time I've seen, especially when they were able to defend against Kuwait. That was just such a well game by them. And now I'm starting to look at some of the other teams, right? Vietnam, we're talking about that consistency that we need to see out of them. It needs to be consistent for the next 6 matches. If not, they are not going to be able to catch up, especially if Ukraine can keep on playing like this. And then with some of the other teams, Saudi Arabia, that team definitely needs to win. Like, look how many placement points they're able to get without a win. If they can just maybe start narrowing down one chicken dinner, it's going to give them that confidence boost, because the players told me that. Ida told me that himself. He's like, yes, we're looking to get a win. And if it doesn't happen sooner rather than later, that's going to start messing up with their mental.
Yeah,
They're 40 points behind, man. First place.
That's
40
why.
points is a lot of points, right? And 10 points per game average is really difficult to pull off.
Especially if you expect the top place team to get 0 points, which
Yep.
it's not going to happen from
Yeah.
what we've witnessed so far. Though, on the second page, we are seeing some of those bottom teams, having some
Yep.
presence, like Somalia and Nigeria in particular. I feel like they've been a little bit present in this match. So we said it, might have a little bit of a comeback from those teams. They want to stay in the conversation. They want to be a bother for these top teams. So don't overlook them. They can really be a thorn in your side if you're not careful.
At what point will we have to say, like, for teams that are below the 3rd place, right? When do you change your mentality in regards to, okay, we want to go for that 1st place, or do we want to go for the top 3? Because I feel like it's going to happen here very fast, especially with the big gap that Ukraine has been able to create, not only just to 2nd place, to all the other teams that are currently in contention. Like for Saudi Arabia, I'm talking about, I would like to see them get a win. I would like to see them be in contention. But at one point for them, it has to be a change of mentality. Like, you know what? 1st place is a bit unachievable right now. I think if we focus too much on that, it's going to end up hurting us in the long run, because they might be forced to do something that they might not be comfortable with, right? But if they focus maybe on a top 3, I feel like that might be better. And I feel like that might happen within the next match, possibly.
I think catching Ukraine is going to be extremely difficult.
Yeah.
They have the 2nd highest placement points out of any other team if you take away chicken dinners, right behind Saudi Arabia. And they have the most eliminations by far. As long as they just keep playing their own game and don't even need to win games, I don't think anyone's going to be able to catch them.
Yeah, I feel like teams need to understand that consistency is not going to be enough.
Yeah.
Like, you need to get these big games. Otherwise, if you see another chicken dinner happening like that from Ukraine,
It's over.
you're done.
But
Like, it's-
that's what I'm saying. Like, when will we see that change in mentality from this team, especially that are trying to fight for that 1st place? I feel like it might be after next match, depending on what Ukraine's able to do.
Yeah, if Ukraine come with another win, it's like,
GG.
well,
Top 3.
I was waiting for the camera to come on. I was going to throw my cards, but we're not going to do it now because it's too late. No, it's too late. I got too many secret notes in here. Let's take a look, though, at Arcadia MVP of the last match. Don't look at my notes. Don't look at that. It's going to be Havlik coming in big here. 7 eliminations, 970 damage. We just saw leader for his team. Again, trying to make a name for himself here. I mean, he's already made a name for himself before, but with the PMSLs coming up next year, like this is a big chance to really get some steam behind you.
Yeah, I got some individual players that have stood out to me this past year in Europe in particular. Havlik is on that list. Like, he has been just such a
Can I see this
standout.
list? Can I see this list?
No. You may not. But he's been such a standout player. Like Foopsman too, also just been also picked up. He's not been playing, but he's been also on the team and getting a lot of valuable experience possibly. So yeah, we give him a DBS. Just don't give him a DBS. You know, that's the best tip I can give you right now.
If you give him a DBS, stuff like this will happen. And then Ukraine is definitely going to secure that first place.
How does the DBS sound, 7? Again.
What was it that Amola said yesterday? By the way, Amola is a caster for the Arabic talent. He said it the exact same way I said it.
What,
he was
choo-choo?
like, choo-choo. Choo-choo.
You have issues.
What sound does it make?
Ka-chonk, ka-chonk. You go in.
It's the difference between NA.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was
Europe
about to
right
say. That
You know,
sounds like a little
sounds
bit,
are different.
a
It's
little bit of
different voice
French
pack.
to it.
Different voice pack for NA.
Mars like a southern one.
They try to make. Never mind. I shouldn't make that joke. I'm not gonna make that joke. But yeah,
Do it.
obviously a great game by Havlik and of course Ukraine. But my question is, can they do it yet again? As we're gonna be heading over to Miramar now. Max, you did say at the start of the day you want to see how the first 2 matches go before you start to make some decisions about these teams. We've had our first of 2 done. Have you started to lock any of those decisions in?
Ukraine's going to win. I mean, I don't know how you can
Wow.
go against that. Like, I think that with that kind of playstyle they witnessed here, that we witnessed, catching up to them is going to be an insane achievement to make. Like, you're going to need not just consistency, again, as we said, you're going to need these big games, there's 10, 15, maybe 20 eliminations if you can achieve it. And you also require Ukraine to perform badly, which I don't think they're going to do. I think it's done.
Luckily for some of these teams, we are going to the map that Ukraine was the weakest at. When we come to Miramar, I mean, they were only able to get 18 points in 3 matches yesterday, which when we compare it to what they were able to do with Erangel, it doesn't even come close, right? So for the teams that are willing to try to close that gap, that are wanting to catch up, if they do see Ukraine go out early in the elimination, boy, they better switch that focus up on being able to get the chicken dinner, trying to focus towards the end and making sure that they also back it up with those eliminations to make that gap even closer.
Counterpoint. There's only 2 Miramars today and there's 4 Erangels.
He got you there.
Okay.
Let's head over to our commentators to kick off our second match of the day. Take it away, boys.
Take it away now.
Thank you so much, Jason, and the rest of the crew. Well, it's honestly, I'm still kind of in shock of the last game. I mean, that kind of performance is something that we haven't even, I wouldn't say never expected, but definitely haven't seen even closely in the last 8 games.
We've seen Turkey come close enough. They had a 16-11 game, but no placements.
They didn't win it. You know, they didn't even close enough. And the other guys, Des was talking about whether or not you know, this was going to be able to get you know, caught up upon. I've been thinking about that. I'm not so sure. I think with 6 more games to go, I think there's still plenty of opportunity for some of these teams. If Ukraine goes out early maybe once or twice, I think even then, if you get mediocre games, you're always going to be very, very close to it. Close enough at least to be able to catch up on it.
Yeah, but it's a sizable gap that they set up for themselves at the moment.
Yeah.
And like here's the thing, now there's not going to be a lot of pressure on the Ukrainian lineup. But ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to be wasting any more of your time. We're going to be diving right into the action, jumping into game number 2 of the day, and it's going to be game number 10 out of 15 for the Global Esports Games PUBG Mobile Tournament for 2023. So far, Ukraine with a sizable lead, but Kazakhstan and of course Thailand are going to be hot on their heels. KSA also has an opportunity to jump into the fray, jump into the top 3, top 4 if they manage to get themselves a chicken dinner in this game. And with a playing path that's almost splitting the map, kind of 50-50. It's a 60-40 split at the moment. Unless it's 65. You know, why am I doing math? Next, you know what? If I do math, just stop me.
You know. Look, this is crazy. You know what I just thought about?
What?
If we've played 10 matches,
yeah,
and we're playing 15, how many are still to be played?
It depends. Including this one or not?
So not including this one.
So not including this one, we have 5 more after this one.
That is, that's smart. I would have thought 4, but it actually makes complete sense. Like,
quick maths, baby.
Yeah, that's pretty good though.
And that's the only maths we're going to be doing now because
kind of
we got it right.
There. Kind of an IQ test right
You
there. You
know, as long as it's a pass-fail, I'm happy with that one.
No, you definitely passed. Yeah, I think nothing really too crazy going on here. I think have we ever talked about the Kuwait split? I think that's something that we kind of want to touch on.
That's a massive split.
Knowing that Power Grid is open and splitting it together with Monte Nuevo and even the players south of Monte Nuevo, he's probably going to just grab the car and go back to Monte. But even if he isn't, crazy split. Lots of information, lots of vehicles, and I think especially if that would have been a Western Circle, unfortunately we're not going to see that. lots of options for Kuwait as well.
Yeah, and that's something that I remember the coach mentioned for the Kuwait squad. He mentioned that he wanted the team to kind of spread out as much as possible in the early stages of the game, get as much information as you can.
Was that Satan?
Yes.
Who said that? Yeah. Been casting him for 2 years now.
Yeah, apparently.
Well, not actively
And you met him
casting,
today
but
for the first time,
yes,
no?
I met him for the first time today. Casted him 2 years back when he was playing in the German region. Crazy. That's how, the paths in PUBG Mobile come together at some point.
It's honestly insane. Like to give you an example as well. For example, Mao, one of the analysts for the Arabic stream as well. He used to do like watch parties a couple of years ago for PUBG Mobile. He used to be a professional player as well, and now he's jumping onto broadcasts time and time again, globally, regionally. PUBG Mobile just connects everyone. PUBG Mobile just brings everyone together. And this is what we love about PUBG Mobile and esports in general. Just connecting people from all around the world.
Well connected.
Exactly.
Global esports games.
And that's what we love to see.
Yeah, some of these players traveling for the first time, not necessarily in the PUBG Mobile lineup, but we've got lots of different esports titles. And yeah, just the fact that for the first time they're outside of their own country. And it's because of esports. The opportunities you get from esports as well are just absolutely insane. To think that you're getting these kinds of opportunities from playing video games and from competing and making sure you're the best version of yourself, that's nuts.
I still remember like all those times, when our parents would tell us like, no, you're wasting your time. What are you doing? Stop playing video games.
You know how my dad looked when I told him I was 18, the first day I was 18, I'm going to get signed and flying to America? You know how he looked at me? He said, "No, you're not." No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Like,
Sit
yes,
down.
No, you're not. I was like, go study. Go back to your room and study. Yeah.
Oh no, for me it was I want to say like around 3 years ago. First regional tournament I managed to work, and after that, like I told my dad I was going into esports and stuff like that. You got the usual.
He was like, what's that?
Yeah, you're like, what is that? You're wasting your life. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And then we see esports. We see esports and how massive it is and how much it connects us.
How much more massive it's going to be next year.
Oh,
as well.
I can't wait, man! Over the next few
many great
years,
things are happening, especially here in Riyadh as well. So, shout out to Global Esports Games for making it happen. That's just massive.
Okay. That no.
Not shoot.
Algeria. I'm gonna give you just one piece of advice. Never, ever go for a full rotate with your full squad in one vehicle.
Is that a full squad?
I think it is.
You know how we call them?
What?
Do you not have a name for it? Actually, you should know.
It's
a clown's car.
Clown car. Yeah.
If 4 people rode in the same vehicle, it's the clown's car.
Clown car.
Because you literally are a clown. You should never do that. Yeah. That's
No, see, I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying, boys. He said it, not me. I didn't do it.
No. Stop. Don't put this on me now. I'm not saying that, Algeria. I think phase 1, it's kind of to be excused. Phase 1 is an exception.
Yeah, but like, still, it's
Don't
gonna be
say,
a
you just called them out. Don't say,
hey. No, I just said, be careful. It's not the best of rotations to have your entire squad.
I remember different kind of words, but either way.
Oh, no.
This is going to be interesting. Nigeria, though, cute, is going to be able to take down easy. That is a massive, massive frag, actually, considering that Saudi Arabia has had a big chance in the last game that we've seen. It's going to bring them back to reality, unfortunately, from a little bit of a high that they just were able to gather. Fortunately, they just weren't able to close out their last game. I think they, at least before that very last zone, or before the very last 2 zones, I think they had a very equal chance of winning this game as Ukraine did. But just, small decisions that make the difference. Yeah,
now KSA suffering that loss early on in the game. Let's see how they manage to adapt now that they're only a 3-man squad. And of course, it's not like they didn't lose, or they lost one of their strongest members, Easy, being one of the champions from PMPL MEA in the last split. And that's how him and his team Quest managed to qualify for PMGC. Yeah. So a very, very experienced player. So that's definitely gonna hinder their movements and their performance for the remainder of this game, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to be able to adapt. And, plus we've seen in the previous Miramar game when Aida was the last member left alive for the KSA squad, he managed to get all the way to 2nd place when Kazakhstan got their first chicken dinner of day 1. So who knows? Maybe they might be able to replicate the process or even get a chicken dinner at the end of this one.
We'll see about that one. For now, Algeria has made their way in, and not only that, they've made it in with a clown's car and another elimination. So crazy stuff coming out from Algeria. as we see Turkey fighting again in phase 1. I think that's the one duo that just doesn't disappoint so far in this tournament. It's Fireflags, aka the Turkish representatives, and them fighting in phase 1. You know this handshake meme? That's kind of how I imagine these two.
Oh, really?
Phase 1 fighting and Fireflags. Fortunately for them, so, you know, I would have expected. Actually, coming into this tournament, I would have said that's exactly the kind of playstyle they need. You know, fight early on. Make sure to take all the fights you can because that's what you're good at.
Yeah.
In an isolated 4-on-4 fight, I think I would put them above everyone actually. Maybe excluding Vietnam, but even them, I feel like mechanically they're at the very prime they've been at throughout the last year. Sure, they've struggled to some degree, but at some point, if they were at their prime, I think they could easily take on any team whatsoever. And I would always bet on them in a 4-on-4 isolated fight.
I'm glad you didn't bet on them this time.
No, unfortunately not. But I came up to them.
Well, no,
earlier and I was
fortunately
like,
for you.
Well,
Unfortunate for them, though.
yeah, I guess. I came up to them though and said, "What was happening?" And he was, yeah. I said that yesterday. I think they're surprised themselves. I'm not sure they have an active solution. I think at this point it's just become kind of we just keep on going like we have been, and at some point it's got to work or it doesn't.
Maybe they didn't expect the competition to be this strong coming into the tournament, because a lot of teams are showing up.
So.
Honestly, like, you know, obviously we expect Brazil, Vietnam, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Thailand to perform. You know, KSA and Kuwait with their very experienced lineups. Myanmar was a surprise factor. Moldova as well was a little bit of surprise. Algeria, I was kind of hoping to see them perform a little bit better in today's games. Yes, they did manage to get a chicken dinner, you know, towards game. I think it was game 7 out of the 8 games in day 1. But yeah, they did have a little bit, just a tiny bit of luck towards the end game there. Well, we'll see if they manage to turn things around in game 2. Kuwait with the knock onto Tiger, finish onto Tiger, but looks like Unknown might be able to take out Mishal as well. So it's just going to be a knock, no elim, and I doubt that Myanmar is going to be leaving their area to contest where Kuwait is at the moment.
No, I don't think so either. Despite having said that, I think Myanmar... Look, this compound is great, and sure, it has lots of options to get breached at, but I still think it's stronger if you split it, at least with the hill behind you. I think especially phase 1, you need to kind of grab that hill behind you, make sure to get up top of that. I mean, even there's place where you can drive up there with a buggy, so it's even faster and even safer. So, yeah, I hope they're going to do that. There's lots of information towards the eastern side that can be gathered, towards the northern side, south side, every side you can imagine. That's the strongest position, in my opinion, in these kind of centralized eastern circles. And, yeah, at that point, if you have that information, you can immediately react to the circle pop and make sure you get centralized position again.
Yeah, I'm just holding my breath every single time Fahidan takes a shot with the Car-9. I still remember like casting him years ago, and he was one of the best players when it came to using bolt action snipers, and he was one of the very few players, no, Fahidan from Kuwait. He was one of the very few players that have actually seen him prefer bolt action over the likes of a Mini 14 or an SKS or even an SLR. And it's just always a pleasure to see him using those snipers. But let's see if, you know, if speaking about him a little bit too much, maybe caster cursed him, or is he going to show us a couple of knocks? I really hate the caster's curse, you know that? It's to me, it's just on a whole other level. But we'll see what the players can do. Yeah. Plus, it's in every esport. There's at least like one caster in every esport that has, that is known to be the holder of the caster's curse. For us, we have several. Maxman is one.
Yeah. Is he still cursed though?
Yeah, I believe so.
You believe? Wait, so are we still talking about the same curse? Yes. Okay.
Dude, we already had him come up on the caster desk before. I don't think we want him to show up again. But jumping back into the action, we see Somalia and Kazakhstan going for a little bit of a skirmish here. Kazakhstan secure the first knock and finish onto Mercy, but let's see if Love can actually go for a little bit of a trade here. But DBS close range is going to be up against the UMP. Love's going to try and put a little bit of distance between him and anyone to fight at the moment, because we both know how deadly that DBS is going to be. The Beast whipping out that barrel M762. Molly from Falcon, just to kind of stop any push, stop any aggression from a certain angle, and give Somalia maybe an opportunity to push on their terms. If they manage to get a knock here, maybe onto Steezy or isolate a fight, but looks like Attacker not giving him the opportunity, getting the knock onto Falcon. Love trying his luck with the spray through the smokes, not gonna benefit anything from that. And it's gonna be a 3v2 at the moment between Somalia and Kazakhstan.
Somali players grouped up in that warehouse now. I think that positions are known as well, so it might just be a matter of time until Kazakhstan figures out how they want to approach this fight. As Beast is still holding this angle. As we are playing third-person view, he should be spotted by now. The exact angle as well that he's holding. Goes back inside. And Love, you can see, just in the other room. DBS in hand, though, for both of these players. This might be the downfall of Kazakhstan. Very, very dangerous if they do indeed decide to push this. But even just one nade is probably going to take down Beast. If it's thrown correctly and cooked correctly. In the meanwhile, though, Saudi, though, against Fireflux, or rather the Turkish team. And it is going to be Turkey with that first elimination, or at least down. We'll see if that one gets confirmed as Saudi loses the second player of this match.
Yeah, that's very, very unfortunate for the team. Now they're going to be just continuing as a duo. After having a great start, I want to say. Not the best, but it was a great start for them in game number 1. I thought that they were on the road to redemption, maybe coming up with a few points in game number 2, considering it's also like one of their best performing maps historically for every single member that's part of that team. Unfortunately for them, it is not working out. Also, did Federal just add an extra E so it's Federal? Just like for feeding points? I don't know. There's a joke there somewhere, but yeah, I'm curious.
No, that's a smart observation. I didn't even think of it. Now that they come to notice it, yes, it might actually be the case. He's not been feeding too much though.
No, he hasn't. That's what I'm curious. Like, why did he add the extra E?
I think if there's any player I can kind of just cover for in this lineup so far, and at least in this tournament, obviously, I want to say Federal. He's very often gotten the entries in any of the fights that Brazil has taken.
I think he also has like the most elims out of the other members of the team so far. Yeah. I remember speaking to the owner of Influence Rage, who's currently representing Brazil as well. Yeah, he was joining us in the food hall yesterday, and yeah, he showed us. I think in Federal in the first day, I think he had 13 elims on his own compared to the rest of the squad. Now, moving over to another squad right now, it is going to be Kuwait. Fahidan gets knocked out, and now it's only going to be down to Ragnar against Sri Lanka. Now sort of going to get confirmed here by Lucifer, and it's going to be a 1v4, and unfortunately, he will be eliminated, and that is going to be Kuwait in 14th place. Turkey are in a pretty good spot, smack dab in the middle of the map, having those crossroads under their control.
And that's something that we haven't really seen before. Turkey being in the very center of the circle.
Don't curse them, don't curse them, don't curse them.
Look, I don't have to curse. Don't look.
No. If you work with me, you do.
I should have known this before.
The caster's curse does not discriminate. It sticks with everyone that works alongside me. So I'm sorry. You are now infected.
That is actually. Can I look? Do we have someone here that can take over these guys for me? No. Either way, look. I still want to touch on this. Best spot they've been in, I think, in any of the games so far that we've seen, and they are 4 men strong, and they have fought phase 1. So it all comes together at the moment. It's kind of a miracle run so far, I want to call this, even though it's, phase 4, and they don't really have a lot of frags, but a miracle run in the sense that all these problems have normally existed in the rounds that we've seen so far, and yeah, I'm just hopeful, man. I told you before, this is the team that I want to see make something happen today, and this is the team that out of all the teams in the second half of the leaderboard, just 100% do not belong there.
Well, right now, we could be seeing the resurgence of Turkey in this game. Meanwhile, heading over to Attacker and the DBS. I think he just 1v9'd? Yeah, I think Attacker just eliminated every single person from Serbia with that DBS. They lost 3 TN. The nade from Koa as well was a little bit of a response. But if we look towards the left side of the screen, yeah, wait a minute, hold up. Kazakhstan and Serbia eliminated each other. I think it was a DBS attack with a nade from Serbia, and both teams are just out.
Yeah, so
and that's good news for Thailand. That's good news for Ukraine and even Vietnam.
Especially Ukraine. I want to say especially Ukraine. Yeah. Look, that's the thing with them being so far ahead. I said sure, you're able to catch them, and I still believe so, but only if you do not have these 0-point rounds. You need to make sure that you consistently play in like that 6-7 point region at the very minimum. Because Ukraine, they're not gonna plow on through as much as they have been so far. Not in every game. Look, I know you're kind of disagreeing with that one, but I think even they will have, with the playstyle they have, some kind of scenarios where they will surely take the lesser amount of points as opposed to last round. But yeah, either way, Lamborghini though opening things up.
Lamborghini and the Vietnamese squad taking a lot of fire from Myanmar. They are in the open. Peregrine will also get knocked down. The team that started and ended day one with a winner-winner chicken dinner, getting a lot of shots headed towards them now. Lamborghini trying his best to survive. Peregrine will be secured. He will be flushed. And now, I think it's just going to be Lamborghini on his own. He might actually have just one more member with him. Yes, he does. So it's going to be 2 players to represent Vietnam with 5 elims at the moment. Now, what we expected from these guys coming into the second day of the tournament. But again, we still have 5 more games.
We do. And Vietnam with struggles once again before we even get into the late game stages of this match as well. Lamborghini, you can see him 3 eliminations at least. He's been the key player in this lineup, I think for more than just this tournament, but in this tournament especially as well. I really would be interested to see the statistics of this team, see how far ahead he's actually in frags, because I think he is quite substantially actually. But yeah, they will fight on his 2. Relatively good shifts. You can see that's a big split with Libes all the way over towards the water towers. And as soon as they will be able to group up, there should be relatively safe grounds in terms of securing placement points. I say that now, but he didn't make it as far as I thought he would.
I was actually surprised that no one kind of took an opportunity to take out Lamborghini in that rotation.
I think plenty of teams would have, but they just didn't.
And now with him being able to get into the zone, at least he's going to be able to benefit from placement points, or maybe some other team's going to be able to focus him. Looking towards that next shift from the zone, Fireflux or the Turkish representative still in a good spot, but Brazil might be coming from right behind them, and they might be applying a little bit of pressure. But look towards Impala.
Yeah, Impala is completely stacked, but also we kind of have the exact same opposite on the southwestern side. Thailand has got massive amounts of space. You can see Sky Only and Noisy splitting essentially splitting half of the circle. I mean, Sky Only is essentially in the middle of the circle, while his team is just barely inside of it on the southwestern side. That's massive, massive grounds. And, well, Brazil could be the one team to kind of capitalize on that. If they don't want to make the direct approach towards the Turkish team, then they could very easily play the southern side. And I think they should realize that sometime soon.
Meanwhile, looking towards the teams that are going to try to escape within the next minute and a half as the zone starts to close in. Myanmar with Algeria going for a close range fight. Oh, the DBS once again knocks out Ala with 1 member left from Algeria now. Myanmar in a 2v1. Oh, you're healing at the wrong time! And here we go, he takes advantage of it. And now it's going to be all down to unknown. 1v1 between him for Myanmar. I believe it's Swissy for Algeria, but he will be trying to get the revive onto Broly. Unknown deciding not to go for the push. He's just going to try to wait for maybe the right moment, but if you wait long enough, it might just pass you by. Myanmar with only 3 elims so far, looking towards the elimination feed as well. Ukraine, Tulika, and the boys getting a few more elims, a few more points to their name, and trying to just extend that lead. But looks like one of the members from Guatemala is going to make it a little bit difficult for the duo in Kvik and Tulika. Just going to be waiting for the second that they try to move into the zone. And I'm also looking towards the team that's going to try to kind of just look at all the players coming out from Impala. The nade from Havlik eliminates Guatemala in 11th place. And now we are down to 10 teams and 26 players left. 21 minutes into the second game.
5th elimination here for Team Ukraine. And that's another 5 points. Do not underestimate that. That's what I was saying. If Ukraine... The one way Ukraine wins this safely without even giving anything away would be these exact rounds. They don't necessarily need to win another big round. They don't even need to take a second, third place. It's fine if they just take 7, 8, or 9 frags every single time they play. And they don't even need placement points at this point. So yeah, just take these safe points with you. That's the 6th frag, by the way, 6 point in that one as well. And if they just survive one more team, there we have it. Myanmar goes out. Another placement point is secured. It's massive already for Ukraine. And so, I want to say so bad for everyone else on this leaderboard.
And the leaderboard is just going to look, I want to say kind of similar after game 2. if Ukraine stay alive until those final moments, because only them, Turkey and Moldova are the ones with a full squad. But now Turkey is getting pressured by the Brazilian squad. Law going closer with the DBS alongside Loris, and Solkai whipping out that S12K, but not going to be working in his advantage, not going to be working towards his favor, and looks like it's going to be up to Catch, the last surviving member from Turkey. Lorizin and Flaw, or rather Law, is going to be securing those elims, securing those points. Dami with an aid towards Lorizin, gets the knock onto the first one. Aida, and we talked about KSA, even though there are only 2 members left, they're still able to gather as many points as possible. Aida makes sure that he gets that elim, and Brazil is taken out, and now Catch is the last member alive. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get close enough to revive any members of the Turkish team. They're just going to be bleeding out, and now it is going to be down to just him, as Lutz is the last member here.
And that must have been a very active decision for Turkey to go out of their compounds. They had the gas station, they had the triple building stack. For them to go out of their buildings and actively search for this fight, that must have been a very active decision. That was the initiative they wanted to take. They wanted to get control of the round. But then again, is that really the kind of play that you want to have after you've struggled in fights throughout this entirety of the tournament? I am not so sure. I'd love to see it, yes, and I think normally I would agree with this play spot, but if it doesn't work once, if it doesn't work twice, if it doesn't work 5 or 6 times in a row, at some point you've got to think back and be like, okay, we've got everything we need. We've got the circle center, essentially, we've got good positions. Why not just wait for at least one of the rounds that we have?
Well, let's see if they decide to do that, or they decide to go with a different decision. Looking towards, again, the eastern side, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 squads. And of course, one of them being the Vietnamese representatives and the Ukrainians too. Lamborghini gets eliminated, and that's going to be yet another point. I think the only one that's going to be contesting Ukraine in this endgame is going to have to be Moldova. The 2 squads that are still at full strength. Meanwhile, KSA and Thailand with a duo. Sri Lanka, Vietnam, and Turkey with only 1 player left alive. Ukraine might be able to go for another winner-winner chicken dinner here, I think. This could be, again, their game to lose here, considering that they have the numbers advantage over everyone except Moldova.
Yeah. And even Moldova, I want to say, is not necessarily in a prime spot, right? They do have plenty of teams around them. Sure, they've got the most map control, I want to say, but that doesn't necessarily translate, and I've seen these circles a million times, it doesn't necessarily translate in this specific instance in a round that you're going to win. Sometimes it's even smart, especially against teams, or I want to say it's almost only in the scenario that, you know, all the other teams have lost players already, and that's the case here. So Ukraine is going to have a very comfortable spot at the edge, knowing that whoever they're going to fight, except Moldova, is probably going to be relatively easy to get picked up on as eliminations.
And Ukraine, 7 eliminations so far. And I think they're going to be able to reach 10 at least by the end of this game. I was waiting to see if they were going to be able to get 20 by the end of last game, but I think 1 or 2 eliminations were taken from them by KSA, denying them that record for this tournament. Don't think they're going to have the opportunity this time around, but I wouldn't count them out in any one of the other games to be able to set a record for most elims. Still have quite a few chances. And now, looking towards Saudi Arabia, Aida alongside Dami, trying to see if they can actually get into the zone slowly but surely. Folly. We said that Moldova are going to be the ones that can stand in the way of Ukraine. Tulika gets taken out, but it is going to be Kvik who goes for the trade against Ketch. The elimination feed shows that Ukraine is under quite a lot of pressure. Old Boy is knocked down, so is Tulika, but the revives should be there.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. 2 of the players were actually knocked down. Saudi would have, in theory, had an option to push on this and to maybe engage. I think that was actually one of the only options they had for that short period of time, but they decide to keep it down low and stay safely on the southern region of this small kind of area that is across the street, as we see Vietnam being taken out finally. No more playing space for them, and that's also another frag being secured by Moldova.
Moldova still 4-man strong. Looking towards KSA now. Nate from Ida trying to see if he can apply a little bit of pressure towards Ukraine. And Havlik, he knows exactly where he is. Can this second nade hit him where it hurts? That's a lot of damage. One bullet out of do it. Goes for the P. Oh, wait a minute. He didn't get the knock. And there's going to be more pressure coming in from Noise and Thailand. The last member alive from their squad. Ida gets secured by Noise, and Thailand gets one more point.
Did they just secure Ukraine the round? That is the question.
I think they did.
I mean, Havlik would have died if Noisy wouldn't have peeked over that ridgeline and taken him down in return. So crazy, crazy stuff. I wouldn't even have necessarily agreed with the play that Ukraine made, which is breaching it in a 2-2. But somehow it works out. All 4 players left alive in a very good spot now to make something happen. They have the best ridgelines in terms of playable area and fighting area, in my opinion, that not even Moldova can have a clean fight against them. But I say that, and Noisy comes back alive. This guy just is everything in this round.
Yeah, I forgot Sky Only is there as well for Thailand. And these two are just being a thorn in everyone's side in this endgame, applying a lot of pressure onto Ukraine, not giving the opportunity for Moldova as well. Yes, so now you have Noise focusing on Kespo, who just managed to loot the drop as well. So he's going to have that fresh level 3 armor, fresh level 3 helmet too. And I'm kind of curious as to what weapon he looted from the drop as well. If it's an MG3 in this endgame, that's game over.
9 eliminations. And at this point, if they do win this round, now I wouldn't have thought it was going to be possible. If they win this round, we might just actually have a position on the leaderboard that is so far ahead that it's going to be very, very tough indeed.
Yeah, all they have to do at that point is just survive, no?
I think at this point I would agree with the statement that was made in the desk earlier. Either way, for now it's not that scenario just yet. They did still 6 players left alive, and once again, with these knocks continuously coming, it's going to be tougher and tougher for them to make it inside. Once again, I thought it was going to be a good spot, but now they look at it a second time. They haven't really made it out of the buildings just yet, and I mean that gives Moldova the space to take more of that space away from them, closer towards the street, and due to the fact it's going to get tougher. Sky Only now being taken out, and Tulika is going to get the flush as well. That's the 10th elimination on top of what they've already got.
Yeah, and they finally get revenge for all the pressure that Noise and Thailand have been able to apply on them. Kvik taking quite a lot of damage. Kespo will be going down as well. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade between Ukraine and Moldova. 3v3 now, and still having 1 member left. Old Boy also goes down. Moldova have a little bit of an advantage. Tulika secures yet another elim, takes out Thailand in 3rd place. Now it's going to be a 3v2. What is Moldova going to do? Are they going to apply the pressure? They know if they knock down 2 members, they have to go for the push. They have to go for the elims at this point. Why are you giving them the opportunity to go for a revive when you have the advantage in numbers?
And I think that's down to the confidence that they had so far in this game. Ukraine would have, I think if the sides were reversed, we would 100% see Ukraine push this, just based off the fact that they've got the confidence now. But Moldova, we know they've struggled. They've been on the second part of the leaderboard for almost the entirety of the tournament, so they're just not having the confidence right now to push this and make this 3-on-2 fight happen. Either way, it's going to be a 4-on-4 now to make things happen. Both of these teams, revives are coming through, and they will fight as a full 4-man. Tulika spotting out one of them. Maluk gets taken down very low, but look at the zone. It's moving, and that's going to favor Moldova very, very heavily.
Yeah, but Get Wrecked is in a position that I don't think Ukraine is aware of, and they're going to be walking right through the smokes. Get Wrecked will be swinging, and unfortunately Tulika takes him out. That's going to be the advantage in favor of Ukraine. It's going to be a 4v3. I thought that Folly and the boys would be able to do something. They did. They managed to only get the knock onto Old Boy. They get the finish too. Marlow, blinking HP bar, might go down in a few seconds, and he does by Havlik. Kespo taking a lot of damage here, and still the advantage is in favor of Ukraine. You should have taken that advantage you had a couple moments ago when it was a 3v2, and now Ukraine looking like they want to get a back-to-back chicken dinner and cement themselves as 1st place just after the 2nd game of the day. Nate coming out from Folly, trying to see if he can actually apply a little bit of pressure towards Havlik, not getting the elimination, not getting the knock just yet, and Tulika swings, gets the 1st, gets the 2nd, and that's Ukraine with a back-to-back winner chicken dinner.
That is completely absurd. What have they just done? What have they just shown us? We were talking to them yesterday in the cars. We drove back to the hotels, and they said they know what to fix. They know the mistakes that they've made. But to come out like this on the 2nd day, not only the 1st game but the 2nd game as well, that is sensational. That is some stuff you just cannot plan on, especially in a game like PUBG Mobile. Yes, put your finger up, because oh my goodness, if you deserved it. That is completely absurd. That's another easily 20-25 points on the board for Ukraine.
sensational start for the Ukrainian lineup, getting those back-to-back chicken dinners. It's going to be next to impossible for, I think, any team to catch up to them. All you have to do is just not get eliminated.
Look, we want to keep it. We want to keep it like.
So
we want to keep the suspense up, but at the same time,
do I predict them?
that would always be lying at this point.
That's true.
Yeah, that would always be lying at this point. We would love to stand here and say, wow, this is going to be easily catchable. No one's going to do it, but no, honestly, no. With this amount of performances, if there's anything even remotely close to what we've seen in the first 2 games coming out from Ukraine, and in even one of these rounds, only one of these rounds, I think it's going to be impossible. Either way, I do think we have the desk ready and waiting for you guys, so take it away.
7, a further counterpoint to your comment about Ukraine on Miramar. They just did it for me. What are you doing?
Ain't nobody catching him.
It's done.
And that's, of course, our expert analysis brought to us by SDC Play. No one's catching. Yeah, in Ukraine, what was there to say? I mean, obviously not the 19 eliminations, but back-to-back victories. They were already, 21 points, I think it was, ahead of anyone else. This is going to put them 30 to 40 points ahead. Like, it's going to be hard to catch this team.
On top of that, Thailand, once again, losing 2 players very early on, back-to-back games now. Ukraine, at this point, all they have to do now is just keep it going. They don't even have to, honestly, they don't have to win any more games. They just have to be consistent. They don't even have to get super high eliminations, maybe 5 to 7 points a match, because I don't think some of the other teams are going to be able to pop off. And now we kind of go back to what I was hinting at earlier is for a lot of the other teams, it's not about that first place anymore, right? It's going to be just more towards focusing on at least seeing if you can even breach top 3.
I think a lot of teams after this game are like, second place? Maybe second place.
Second place is pretty good.
Yeah, we'll take it. Yeah. So second place, the new first place. We'll see if they can get it. But like again, execution wide, upside on Ukraine, taking the city. Impala having all of the teams coming their way, picking up one by one, and then transitioning into fights to get the third parties. Oh wow! You know, really good.
Spicy hot.
Oh, caliente. Guatemala not here.
What?
Well, anyways, our highlights here brought to you by Savvy as we're taking a look at some of the crazy action happening. You know, you were preparing a beatbox for Havlik as you thought he would be able to push 1,000 damage, though I'm not quite sure it was going to happen. But this little play here, again, showing how smart Saudi Arabia are playing things out.
Yes.
Great ridge to play from. Really, you know that Brazil are fighting the entirety of Turkey. It's a really good ridge.
No, but the timing on it.
Yeah, and even though they're playing as duo only 7, they have a little bit of a split. Not too big, they're still sticking together, but they have a little bit of a split to overwhelm the teams with that ridge line. And at the end, Ukraine's involved. You're like, well, guess we'll die.
Yeah, and sadly for Saudi Arabia, the thing that didn't end up working out in the third party is they weren't able to pick up all the other eliminations, the knocks of Turkey that Brazil ended up inflicting, right? They weren't able to convert those into points for them. And I feel like that left a little bit to be desired for Saudi Arabia. But for them to take the initiative, right, this is now one of those teams that is going to be fighting for that top 3. And I feel like they definitely have a chance of being in the top 3. Good initiative.
Yep, agreed. I think that if they just keep it going like this, they can compete at the top. But Ukraine are going to be first place. Yeah. It's a fight for the podium right now. I think that there's just still going to be that much space remaining. So we'll see if it comes back.
Well, Max, that was only match 1 of day 3, remember?
Oh, you're right, yeah.
We still have 5 matches left to go. It is possible. I mean, technically it is possible. But as we heard the caster saying, what's up?
Ukraine would have to throw.
They would just have to. They would have to be eliminated early. All Ukraine has to do is just play it slow. You don't. You really don't need to get in any fights. You don't need to lose people early. Just survive to the later stages of the game. Get 3, 4, maybe 5 points a game, and no one's going to catch you.
Yeah. If Hodrix was here, he'd be like, hot drop. Hot drop right now. I mean,
who would hot drop?
Well, if Hodrix was here right now, he would be, let's go!
Didn't know Hodrix was here. No,
hey, I might be American, but I'm not Texan.
I don't know the difference that much.
There is a big difference between those 2 countries.
Texas is awesome. Anyways, hot drop. who would drop hot? I mean, Thailand definitely don't hot drop right now.
They're not even hot dropping. They're still dying. What's happening?
Exactly.
We don't know. I feel like some teams are maybe on the middle of the first page right now. We'll have to see, of course, what the leaderboards look like.
Yeah, I feel like that's a main one.
Yeah.
We'll wait.
We'll see.
We'll wait.
We'll keep it in mind.
You guys are already thinking about like the next matches. I'm still thinking about this match. I mean, we did have a big fight in Impala as well. Ukraine, the only team to survive out of this one. But it seems very similar to what we had in one of our first match. I think the first match of day 1 yesterday. not day 2, day 1.
Day 1 start of day.
Yes, day 1 start of day, where they were
First
in
area.
Yasnaya, right? And they were playing the southwest side of it, and they were the last team to leave pretty much Yasnaya, where they were trying to pick up eliminations.
Yeah, and it was a similar condition for Moldova that had a big split at the end. They had multiple angles to overwhelm Ukraine, and Ukraine were pushing together, but that is just how good the individual skills of the players are.
Well,
It was still a little bit scary,
I think
though.
Get Wrecked
It was scary.
kind of fluffed it a bit. He should have at least been able to knock one from that position, playing on the other side of that smoke that Ukraine put down, but he got nothing.
Yeah, I agree. But I just think, again, that Ukraine are just showing that if we stick together, we're just going to work so well together. We've got great team synergy, and we're just going to blast everyone on our path right now. And I think the Moldova, known as a more passive team, can't even put up a fair fight at that point because Ukraine are just going to steamroll everyone down one by one.
It's kind of like a message, right?
15 eliminations? That's like over double the points you said they get on average. 7?
Yeah. They're going to win.
You're out to get 7 this segment.
Counterpoint. No, you're right. I'm out to get 7.
Counterpoint. They're going to win again next game. Oh, imagine.
Counterpoint? That's a good point.
Well, then it'll be interesting because then it opens up the fight to top 3 even more, right? Because then a lot of the other teams are even going to have a chance possibly to go for the podium.
Very top
heavy.
Oh.
Or
very sponge effect, I think.
opposite of below and opposite of light.
what was it that you said yesterday?
I said high overweight.
Moldova, though, only getting 10 points themselves, only 4 eliminations. They did have the man advantage in that final fight versus Ukraine, but they let it squander, trying to get their res back in and let Ukraine get their reset. Kazakhstan, though, we haven't really talked too much about them. They were pretty consistent all day yesterday, though I think in match 1 they didn't get any points. I think it was just 2, and then here they get themselves 8. Thailand as well, as we mentioned, 7. And Saudi Arabia get themselves 6 points. Only 2 eliminations, though, which is kind of surprising.
And for Kazakhstan, I mean, this is a team that we did see them being able to pop off in certain matches, right? And especially in the second match of yesterday, and then the 6th match of yesterday, they ended up with over 20 points. But besides that, they did have a lot of single-digit matches. So for this team, if they want to maintain themselves even in the top 3, if they want to have a chance at the top 3, they're going to have to make sure to turn it on. And am I seeing that right? Tulika.
Yeah.
Over 1,000 damage. Max, man, take it away.
Avikana is the man of the hour. Give him a DBS and he becomes a real gangster. Oh yeah, there you go.
Only problem with that is it's not Havlik. Oh my god, it was Tulika.
But it's written Tulika. Is that Tulika?
I'll give it to you. That was solid.
Do you want to give it to him?
Yeah.
Okay,
He even wrote it down on his notes.
I haven't read it down.
And not, not in the doctor language that he usually speaks. Or writes down.
The doctor language that he writes in.
I can't read that. So.
No. Old Boy, 0 eliminations, 269 damage done. Doesn't need to do the damage, the rest of the team is able to pull it forward.
Yep.
And again, very strong courier, very strong team for them as they've been able to get that second victory back-to-back today. Now, the real question is, we've had two victories, yes. But what about third victory?
It's happening.
What map is it?
Erringo.
Counterpoint. They're actually really good on that map.
They have definitely won in that map.
I think they could do it again right now. But I think that other teams are going to start to get more desperate as the day goes on.
Yeah.
And because of that, it's going to get a bit spooky if you're currently
But counterpoint.
Counterpoint, okay.
If the other teams become more desperate, doesn't it become a little bit easier for Ukraine? Because now they're in a position where
you don't know what to expect.
Counterpoint to your counterpoint, to his point, teams get more desperate, make more mistakes. More eliminations for Ukraine confirmed.
Yeah, but counterpoint to your counterpoint to my point.
No, you missed one counterpoint in there.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay, I lost the plot.
But go ahead.
But
Counterpoint
teams
to
are
the power
becoming
of 4.
more unpredictable. You don't know what to expect. The meta's already weird. Teams are going to get weird. Everything's going to get weird. I don't know.
We're gonna go with
Counterpoint.
No, I mean, he's pretty right.
Oh man, total knocks. 2 away from it.
I don't know what to say to you about that 7, to be completely honest.
Nice.
I want to see overalls, actually. I want to get ahead into this, because I think that's what's really going to determine what our focus is in these next couple of matches, considering we already have such a big lead for Ukraine at the moment. Was I said 21 points?
Yeah, before
First place.
Nope. Oh, I got teased.
Damage-wise,
2,400 damage. You know what that means, Max?
that's just
Nothing.
thumbs up. You get thumbs up, and it's not even on camera.
Pretty good.
It's pretty.
You get to smile.
It is pretty good. It's way better than what I would do, so that's for sure. But yeah, Moldova though, actually a ton of damage, not a lot of conversion. Unfortunately, in the compound on the west, They did stay grouped in that one compound 7 for a long period of time, which is fine. You can do that. I just think that keeping your options open for late game transition and having 2-2 split would have been better. What counterpoint do you have?
Nothing.
Okay.
I have a counterpoint to my point that I made earlier. I'm
You're
counterpointing my
countering
point.
yourself.
Yes. I told you it's gonna get weird in
Pulled the
here. By the way,
universe card
Kazakhstan
on himself.
Kazakhstan being able to put up 8 eliminations, that's good for them.
But
oh,
no placement points.
Oh.
That's not going to be enough when you see Ukraine being so
no,
consistent.
I'm not saying for first place.
Oh, okay.
We're talking. Instead of the teams changing their mentality, I changed my mentality. Now it's Thor's top 3.
It really is second place is the new first place.
Yes.
Right now. Yeah, I agree.
Technically, second place is the first place after first place.
And technically we're on day 3. You know, everything's a mess. Okay.
Let's take a look here at overalls. Ukraine, oh my god, so much. 39 points ahead of anyone at the moment.
Okay.
90 eliminations. They almost have more limbs than our third place team has total points.
So how
do we think Ukraine's gonna win?
Yeah. How do we do this then? We give them the medals now? I don't know. Let's just wrap it up, I think. Man, Turkey, this is another game where they're in 7th position. They started off the day in 9th, so there is some kind of improvement, though catching up to Ukraine is nigh impossible.
Okay,
third
wait.
worst placement points this whole event.
Realistically, which teams do we think can even fight for top 3? I'm saying 5th place. We cut it off where Saudi Arabia is.
I'm cutting off. I'm cutting
out
fourth.
Vietnam and Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
I'm going top 3. I think Kazakhstan and Thailand are the only competition, and I don't know if I can even count in Thailand because they've been losing players every match.
No. I'm saying for top 3. I'm not saying for first place.
Oh.
Yeah. First place.
I'm gonna cut it off. I'm gonna cut that off at
top 5.
3.
Top 3.
I think top 3 are going to remain in top 3.
Honestly, I can see that happening too.
I could see Saudi Arabia being the only team to actually push in a top 3. I don't know, with the way
If we
Vietnam's
get a win.
playing, the way Brazil's been playing.
Like every team right now, 3 chicken dinners, 2 chicken dinners, 2 and 2 for Vietnam and Kazakhstan. You need to win Saudi Arabia.
And look at the drop off too after Saudi Arabia. Look at the drop off in regard to the placement points too. Nobody even close to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
So I want Saudi Arabia to get the win because I want them to be rewarded of how well they've been able to play here. And even with how well they've been able to play, it just hasn't been good enough because the other teams have just been so good.
It really feels like 2 games in a row now, more specifically for Saudi Arabia. Good games.
Yes.
Good matches, get some placement points, get some eliminations. They just don't have the players to be able to play, I think, the late game they want to play, which is the game-winning play a lot of the time, especially on the west of Rozhok. If they had 3-4 players, I'm telling you, they win that game. They outright win that game against Ukraine, but they keep losing players early, so you can't get a win. It's just how it goes.
I enjoyed the proactiveness that they have showed, especially in the first 2 games. That's the right path that we'll be seeing out of them. We just need a win. Please, Saudi Arabia, give us a win. Just one.
Okay, well, it's time to head over to our commentators. I'm sorry, that's story. You guys can't see him, but he's sitting there on his phone. And I say that, he immediately jumps to get back into his chair. I mean, your co-caster's not even here, so why would you think we're going to you? I don't know.
Sandstorm.
I don't know.
Poor guy. Poor guy. Well, it is time to take a look at our Kitty MVP. As you know, we have to see our MVP first, Sandstorm, before we do head over to you guys, which means it's going to be coming soon. I scared production as well, apparently.
Nice.
Tulika getting the MVP. 9 eliminations, 1,000 damage. Pretty good.
It's a real gangster.
Wait, how did I scare production? They're the ones cueing me when we go to cast.
They're just like, what? What's going on?
They're just saying Metallica in their head.
Yeah.
Enter the Sandman.
That's a good song.
But Tulika is the man of the hour.
He's the man of your dreams. You wish you could put up those eliminations.
You wish you had my damage. But no, he's been really on point. Tulika's been a standout alongside Zerich for the longest time, ever since they joined Mad Balls, and he's been looking good. And at least he made it to the international event, unlike the rest of his team.
Jeez. Tell us how you really feel about his teammates.
That's how I really feel.
So Tulika's the best player in that?
I think that he's proven recently that yes.
Okay.
Well, I heard
Should he
Foops
maybe
Man
switch teams?
joining Mad Bulls.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. I like Foops, man. The Foopsening is happening. Though he hasn't been playing. So,
Yeah, I wonder actually if he is actually here or if he was just on the roster when he came to qualifiers.
If they want to use the sub, he's going to have to use a plane to get in right now. Like, I'm in another country right now. It's a bit rough.
Someone caused a tech problem.
Delay
Delay for his flight.
Pull the plug.
Well, it is time to head to our casters momentarily here, but again, we have Ukraine just dominating the lobby at the moment. I think all 5 of us are going to agree if they do it yet again and win another chicken dinner, I think that's it. Ukraine, they're done. They're going to be our champions here at the GEG. But it's time to head to our commentators. And now, officially, Sandstorm, hope your heart has stopped racing. Take it away.
You probably lost some hairs.
Thank you very much, boys. And yes, that it did. And no, I think my hair is pretty fine at the moment. You know, it's better than Maxman's. That's all that matters. I'll take that. Thing is, like, Maxman doesn't even attack me. It's the other boys, and I can see him like gearing up to join us on the caster desk again. He's already like warming up. So you know, come on, I'm ready. Let's go. Bring it, Max. All right, ladies and gentlemen, bring it as much as Ukraine brought it in today's games. Back-to-back in game number 1 and game number 2. And like the boys said, if they manage to get one more, that would be their 4th out of this game so far. And that would definitely cement themselves as first place. Let's see if they manage to do it on the next map, which is, of course, going to be Erangel. And map number 4 is going to be Sandhawk. Don't worry, it's coming. It's happening. But we might not even have to play it at this point if Ukraine go for another win.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, I gotta agree with Seven. What Seven just said at the very beginning of the death segment. I don't even think they need to win one. I think it's a very
hold up. Wait a minute.
Oh
God.
no, he's coming with a biscuit. Leave me out of this.
Oh wow!
That's even worse than getting beat up. What in the actual? That is even worse. Yeah, but I agree with what Seven just said to finish that point. I think just a very few points are needed to close out this thing. I think just in theory, if you get 2, 3, 4 points even, just every single game from now on out, someone's still gonna have to take at least 2 chicken dinners to catch up to you. So, in my opinion, it's gonna be really rough. Either way, we will get started into this 3rd match of day number 2 as we are approaching that 3/4 mark of the maps that have been played.
Yeah, and now looking towards that plane path coming up from the southeastern side, passing right over Novo. We see a couple teams already dropping in Nigeria and Sri Lanka. I'm not sure which one of those is going to be going to Nova. They usually drop around Milta and Milta Power. Sri Lanka likes to go for the Milta Power, drop in the beginning of the game. Hopefully, for the players' sake, we have a mainland zone. But you know what? I want this game to be entertaining. I want chaos. I want a military base island. I want a military base zone.
No.
Yes. And I think Seven agrees.
This one.
Seven does agree. We want to see a military island zone starting off. And I want it to be like zone 1. So it's not even a 50-50. It's you have to go to the military island right now.
Look, I think we had this discussion on the first day where I said generally. So I gotta go back just a little bit. Generally, I think military zones, yes, everyone's gonna hate them as players, but in this lobby, I can't even argue that much against it because, as I already mentioned, I think it only really gets tough in lobbies where everyone knows each other and everyone knows what they're doing. And if the timings aren't set correctly, if you don't know what the other teams are doing in these specific circles at what time, then it still becomes very possible. And it's more about improvising. It's come back to that natural kind of what is important in PUBG Mobile. So I'm not even against it at this point. I know I just said I don't want to see it, but if I'm being very honest, I would find it very entertaining as well.
Yeah, but what we are seeing right now is an early fight between Sri Lanka and Guatemala near Primorsk, or rather near Milta Power on the southeastern side of the mainland. We also saw Algeria having a little bit of a problem in the early stages. I think they had a knock, but they were able to get their... No, they were not able to get their revive. And it's okay. That is a knock with a Scorpion, if I'm not mistaken, from Prestige and the Saudi Arabian team. I don't think I've ever personally seen that on the elimination feed before. A knock with a Scorpion.
No, I don't think so either. At least not in competitive play.
Yeah.
I've been knocked with a Scorpion a million times in pubs, but at least not in competitive
Actually,
play.
you know what?
That's an interesting one.
Speaking of loadouts, what would be your ideal loadout? Just like weapons-wise. What would you go for?
I'm still in the SMG meta because I'm just too bad for the minis and for the DMR meta that is coming up right now. So if I were good, I would say Mini 14 M4.
I think you're good.
No, I'm not. Look, I don't even play with gyroscope. I think we've been through this.
Yeah, true. I'm just
I
trying to be positive with you.
Look,
you
for
know?
the mini, you didn't even need gyroscope. That's a good thing.
That's
though.
true.
But I'm just trash anyways.
It's fine. That's why you're here.
That's why I'm here. Yes. But no, otherwise I think UMP M4 is still my preferred meta. Like if I play pubs right now, I'm looking for UMP M4.
Okay. Well, at the moment we're seeing Prestige with a VSS. Okay. Wait, VSS and the S12 shotgun. Okay, very interesting loadout. Maybe he didn't have a lot of options, but At the end of the day, got him the first elim of the game for his team. Good start for the guys. Let's hope that they don't really suffer any losses in the early stages and come out with a good performance, because in this game they really have to catch up and they really have to get as many points. And of course, you need Ukraine to get eliminated early on for a chance to be available for all the other teams. So I think starting this game, like, they have to get eliminated early. If they survive top 2, top 3, it's just going to be very difficult.
The question is, at what point do the rest of the teams? I'm saying the rest of the teams, but honestly, it's just Kazakhstan and Thailand at this point, right?
That's true.
They really have an actual chance. At what point do they go ahead and hot drop them?
Now,
or try to chase them?
it would have been this game.
I don't think so.
Because here's the thing.
You still need a win first of all.
But
even if they go out, you still don't catch them.
But still, you need to give yourself as many chances as possible. If you eliminate them, for example, in this game number 3, you make the I want to say, like, game number 4, they don't have to eliminate Ukraine early on. So, like, the earlier that you take the gamble, I guess it just gives you a better idea of what kind of game plan you need to have in the upcoming games. The longer you wait, the harder it's going to be.
Yeah, but still,
because, like, let's say you get a chicken dinner.
At this point, you can still very much do it out of your own power. If you still take, if you
not if they survive, though. Like, here's the thing: if you ignore the threat that is Ukraine in this tournament, then you wait for one more game, then that's the thing. You can't allow them the opportunity to survive the early stages of the game. If you eliminate them, it's just easier. Let me put it this way: I
think the probability is higher if you don't ultra right now, get a win on your own. Even if Ukraine gets like a couple of points, even if they get like second place or something, make sure you're at least close enough for that when you actually eliminate them in the early game, you can catch up in the exact same game. Because that's kind of the whole thinking process behind it, right? You eliminate them, and then you get enough points in that very same round to catch them. I don't think this is happening right now anyways. Even if they eliminate them right now, you can't make 30 eliminations. I mean, you can, but you're just not gonna. You can't make 30 eliminations and win the game at the same time and hard job in the early game. I think I've never seen that happen.
I think
that would be a massive task.
I think eliminating Ukraine, that would just make it. You'd freeze their points, and not only do you yourself get an opportunity, but let's say for Kazakhstan and for Thailand, both of these teams would have a chance to catch up. You're talking about a 30-point difference already. So you're talking about 2 games that you need Ukraine to die early, and you need to get yourself a decent amount of points. Because here's the thing: the longer that Ukraine survive, we know that they're going to at least come out with 4 or 5 elimination points. So they're still going to be making your task a lot harder if they survive. So if you eliminate the threat early on, it just becomes so much easier in the later stages of the tournament.
It does, but obviously Ukraine is not going to go down without a fight. So
oh no, God no.
Yeah, I think that's still, I don't know. I wouldn't call it just yes and idea, but I think there isn't necessarily a right or wrong. I think you very much could. Either way, 40 points for these teams at the very top. Especially, once again, we were talking about Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Thailand. So Thailand and Kazakhstan, 40 points is going to be the goal that they need to catch up on when it comes to Ukraine. And there we have them. They will once again start in the very circle center. Very map center, excuse me. Good looting spot as well. Obviously, that was a good circle for them in the game just at the start of the day. But definitely not a gifted win. Not by any means whatsoever, despite that circle going to, going in and around their loot spot. Doesn't really matter if there's so many teams crashing you in phase 3 and 4 already. Yeah. So that you actually have to fight all of them as well. And they weren't necessarily in a good spot to begin with.
It's like, for example, in game 1 of day 1, you had a circle that revolved around Yasnaya. We thought that, hey, Brazil, that's where they drop, so they should have a massive advantage, but they didn't manage to get a lot of points in that first game.
That's the thing. If it shifts on your loot spot and it's the city itself, that's way worse than it actually shifting. Let's say they would have played. Let's say they would have played like the compound, just what's a good explanation? Okay, look, Gatka, for example. Gatka wouldn't really call it a city, but if it shits to Gatka 7 or 8 times, you're getting the win. No, like it's hard to. It's not even that hard to breach. Gatka's a bad example as well, but you get what he's saying. If it shifts to your compound 7 or 8 times, it's a whole different story than if it shifts to your city 7 or 8 times. Because at that point, if you can hold the compound, you're going to win the game. If you hold the city, that's almost an impossible scenario. Someone's going to breach at some point.
Yeah, because we've seen so many city finishes in this one. I think we've already had 3.
Which is crazy, right?
It is a little bit ridiculous, but I love seeing how the teams adapt to that. Which teams are the ones that are actually proactive? Which are the aggressive ones? Which are the ones that are making the play, going for the push, getting the elims that they need? That's always something that we have to watch out for. 16 teams still alive. We've only had a couple of losses here and there. Algeria, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Somalia, and Guatemala all losing out on 1 player each. 59 still left to go. Stage number 1 should be closing in very, very shortly as well. Let's see what the teams are going to decide to do. Somalia, they're starting today with 19 points. I believe in 12th or 13th place at the moment. Maybe hoping to go for a... I mean, podium finishes, again, impossible. So it's just about getting the best possible result by the end of the day. Looking towards the shift from the zone here. Kuwait on the northernmost side of the map, near Stalber.
Nice,
yeah, it's going to be very good for them. But like the presence of Turkey, Nigeria, and Brazil towards that center of the zone, I wonder how many of them are going to make it out alive. And I mean, here, once again, we're seeing a zone that still does contain Yasnaya. If we see a shift towards the west, then I want to see what Brazil and Influence Rage are going to be able to do with this endgame.
Yeah. Brazil, I especially want to see Brazil now. This is that kind of circle shift. They didn't make it work the last time. It was close around Yasnaya, almost even ended in Yasnaya. Now this time around, it's I wouldn't say a more difficult circle even. But they've got good circle shifts, good rotation so far. They secured that 1 single-story compound just to the east of the city. Question is, where's the rest of the players go? Do you continue playing with the police station? Not really the winning kind of position just yet, but it's a good spot inside the circle for starters, to be honest. Once again, not going to win you the game, essentially. Haven't really seen an ending towards the police station.
I don't think we've had that.
Just shifts away from it, but at least you're inside of it, and you can have lots of information on to where to go next.
Let's see what Nigeria are going to be able to do here. They're trying to see if they can get a knock onto one of the members from Brazil as they rotate. So not going to be able to do anything there. They're still going to be holding out in their position just east of Yasnaya Poliana. Nigeria as well, one of the teams currently in 14th with 16. Well, they started off the day in 14th place with 16 points. Heading into game number 3, let's see if they manage to change things up. Brazil suffer a knock at a distance. Just nothing that's going to cause a team or allow a team to go for a full aggressive push at this point. You'd still be too exposed to multiple teams. So there's no need for you to just overextend for no reason. Now, I'm really looking forward to where that next shift is going to go. Because we do have a lot of teams concentrated towards the, I want to say the south and the center of the zone.
Big greetings, by the way, to all the guys supporting Somalia in the chat. I think you guys out there are doing an amazing job. Goes to show you how many different nations, continents, and just players from all around the world we have playing here. And obviously fans at home watching this show as well. So shout out to the Somalian fans as well. We have seen you, we have noticed you, and thanks for supporting your team.
Yeah, we thank you very much for being present with us on the live stream. And again, we do love to mention how important it is to support your teams, regardless of what's happening throughout the day. It really does mean a lot to every single one of those players, and it really does boost their confidence as they go into these next few games, seeing 100%. That they do have their own supporters helping them out, pushing them forward. And now Moldova trying to see if they can actually push forward as well. Volley, I would not get back in that buggy. He's going to instantly get knocked and finished by Ketch and the Turkish squad. And it's going to be Lutz who secures the point, I believe, as he secures the LM. And the zone does shift towards the northwestern side, so Yasnaya is still there. And I believe Brazil is going to be holding out in the police station, if not just near to it. Saudi Arabia and Thailand holding out on the northern side of Yasnaya as well. Could we be seeing yet another city finish? I think the next zone will be able to tell us a little bit more.
That would be the biggest categories of them all, because I literally just said it's not going to finish there. If it actually does shift towards the east,
then I really did infect you. Aha.
Yes, then I'm gonna 100% gonna agree with you. I just don't think that's the possibility, though. I've never seen a finish close to the police station. Just never.
Like
never even close to the 1 story.
It would be. We've seen a team hold like I think it was like towards George Pool rather, where we've had a finish with that was one of the city finishes that we had actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was towards the north side of George Pool. And yeah, like you had one of those teams that was also holding out in a police station near there. They had a lot of high ground, but I think it was Kazakhstan who was able to hold it up, and they were pushing Algeria towards that highest floor. And they had a great angle on so many teams trying to make an entrance into those last few zones. But it was just a lot of nades coming towards them that didn't give them the opportunity. So I do want to see how it's going to play out this time around. since it's going to be in Yasnaya.
Definitely.
So, I think this has been one of the quieter games that we've had.
I
Like
think
we're
so too.
13 minutes, 14 minutes in, and we've only lost 9 players so far. We haven't lost a single team yet.
Lots of these teams just making sure they get into relatively safe spots. And then again, obviously, with the city being inside and lots of compounds on the south and eastern side, just north of Mansion, plenty of options to play in terms of hardcover positions. No one really needing to find anything just yet. And there's no winning spot just yet as well. That's what I want to touch on. No winning spot that's worth fighting over, because the next zone, that's going to be the most important one. Right now, you can't really tell where it's going to go. I kind of want to say it has to go southeast or like north, just away from Yaz.
I think this zone does what the zone wants to do.
I guess so. But I mean, there are tendencies, to be honest.
True, true.
Which is very important as well to analyze that as a PUBG Mobile player. It's one of the key things analysts should do as well. There's lots of different patches and zones behave differently depending on what kind of patch you play on, but there are circle tendencies, and yeah, man, back in the day, we did so much work in that regard. And there's lots of stuff to be found out. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh boy, guess what? Look at the zone.
That's legitimately
I'm
crazy.
sorry. Where did you say it's not going to finish?
I have no clue about these circles anymore. I have no clue about these circles anymore. I am very much out of the meta, apparently. Good Nate. Fidan is going to take down Prestige. And that's going to be a good entry inside the city. Lots of these teams will be fighting for that remaining space, especially these buildings that we're seeing right now. These are on the very edge. These give you breathing room. These will be able to, have cars all around these buildings that are being safe from any opposing teams on the outside of the city, and thus make these positions very valuable.
Look at Easy's position. He just takes a lot of damage from Ida's nade by mistake there, so he's forced to heal. Also, if you look at the elimination feed too, Ukraine is just going on a rampage. They managed to eliminate every single member from the Serbian squad, and now they are heading towards the Guatemalan team too. Looks like they might be able to get a few more. Easy gets knocked out, as you see at the elimination feed, by the hands of the Kuwaiti team. Old Boy trying to see if he can find the right angle on that last member, but looks like Tulika will be feeling a little bit of that pressure from the other teams. Pan gets spotted out by Old Boy. Old Boy seeing if he can get that final elim, get that extra point, just to cement themselves as that number one.
Easy just got taken out by Ida's nade.
Yeah, he was already knocked, so if that finish, that's just going to go in favor of Kuwait, and that's going to make it even harder for them to hold out in that position. And now we're seeing it's going to be a lot of open areas towards that northeastern side of the map. I'm very curious to see how that zone is going to shift. Which team's going to be able to take advantage of it. Kvik is also going to get knocked out here. Ukraine are going to be down to 2 members. If they get eliminated here, this would benefit quite a lot of teams. But still, I believe they have around 6, maybe 7 elims. So that's still a decent amount of points that they managed to secure. And I think if they get 3 more, they will break the 100 point, or rather the 100 elim mark. Let's see if they manage to do so. Tulika, or Havlik rather, gets exposed to Ida. And Ida will try to secure it, and looks like it will be Kajowski who steals that one away.
Goes the way of the Brazilian team, as Kazakhstan continues to fight, but they've already lost a player as well, and they've gotten some downs too, and that's disastrous, because that is the round right now, where both of these teams, Thailand and Kazakhstan, have an option to catch on to Ukraine. Ukraine has gotten some of the frags that they wanted to have in this round, so the points that they wanted to gather. I think Old Boy has got 1 or 2 frags, and we're going to have to take a look and see, and there's only 1 player still left standing. Or rather, there is still 1 player standing, so it's not, they're not out of the question just yet, but it's definitely not going to be one of the big rounds that we've seen so far.
Nigeria at the moment trying to see if they can get that last member into the zone. Maybe if he can get the revive onto Q here, they might be able to get a few more points in their favor and just, have a better finish in the global esports games. Keep in mind that we did bring this up on day 1 that in certain qualifiers, they did participate in Erangel and Miramar, but in some tournaments or in some qualifiers, they were playing on the smaller maps due to having less teams participating in the qualifiers. And I always believed that was something that was definitely going to impact the way that they were going to play and how many points that they were able to get. We see the zone shift again towards a little bit of the eastern side, I believe. So we have a little bit of a city finish along with some open ground towards the northeast. It's your fault, by the way.
It is my fault.
Good job.
Yeah.
You literally said that that's where it's not going to finish. And guess what?
Yeah, apparently I literally don't have a clue.
Good job.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, look, on the other hand, I did want to see Brazil take a win.
True.
And so maybe it was planned all along. You don't know. Maybe I tried to trick the Circle gods.
Listen, are you from the future? Are you one of those guys that's from the future that just predicts
it's just
something?
one of my 200 IQ plays. It's just nothing special, just casually dropping the counter psychology Circle prediction. I don't even know. Anyways, yeah, Circle does go the way of Yasnaya again. The police station, where I thought it was never going to finish, is deep center right now. We're already in stage 5. So it's going to be even more interesting to see how this one's gonna shift in the next 2 or 3 phases. Brazil, though, as I said, in return, not only a good position, but right now lots of elimination potential as well.
And that's what they have. And looking towards Kuwait as well, having control of those buildings toward the northwest. They might be able to take out the Kazakhstan representatives here. Peeking towards Floki, he's able to get into the building. Ragnar not able to take advantage of that opportunity. And now Kazakhstan going to try and apply a little bit of pressure towards that area. But still, Kuwait are 4-man strong. Looking towards that elimination feed, though. Myanmar starting to apply a little bit of that pressure. Thailand as well, jumping into the fray, taking out Sri Lanka in 11th place.
Wow. And Myanmar, once again, still standing strong. I'm so surprised with their performance. Sure, they haven't had the best of days today, but the day yesterday was pretty decent for the amount of experience that this lineup has, especially Yadka. I think time and time again, he's had some not only massive nades, I want to say, but also some massive frags. So good on Myanmar. I think they're representing their country very, very well so far.
And looking towards the elimination feed, Ukraine was eliminated, but so was Kazakhstan, meaning this game is the opportunity and is the chance for Thailand to come out with a chicken dinner and catch up to the leaders. The question is, can they? Does their position give them this opportunity? I think it's going to be quite difficult. Moldova bites the dust here. Now Saudi Arabia. Everyone's shooting at Nigeria right now, trying to see if they can actually secure the elims. Looks like they will go in favor of Saudi Arabia in prestige. And I think maybe one of them went to... No, Brazil didn't get any one of those elims. But look at the zone, with Brazil holding out on the outskirts in the police station of Yasnaya, and 4 squads so far on the western side. If the zone does shift towards the open ground, it's just going to be open season for Brazil. They're going to be able to get so many elims, so many points, and just have I want to say, get a little bit closer to that podium finish, because first place is, it's a bit of a leap for Brazil right now.
Yeah, 100%. It would elevate them, though, massively, not only in the leaderboard, but I think just confidence-wise, too. And that's what we want to see, another contender up towards the top 5. One of them right now is Kuwait. They did have a very difficult game in the one that just finished in towards the Rozok Hills. Weren't able to close that one out. Lost that 4-4-5 with the team that would later on to... would go on to finish, not only win the game, but also make, 19 eliminations, I think, something like that. Just absolutely massive. So let's see if they can take this chance.
Wow. Looking towards, we'll get to the zone in a bit. We want to focus on the fight between Saudi Arabia and Kuwait right now as Prestige manages to take out Ragnar. The advantage is going to be in favor of Saudi Arabia at the moment, securing 1-2, and that's going to be the third. One player left to go. It is going to be Mishal in a 1v1 now after taking out Prestige, but... or rather taking out Aida, and Prestige cleans it up. 7th elim for Saudi Arabia as they take out Kuwait. And I believe this is the 3rd time maybe that we've seen Saudi Arabia and Kuwait fight against each other, and Saudi Arabia comes out on top at the end of the fight. And this is just in today's games, I believe.
Yeah. Massive stuff. Saudi Arabia making sure to at least secure these elimination points. Very unfortunate that they weren't able to close this out cleanly, because I think they would have still had a chance.
Yeah.
But I say that with a big but, because the circle shifted out of Yasnaya towards the south as much as it potentially could. And that's where at least some of my circle predictions come back in. That's not a random shift. That right there is a very, I don't want to say predictable one, but that's the shift that was definitely there and has something to do with the algorithm. Good shots, though, coming out from Turkish team, to be exact, as they get eliminated as well, though, not before picking up some of the Vietnamese players and securing themselves a top 5 finish. Something that we haven't really seen in, I think, the last 6 or 7 games at all from Turkey.
Yeah, and now Brazil having the best opportunity possible to get themselves a chicken dinner, as the zone favored them time and time again. Federal with that Groza, with the ghillie suit on top of ability. I'm not sure people are going to fall for that one, but okay, we'll see what they do. Prestige gets knocked out and finished by Yahiko and Myanmar. Aida gets the revenge, gets the knock onto Myanmar, but now it's going to be all up to Yatka, Federal, and Brazil with a lovely lookout here towards the last two members. That nade, is it going to be right on top of them? Yes, it is. It's a decent bit of damage, but it's not enough to take them out. Brazil, 9 elims to their name so far. And they have the best position possible to take out everyone coming out from Yasnaya. And Thailand also in a good position here. If Thailand just waits until it's a 4v4 between them and Brazil, then it's just going to be the zone who decides who's going to have a bigger advantage in the end game.
That is crazy that Thailand is still standing 4-man strong. They need, at this point, with only 2 eliminations, they need to win this game. They need to win this game to have any chance of catching Ukraine. Because otherwise, it's what? It's going to be maybe not even double digits. If they go out right now, I think it's not even double digits. They're going to get 6 points through placements, excuse me, 5 points through placements, and just these two in top. And I'm fairly certain they're not going to go out in third, but even second is a very real possibility. They need to clean up this lobby, and they need to set themselves up for it.
Now, I'm not sure what Thailand's plan is here. They have a lot more room to work with than Brazil does. They have a better line of sight on Brazil and any kind of rotation that they might want to try and pull off here. Sky only. I think he's a little bit too aggressive, and they know exactly where he is. Question is, I mean, look at that. With the zone finally shifting away from the police station, this should be Thailand's game. But they need to get as many points as possible just because Ukraine and Kazakhstan were taken out early on in the game. So this should be their opportunity to get as many points as possible. But Sky only, why?
Wow.
Why are you pushing? You should have just waited for the zone. You had the advantage. You need to get as many limbs as possible here to catch up.
That's going to hurt so much. I mean, Thailand had everything. They had the support in the back. They had one player already up towards the warehouse, which is, I think, wasn't necessarily a bad play. You can have him in there if he does make his way, because you've got the support of the rest of your boys in the back. But if you die there, you are eliminated, and you should know that. So your sole reason for being there is pretty much just play anchor so that your teammates, if it does indeed shift north, can rotate off towards you. But yeah, not going to happen. It's going to be 3 and 4. And that's going to mean that Thailand is down 1 man, and man advantage back on Brazil. With their equipment, with the amount of utility they should have, having just sat in police station for the entirety of the game, surely they're going to be favored to win this one, aren't they?
Yeah, and now the fact that they have the numbers advantage for Brazil, the game is in their hands. And Thailand, again, I still don't understand why Sky only went for that push. Look at the split that they had. They would have been able to expose every single one of them. Now Federal with a lovely knock onto Joker. Now it's going to be a 4v2 at the end of this game, but Myanmar still having 2 players present. They might be able to turn things around here and maybe even steal a couple of limbs, because Joker's a little bit exposed right now.
He does not have any healing stuff. He does not have first aid. He doesn't even have anything anymore. And his teammates at this point, 100% doesn't either. Otherwise, they would just trade things out and make sure he's going to get back up onto what's his 75 HP. More shots coming in. Joker is on the ground, and he's just barely hanging on to his life. Now he's going to be eliminated, and that's another frag going the way of Brazil. 11 eliminations at this point. And Thailand, I mean, that was the game they needed to catch up to Ukraine. How? I just want to see the player come of Ukraine now, because they must be celebrating. That is the one position where I thought Thailand was going to have the massive advantage, and they're just throwing it away right now.
They threw it with Sky only going for the push. They threw it again with exposing one of their other players. It's just, I'm not sure what the decision-making process there was from Thailand. And now Brazil, with the 12 elims that they have for themselves, they're going to be trying to push as much as they can. Noise just throwing out a couple of nades here. Decent bit of damage onto Federal. Tries to go for the peak. Gets the first one. Lovely, but he's going to be exposed to the other lineup. And now Tiger bites the dust, takes 3rd place, and it's going to be Myanmar stealing 2nd. He even took the elim on Tiger there at the end of the game, but still a 4v1. This game should be Brazil's pretty easily. And we talked about this in the early stages. If the zone was going towards Yasnaya, it happened before for Brazil, but they decided to go away from the city, away from their drop location, and they didn't get the chicken dinner. This time around, they're not making the same mistake, and that should be that. Law with the nade. Pretty easy finish for Brazil, and they get themselves a winner chicken dinner.
I mean, we got to talk about Thailand, though. Man, oh man, oh man. I really don't want to talk bad about any of the teams, and I can understand the thinking process behind it. They just lost the players on the 1v1 fight, but to get to the point that Sky only, I think he was the first one to go down, that he dies right there. I think that was the one thing that was 100%. I mean, I got to rewatch. I don't want to say 100%, but I think that was that just was not allowed to happen. I think he knows that as well. That was the one thing that was just not allowed to happen. As soon as he fell, it was clear that Brazil was just going to get the angles, that they would have a very easy thing of pushing the ridge lines, and they all did it very, very methodical as well. You could see as soon as they wanted to push that ridge line, they did so by grouping up all towards the eastern side and make sure they all go up the same kind of road towards the hill. And at that point, you know that Thailand is going to be split across this ridgeline, so you're not going to have a 1-on-2 immediately. It's going to be a 1-on-1, 1-on-4 scenario, depending on who's going to be there. So crazy stuff coming out from Brazil. Very methodical play, but then again, they did get the zone too.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, that's the kind of mistake that you really shouldn't have made as Thailand, especially with Ukraine being eliminated, Kazakhstan also being taken out early on. This should have been the game that gave you the opportunity to catch up. You didn't even have to apply the pressure on Ukraine yourself. And the thing is, I think even Ukraine had 6 or 7 elims by the end of that game.
Yeah.
And the fact that Thailand didn't have enough, I think they didn't really gain much from that game. But we'll learn a little bit more from the analyst desk as we're going to throw it over to them after the end of game number 3. Take it away, boys.
I don't know, you guys are doing a fantastic job of teaching us, because I did learn that last match that if I died, I do indeed get eliminated. That was very important for me to learn because I am very inexperienced. But gentlemen, that was Brazil taking home the victory. 7? Let's hear it.
Do Brazil! Ah, finally, man. I couldn't even do that at PMGC. Jeez.
I just
been holding on to that for like 2 weeks.
And of course, that's the expert analysis you bring to us by
that's
STC Play. It's just do Brazil. They take, I mean, Maxi called it like 3 or 4 zones ahead of time. They have the best position, and they close out the game.
Guess what? It's a strong building
And
on the
strong
outside of a
buildings
city.
Are
Pretty good.
pretty good.
Pretty good,
Yeah.
No, it's on the outside of a city, right? And it's got a high ground position. You've got so many windows to peek from, so you're very unpredictable in terms of where you're going to be shooting from. If you leave the city, you're dead. If you try and enter the city, you're dead because you got eliminated. So I think Brazil just knew how valuable a spot like that was. But I still feel like there was a smidge of circle luck.
Yes.
So I feel like this is still
for sure.
This is not the game I expected from Brazil to pop off.
Not even a smidge of circle luck. I would say a lot of luck for them to be able to not really have to move, stay within that building as well. And towards the end, I've actually felt like Thailand was going to be able to do a little bit more, but they decided to send it, and it was right. Didn't seem like a bit of a throw because they gotta have Brazil pushing onto them anyways. They decided to take a different angle, and we're talking about teams being a little bit too split. I feel like that was a perfect example right there from Thailand.
Well, we can see here our highlights brought to you by Savi in this one. And not to mention, I mean, we had Ukraine. They went out early. Kazakhstan, they went out early. This is a chance, these are the casters say, that Thailand could catch up in points, Vietnam could catch up in points, potentially teams like Brazil could as well. But it's also a little bit of, for Saudi Arabia it was very important too. But it's unfortunate for some of the teams that you saw Saudi Arabia. I mean, Max, in your notes, you wrote down a very important note here for that last clip we saw.
Ida! 3 exclamation points.
Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. And it's well deserved.
It is.
Counterpoint.
Exclamation mark.
I didn't hear anything what we just said.
Yeah, I don't think any of us heard anything there. They didn't get the chicken dinner.
No, but they had a really good game. Again, like they were
Again.
Okay, that's the thing. It's like a pretty good game, but you want the game.
Yes.
They haven't had the game yet. It's going to happen, I think. Like they've shown again that when it comes to taking fights, they can do it. Pushing against a slot like where Brazil were at that time, nigh impossible. Like it's just not going to happen.
And during Ida, when you actually wrote that note, I mean, that was well deserved for him to get
so
his
good.
props because he sent it. He made sure to confirm the points because this is a team that's currently fighting for the top 3, making sure he confirmed the points. Then he went up to the stairs and pretty much infected some damage onto the other player. He did get knocked out, but his teammate was right there to back him up. So overall, great play by Saudi Arabia.
Actually, good on Kuwait. I think how they played it. Sure, they died upon that push. Unfortunately, they weren't able to quite deal with.
And dying means you get eliminated. Don't forget.
It's true. That's
right there on the spot.
I don't have to talk anymore. He's just done all the work for me. I don't But Kuwait actually, in the northern side next to Stolber, understood that the circle, not the best. Let's try and go for a wide rotation. But then the circle was really rough against them, and it was just forcing them all the time in the city, and they couldn't escape it. So Kuwait, I feel like unfortunately the circle's not been kind to them, and they haven't found the best way to deal with it. But they still tried to get at least a few eliminations here and there.
Yep.
Okay, but what about Vietnam and Turkey? They went head-to-head in a little bit of a clash against two teams who desperately need the points, though Turkey are a little bit farther behind than obviously Vietnam there. And I thought that was going all the way to Vietnam until DBS.
Yeah. I'm going to show you, like, I'm going to do a very visual representation of that fight of Vietnam versus Turkey.
What?
That was bad. That was pretty bad. No,
Are they sneezing at each other?
No, it was a fight in the open that didn't even give them that much of an advantage, in my opinion. I feel like if you want to play the long game, you could send in the fields, or the open position around Heaven, I think was a really good option to go for. Actually, Heaven not played that much. I know how much a strong position that is for you,
like
Jason.
Heaven.
You love Heaven. He's
Heaven
a big
is probably
fan.
my favorite position.
Yeah, and it wasn't used that much, which is very odd to me because in terms of scouting to see what's happening in the city and between Heaven and the city, one of the best spots, like completely uncontested.
And this is the second match now in Erangel where we see a prominent position not being taken by some of these teams, which is wild, right? In the first Erangel, it was gas station all the way to the west of the circle by the east of Watertown, and then now we got Heaven not being used wisely.
I think because the level of this lobby is so like topsy-turvy, I think some teams just expect, okay, that's such a good position, it's going to be taken.
Yep.
Whereas normally at that high levels, you might scout that position and realize, oh, it's actually open, we're going to send it, whereas some teams might just completely skip it altogether.
Actually, speaking of that, I'm trying to think of scouting. How often have we seen like proper scouting happening in these matches when it comes to going to these compounds? I feel like we've seen a lot of teams just end up sending it without actually sussing things out.
Yeah, actually, now that you pointed out,
We haven't really seen that many.
No, that's true.
I'm trying to think of yesterday one like good situation, but it was always like, okay, that team did not scout at all.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a look at our leaderboards here from this last match. Do Brazil, 24 points with the 14 eliminations behind them. That is definitely going to help them catch up in the leaderboards. Obviously, getting to first place is still going to be difficult because Ukraine still got, even going out early, 7 eliminations.
Yeah, I was about to say Saudi Arabia. That's pretty good. We're not seeing Ukraine. I'm like, oh, they still got 7 points. So that catch up is not happening. 7.
Yeah, and then on top of that, you have Thailand being able to get 7 points. Where's 4? Oh, okay, Kazakhstan with 4. There you go. That's what I was looking for.
So that lead grew by another 3 points for Ukraine.
Yeah, so even if Brazil is doing good for a team that's wanting to get into the top 3, this is what we're afraid of, right? They are going to be able to. It's going to be a little bit too late for this team to actually start performing, putting up good numbers, but they have to close the gap. And right now, with some of the teams that are currently in the top 3 still putting up numbers, it's going to be super hard.
And this sucks that Brazil won. No.
Whoa!
Whoa! Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Let me finish. It sucks that Brazil won for Vietnam, Thailand, etc. trying to catch up to Ukraine. Right, 7. That's what I meant because that's a point sponge in itself. So
can't wait to see your messages on Instagram.
Oh no!
Maxman hates Brazil.
AFK Gaming report on Instagram.
Maxman
hates Brazil.
No, just 7.
What? I love Brazil. You hate Brazil?
No, just you.
You said you hate that Brazil won.
But it can't, don't try and twist my words.
Someone get the clip out.
That is what you said, though.
You just do a 5-second clip, my career, it's done.
No
It's
context, just Maxman said hates that Brazil won. Okay, got it.
I'll take a look here at our stats as well for the players. You're lucky.
No 1,000 damage, yes!
You're kind of happy now to see no 1K damage ever. Federal, 826 damage with 4 eliminations. Law get in there with 4 eliminations. Kayovs get in there with 5 eliminations. And Flores in 1 elimination.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice to see them being able to get a chicken dinner, but man, what a disappointing performance it has been for this team. One of the teams that I personally had to be in top 3 coming into this this event, for them to not even be able to hit the mark anywhere near the first day as well, and then finally being able to get a win, but now it might be a little bit too late. A huge disappointment.
Yeah, I also had them in my top 3, 7.
Yeah.
Okay, because I think Brazil are really cool.
Because you don't hate Brazil.
I really like Brazil.
Confirm. Maxman does not hate Brazil.
Thank you very much. Okay, I like that chapter. I like that. It's so odd because when you're looking at this roster in a similar way to you're looking at Vietnam, you expect them to just be able to steamroll this lobby. Like I expect them, even if they have bad rotations, no scouting, just like Ukraine, they're just going to roll on every single team and just crush them. And that just hasn't happened because it seems like teams are a little bit quicker than what they expected, and they just cannot get in those positions at all.
And something that the Brazilian teams overall need to start working on, especially for this upcoming year of PUBG Mobile Esports, they need to start working on that ego fighting. I feel like that's one that's been hurting in a big way. We saw what Alpha 7 was able to do whenever they actually don't have to worry about that ego fighting. And maybe it's turn of events. It's maybe time for some of the other Brazilian teams to start taking notes. Yeah, everybody knows that you're aggressive. Everybody knows that you can get those eliminations. But if one of your players does end up getting knocked, it does not mean send everybody else in there without knowing what's going to happen. It's always the big downturn for Brazilian teams.
I kind of feel like that's what happens when we play with U7. If you ever get knocked, we're like, I guess we're going the other way then.
Yep.
See you guys.
They always abandon.
Sorry, you're not in circle.
It's because I'm short. It's because I'm short.
I mean, okay. Damage
Want to keep going?
can see Brazil 2,200 damage done with the 14 eliminations. Again, Ukraine, we have to obviously talk about them with their eliminations. Their conversion rate pretty spot on. Obviously, only being left to 2 players towards the end there, and they just kind of rotate in to look for any sort of placements, but get caught out.
Yeah. Unlike Thailand, if you want to compare Thailand to Ukraine, Thailand lose 2 player eliminations for their troubles. Ukraine, sure, lose 2 players really early. They picked up already elims.
Yep.
And that's going to be the big difference maker at the end of the day, that Ukraine is going to be in a position that's impossible to catch up to, unless, even if you do go out early, you get 5, 6, 7 eliminations in a similar vein to Saudi Arabia. Like, we, again, just kind of going down to every case and scenario that could happen, but we would need the planets to align 7 here for Ukraine to not take this championship.
It would have to be 0-point matches.
Pretty much.
From here on out.
Yeah.
Honestly. For the other teams to start getting those chicken dinners as well, and for the top teams to start getting some consistency, because let's look at this. 39 points.
Yeah, but I mean,
But
Thailand,
there's no way.
Yeah, 39 points here, as we can see. Able to keep things a little bit closer between first and second. Saudi Arabia up to 4th place with 94 points. So they're technically in reach. I mean, if we're talking about battle for 2nd place, normally we'd obviously go for the battle for 1st. But realistically, the battle for 2nd, there's quite a few teams in reach of overtaking Thailand.
And looking at Vietnam, they had such a big advantage yesterday with their 2 wins to start and bookend the day. Saudi Arabia, with their consistency, sure, not able to compete for the high echelons of the rankings, but overtaking Vietnam, that have 2 wins without a single win of their own, again, goes to show that Saudi Arabia, they have the chops to perform. It's just that one little change to the finishing of the matches, and I really think they could be a top 3 team, but they're just struggling to get to that point.
And for Brazil, I feel like now with this win, right, they kind of opened that door of possibilities for them to even make a push for the top 3. But for Brazil, what I want to continue to see is I definitely need to see another chicken dinner out of Brazil, and I need to see it in a way that they are not blessed by the circle in a perfect location.
Agreed. We just need to see that big game that's going to give us hope in Brazil again, that right now, that given game is just not quite enough.
This gives us a little bit of hope,
a little bit.
Not the amount of hope that I want to see.
I just can't wait to hear Maxman say, I hate that Brazil won.
Brazil
Round
wins again.
2.
Maxman, how do you feel? I hate that Brazil won. Maxman, okay.
I'm definitely not saying that in PMGO. I would not say that.
You should. That should be fun.
This guy thinking he's going to get to work
I
on
knew
PMGO.
that's such a Jason thing to say. You know what's coming up.
I know who's not going.
Okay, well, it's time to see. Arcadia MVP. Who do you think it's going to be, Max?
I saw it for a second. It disappeared. I was going to.
Maybe a Brazilian team?
Is that Federal? Oh, okay.
Brazilian player? I wonder which one. Any ideas?
Federal.
Oh, Federal. Federal?
Federal.
Federal.
4 limbs,
so close to 1,000
826 damage. And survived for a pretty good amount of time.
Sick tattoos, by the way. Holy.
Yeah, that eye is really cool.
Oh, they look pretty cool.
Nice.
That damage was
Blank would be happy.
Yeah, he would. He has a best friend for life right now.
Would you get a tattoo, Max?
Yes.
Of?
It would be One Piece related.
Nice. Which character?
Which piece?
The one. The singular piece.
You would just get 1 piece.
I'll just get 1 piece tattooed, yes.
Where would you get it?
Where? Yeah, there's too many questions. I haven't thought that far. It's just, I would get it done at my place, I think.
Where?
At my house.
What?
No, where? No, where would
Oh,
you
where?
get it?
Oh, okay. That makes
where
more,
on your
that makes
body
more
would
sense.
you
I was like,
get
that
it?
was a weird
Oh my
question.
gosh.
Ankle. There you go.
This is what I have to work with.
Ankle. The 1 piece on my ankle.
Great.
You don't want to get like the butterfly
You don't want to get a
tattoo?
tramp stamp?
No?
No.
Okay, well, let me ask you
Sandstorm will
guys
get
a
a tramp
question
stamp.
really quickly before we continue. When did you start playing PUBG Mobile?
Before it even came out.
Okay, weird flex. Max?
2019 when I started casting PMCO. Woo.
Okay, well, you know, it's time to find out how long ago did our players start playing PUBG Mobile. Let's actually find out, then head into our next match of the day. So we'll be back in just a few.
From the first day the game released. From 2018, exactly when PUBG Mobile be on App Store, I downloaded and start playing.
2019 بديت نلعب مع اصحابي هكا في كلاسيك وبعدها دخلت العالم الاي سبورت بشويه بشويه ودرنا تيم مع بعضنا ولينا نلعبوا كي الخاو.
I started to play PUBG Mobile 5 years ago when the coronavirus started. So me with my friends I started to play PUBG Mobile.
I did start in 2019, but I joined the competitive like players 2020.
I had the chance to play with the best Moldavian team, and it was very interesting for me. I started to play with them, a lot of CIS community tournaments, and that's how I started to play in esports.
2021 كنت نشوف المباريات تاع تيمات اي سبورت، تيمات محترفه، كنت انا نحب نكون مكانه ما ذاك الوقت، والحمد لله.
Let's say before 3 years, and I saw a lot of players like playing LAN tournaments, this stuff, and it was my dream, and that's why.
I did start when like the Norfolk win the BMTC, and I was like inspired by their play and they like doing what they are doing like PUBG players, and that one I decided like to become a professional player.
It happened in 2019 when we see first tournaments, like official tournament club open, and I just start playing and I understand I like play competitive, and now I'm here actually.
Available at the moment here at the Global Esports Game 2023 that have played this game since the very, very beginning. When have you started playing though?
I'd want to say just before I got into the Open Mini Challenger Cup, so around 2019, I want to say September.
Okay.
No, it was actually July, yeah, around July, August 2019.
Interesting. You know the exact month, that's crazy.
Yeah, because it was just like just before the event.
Yeah, but yeah, unfortunately you're not here as a player. You just didn't make it, did you?
Yeah, you see, here's the thing.
Did you actually have the plan to make it as a professional player?
At one point I was playing in like League of Legends tournaments, but that's about it.
That is disgusting.
No, but like I know. Listen, I am so sorry that you guys have to hear.
That is, yes. Yeah. Please excuse what he just said.
I am so sorry. I apologize.
No, but good thing that you made it. That you made it over to the good side.
I made it to a better esport.
Yeah, you made it to. Yes, please.
It is to me. It is.
If you're working for this specific publisher, just please shut your ears. Anyways, we're getting right into the next game. It's going to be Sandhog, so rather quick map. We have seen some interesting Sandhog games so far. I want to say games, but it's only been one game so far. So we're going to play 2 out of the 50 matches that we will see here at the GEG 2023 being played on Sandhog. Yeah, last one was pretty interesting. Any predictions for this one?
I think we're going to see a back-to-back from Brazil.
Wow, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to get themselves maybe top 4, top 3 by the end of the, maybe top 5 by the end of this game. We'll see if they manage to catch up.
What are their position right now? Is they're not top 5 already with this one?
I think they just broke into it maybe with that last game. But we're going to have the overall leader. Yeah. We'll have the leaderboard show up on the left side of the screen the second we jump into this game. And of course, after this game, we're going to be taking an hour break so the players can enjoy their lunch, get themselves a little bit relaxed, and then jump back into the action after that. So you guys make sure that you do the same thing.
I need my lunch as well.
Yeah. I swear, this guy is like a hobbit. He's had like 4 meals between each game. It's ridiculous. So here's the thing. Like, where are you from? Like, is it the Shire, Hobbiton, Hobbit? Which one is it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the Shire. It's got to be. That's the funniest thing anyone's ever called me a hobbit. It's like that much. Yeah. Anyways. I mean, it's good food here at the GG. You know, it's legitimately good food here at the Global Esports Games. So, gotta make use of it.
By eating it all?
Yeah, of course. Dude, I'll eat that whole catering by myself if you will give me the chance to do so.
I gotta get them gains, no?
Yeah, gotta get them gains. Some good chicken around here as well. Some good chicken. And so, okay, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that cheesy transition, but yes, so are the players looking for some good chicken here. But actually, in the game and outside the game too.
Yeah, you see, they actually have to work for their chicken dinners.
I don't. I just gotta talk a bit.
I mean, hey, you tried to make it as a professional player. You did on some level. And also, look, the fact that you were signed at the age of 18. That's gotta be something special, no?
It's still the biggest flex. I was the youngest pro league player ever.
Yeah,
let's go. No, but yeah. Anyways. Saudi Arabia, though, having quick of a contest to come back to the game. It's going to be the contest against, is that Thailand?
Yeah, no, it's Vietnam. And we've seen this hot drop in the previous game, and Saudi Arabia, well, in the previous Sandhog game, that is. And Saudi Arabia came out on top, and they didn't lose a single member. They were able to eliminate every single Vietnamese player. And it was done very, very quickly, too. So they weren't, wasting their time trying to think about, how much they're going to get or where they're going to rotate. No, it was like within the first minute, 4 easy elims, and they were just keeping, they just kept on going.
Man, what happened to Guatemala, by the way? because we just have not seen them in any of the games. They just cannot break into that mid-late game area. And these are some of the nicest players I've met around here. Like, absolutely joyful and cheerful guys. I just, man, you just know these guys have a passion for PUBG Mobile and just playing in general. So, man, if there's one team I want to see succeed today, after we've seen that chicken dinner from Brazil, and obviously after we've seen that chicken dinner from Turkey that's about to come, just wait up.
Oh, wow.
Because you haven't asked me what prediction
Oh,
is.
wow.
I think
okay.
Turkey is going to get one. It's gonna be Guatemala, man. I want to see these guys win as well.
All right, well, let's see if they manage to do that in this game. Saudi Arabia starting off, getting themselves one elim, but Prestige is down. It's going to be 2v2 rather, as Peregrine is also knocked out. It's going to be up to Chua and Lewis, or you know what? We have to double check. We'll find out during lunch. Easy. Peaks with the S12. Oh, that's a very easy one pump right there to get himself another knock. Peaks gets the flush as well, secures himself another point. And now, with Prestige alive and well, the rest of KSA have to go for the push. They are in 3v1. Push the advantage that you have in numbers. Go for it. Go for the fight as fast as you can. The revive is done though. DPS is alive and well in the hands of Chua. Not much damage done there. So well played by Saudi Arabia. They only lost one member. Not as good as the engagement that we've seen last time, but this time around we're seeing Nigeria as well. Oh. Lovely jump shot from Gyro, secures the first one. Snuffy goes down as well, and now it's going to be all up to Bigo, the last member from Nigeria, and he is so far away. And it looks like it is going to be the elims going in favor of Guatemala, but oh boy, we got Kespo and Moldova with the third party very quickly coming down on the side of KSA near Paradise Resort.
Lots and lots of fights starting this game off juicy, as we are used to be honest, when we're watching Sanhok. Lots of fights in the early stages of the game, due to the fact that this map is smaller, the rotation paths, especially if it does shift towards some of the islands on the northwestern or the southwestern side. Yeah, just you don't really have a lot of rotation paths, so you kind of have to fight early on. And, you know, vehicles just not being as important on this map either, due to the fact that you can just get shot out really easily, means lots more fights to come. And yeah, there we have it. Kuwait as well in Paradise. Moldova as well. Everyone just making their way into Paradise at this point. Little do they know that Vietnam has already, unfortunately, lost their lives that they had in this round.
They started off so well. They started off so well.
I mean, I'm kind of, I would be really interested to see who actually initiated that fight, because you can split Paradise and still go out, and you know, go on each other's ways. Like, you don't really have to fight it if you don't want to, but I felt like they did, and I don't think it was Vietnam's choice. And at this point, we're going back to the whole thing.
Oh,
we don't want to touch on this fight that we're seeing right now. Nigeria taking down one of the Ukrainian players, Havlik being very close, but that is really unfortunate for Ukraine.
Yeah, two players going to get eliminated here. Havlik and Vic taken out, or Kvik.
Oh, Havlik down as well, yes.
Yeah, they managed to get the knock on Havlik as well. Tulika from a distance, though. Not going to give Trader the opportunity to go for that flush onto Havlik. But the question is, actually, no, there's no question about it. Havlik's not going to get revived. The other two members from Ukraine are on the opposite side of the map. Oh, wait a minute, Old Boy. Yeah, Old Boy's making a move.
Bego can't really do anything. I mean, at this point, they probably know that Nigeria is only two players strong and one of them is knocked. Because I think Bego tried to cover for his teammate early on. And if he shoots right now, then it's very, very clear at this point that he's going to be the last player, and his exact position is known too. So they will probably get that third player up. The only thing that I'm asking myself is how many eliminations did they get out of what they've had so far in terms of these fights at the moment.
Apologies for the moment of silence. We just got handed cookies by our lovely production team.
What have you done? I'll get it. I'll get it.
He doesn't deserve the cookie.
Yes. Oh my God, these are still freshly booked. I love the global esports games. My goodness. At this point, oh, I'm getting another one.
You see how amazing.
This one's falling
just stop giving him cookies. Just stop it.
No, I'm not deserving of the cookie.
No. We've I think we've done pretty well so far. And I have to hand it to everyone on the production team. Yesterday, we did have a few technical difficulties here and there, and today it is very smooth sailing so far. So, you know, we really appreciate all the work that you guys are doing in, you know, in the back end of everything here. Well played to everyone.
100%. Shout out to Vanguard. And there we have it, Moldova running through Paradise. At the moment, it is looking like they're searching for this fight as well. And I think they do know I think they do know where Saudi Arabia is, where they're hiding out on. Otherwise, they wouldn't pull these nades at the moment. It is DBS in hand as Volleys trying to make his way. Quick pre-fire shot around the corner, around the balcony area, but none of these players have been spotted so far. I think they just know barely where they are, but not the very exact positions. Easy gets spotted though. Oh, through the Molotov. Volley just comes on through as he's picking up another one. And, well, his teammates all have fallen. And there he goes. Saudi Arabia is eliminated in, well, 14th place.
Oh my god, oh my god. Okay, listen, for a man that eats so much throughout the day, you'd expect to know how to handle a cookie, my guy.
Look, maybe I just had the ones that
look,
always fall apart.
Every single cookie I've taken, look, it's still whole. It's very, very warm. Yeah, you enjoy that cookie while we enjoy the zone shift.
Yes.
Going towards the eastern side of the map, at least we know there's not going to be any extra pressure on the teams for, oh, where are we going to rotate, where's it going to finish? We already know that it's going to be on the mainland, and we focus towards NC2.
Unbelievable.
Oh boy, he gets the first knock onto Lutz and Turkey. Oh, would you look at that? The team you predicted to go for the win. We're suffering quite a lot at the moment as they managed to lose 2 members, I believe, and now they're down to a duo.
Unbelievable, to be honest. At the moment, look, I can't even speak anymore. At the moment, if we're looking at the total leaderboard, I think
cookies are too good, that's why.
Yes, yes. Shout out to whoever made these cookies. First of all, I think it's become very likely that Turkey is actually going to finish on the second part of the leaderboard. The way they're playing, the way they're continuously not getting any of these strikes. Thailand, though, quickly got to jump on this fight because I thought they would have a pretty easy rotate in, but apparently not. First one gets taken down immediately, gets flushed onto Peachy, still inside that building, still looking for that second frag as NC2 is going to trade things out. 3-on-3 as far as I can tell. But none of the players close enough to get these DBS working as NC2 picks up another one. Koa, which is on play. Tiger, though, oh my lord, is taking out Peach, and the flush comes in through as well. The DBS in hand, I've said it before, it is the most important factor in some of these fights, and this one is no different.
And this one's got to be different whatsoever. Mila will be the last one to fall for Serbia. They're going to be taken out in 13th place. 12 teams left, 40 players still alive and well. Just 10 minutes into this game. Algeria, Rauf and the boys centered so far. Guatemala with 1 player left, almost 0 HP. I think he's going to be eliminated to the zone. Unless he has like an energy drink or some pills to boost his health a little bit. Nope, looks like they will be eliminated. Guatemala goes out to Ukraine, actually. But now Ukraine are still, they're still alive and well with the duo at the moment. I believe it's going to be Old Boy, because I think they lost Havlik and they lost Kvik. And see what they're going to be able to do with the rest of this game. I mean, I was going to look towards Thailand once again, seeing if they can actually take advantage of Ukraine suffering at the beginning of this game. But with Thailand losing 1 member, it becomes a little bit more difficult for them to follow up. And again, with about a 25-plus point lead, 3 games left after this one, you need a chicken dinner for Thailand in order to make it possible for them to catch up.
That's why I'm so disappointed in them the last game. And I think, look, we're disappointed. I think it's even crazy to think about what they feel. They must have known this is their game.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even want to be in Sky Only's skin at the moment. I kind of want to because, at this point, he's an amazing PUBG Mobile player and I kind of want to have his skill set. But apart from that, he must feel all the pressure in the world right now to make this up for his team. I'm not sure, at this point, we're not sure if it was his call or something like that, but he was still the first player to fall in a situation that should have never, ever gone not their way.
I think it depends on, like you said, who made the call. If the IGL made the call for Sky Only to go, then it's not his fault.
But
the IGL is the one that made
the option to just, he was in this little warehouse, right? Outside of it, the little garage kind of thing. Was there a reason on why he went out towards the left-hand side, or why he didn't just stay in there? Because the worst thing you can do in that situation is peek and take an aim fight. All you need to do is play anchor, right? The only reason you're there in the first place is so that if the rest of your teammates come driving on through, he can be the first player to defend them from the position they want to drive to.
Yeah, but again, you didn't even need to make that play in the first place. You had the open ground all under your control. You just needed to wait for Brazil to leave the police station.
Imagine it shifts north, though. Imagine it shifts
north.
But
that's the thing. It didn't.
But
he went after the shift.
Did he went after?
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
Like,
I
here's
did,
the thing, you had like a little bit of the police station
I
in
totally
the zone
disagree
towards the
then.
north.
I am so on your side.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that. I thought he went there before the zone shift.
No, like you had, I want to say like 80% open field, and then you had 20% towards the police station. So that's why it was.
I thought he went there way earlier, so that they weren't exactly sure. So that they would have an anchor in terms of the circle. In terms, if the circle shifts north, they would have an anchor player to rotate onto. But yeah, damn, that is tough. Then I did not catch that. That is, wow.
It is a little bit unfortunate, but fortunately for Thailand and the rest of the squads that are trying to fight for that first place spot, Old Boy will be knocked down, and now it's going to be all up to Havlik, I believe, in the or for the rest of this game.
Yeah.
Mishal getting the knock onto Soulless from Turkey, and that is going to be Turkey eliminated, and what a surprise.
Man, I just can't believe what I'm seeing.
But, I mean, I predicted back-to-back from Brazil. So far, 4 members alive and well. The dream is still alive for me.
It definitely looks possible. Somalia, though, taking down Old Boy, that's a sight to behold as well. Once again, shout out to all the Somalian fans in the chat. Lots of love being shown towards that team. Lots of debates going on as well, and who's the best Somalian player, and you know if that really is the best lineup, but because the scene is so big, right? Who would they choose for the next time? And at the moment, I think they're representing their country very, very well. I think in a lobby of this caliber, we've seen plenty of scenarios where Somalia has just you know, shown us that they can definitely compete in some of these aim fights. So yeah, shout out to all the people in the chat supporting.
And here's the thing: don't forget that not like every single one of these countries, or rather, not a lot of these countries have the same kind of infrastructure when it comes to PUBG Mobile tournaments, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So like Somalia doesn't really get that many opportunities to showcase their ability, and this being one of them, they're still able to show a couple of times. You know, they're able to fight, they're able to get themselves a couple of points, they're able to perform at this level. And now, looking at Brazil, exactly. And now looking towards Brazil, they are centered in the zone. If they manage to eliminate Thailand here, that would be quite crucial for them.
I mean, your prediction is pretty on point right now. I think that's a pretty good spot. They're up on the hill. If you could see him right now, he's flexing.
Yeah, I'm flexing.
He's got lots
Heck
of
yeah.
This guy weighs 86 kilograms. Can you imagine? That's.
Are you calling me fat? Is
no,
that what you're
it's
doing?
quite the opposite, man. Because you're not. So it must be must at this point.
You know, I hope it is.
It must be. There's no other way around it. Miyamado is being shown, a couple of players rotating on through, and both of these will be very easily, rather easily, I want to say, being picked up. That's just the DBS for you. Just a couple of clicks, and Yantka's got 2 more elimination points on the board, as his teammate at least falls down and is going to be potentially eliminated with just this name following on through. He gets the 3rd one. Oh! That was so close towards that team ace! But he's not going to be granted it, as he falls down just short of that 3rd elimination in a row being put onto the leaderboard for Myanmar. But once again, good showing for some of these smaller nations, as Kuwait, with that experienced squad, is going to remain as 2 players left alive.
Yeah, Fahidan managing to get that elim with the MG3. Much needed hold from him. Losing those 2 members, though. Let's see if they can get themselves more points towards the end of this game. Moldova, southwest of Paradise Resort here. I think they have a nice little compound to themselves. But I would still prefer the area that Brazil has under their control at the moment. They are going to be focusing on Kazakhstan. Nate from Federal gets the knock onto attacker, and maybe even 1 more member, forcing them to go a little bit behind here. I don't think Kazakhstan wants to take the fight. They're also a little bit exposed to Somalia, and it is going to be Love who manages to get himself 1 of these knocks. Now Kayowski focusing on the Sri Lankan team coming in from the south side here towards boot camp. Lorzen will be present for backup, but there's quite a lot of pressure onto the Brazilian squads here from Sri Lanka and from even Somalia from the north side, and Kazakhstan coming in from the beach. Well, not really a beach, it's more of a cliff.
More of a cliff, yes. I'm watching the map stream right now. I'm wondering if this shifts hard east, right, as towards the northeast, kind of in the direction of the Moldovan squad. What does Brazil still go for these frags on the western side, or will they just immediately rotate on down towards the compound?
I think they need to try get as many points as possible.
That's what they're doing right now. That's what I wanted to speak about. I think that's smart play, considering the leaderboard situation, because as I said, as an IGL, you need to adapt to the situation you're at hand. You play the exact same round in a different stage of the tournament, and your calls are going to be different. So I like what they're doing right now. I think they need to get all these frags, especially you cannot lose eliminations you cannot not take fights that you would have the advantage on at this stage in the tournament. You have to take every single fight that you have the advantage on, and this is one of them.
Ooh, Kayowski trying to take advantage of that as well.
Wow.
just tears them asunder one by one, blowing up their car, getting 2 quick elims for him and his team. That's going to be the 5th one for now. And we're only going to have 2 members left for Sri Lanka, but the thing is, you still have 1 member left alive for the side of Ukraine. With 3 elims and getting himself maybe 1 or 2 placement points, that just makes it not much more difficult for any team to follow up. And, you know, we know from past experiences, from past tournaments, every single point matters. Every single point is going to make a difference, especially with a tournament that's only 15 games long.
Especially if they pick up another chicken. I mean, at that point, legitimately every single point would matter. We all kind of ruled out anyone else but Ukraine standing on top. It's become a very real possibility at this point. Now, 2 minutes into the future, it might look different, but for the moment it does. Moldova and once again Somalia being the 2 squads that remain as the full squads inside this round. Algeria as well, actually. Please excuse that. In terms of positioning, not on the same level, I'd say. And there we go. More frags coming out. Federal and Law both picking up one on their own, and they might just find Floki as well. Another knock goes down, and that is going to be one more player from Kazakhstan. Unfortunately, being taken to his knees. And just 1 player left on that edge that would potentially mean an 8th frag, an 8th elimination for Brazil as well. Massive.
I think it was actually Havlik that got the knockdown onto that member there. But let's focus towards Nasser with that DBS alongside Fahidan with the MG3 in a close range fight. Fahidan once again swings, and so does Nasser with the DBS. And Kuwait as a duo eliminate Algeria and get themselves their 8th elimination in this game. And now we have 6 teams left.
And that was beautiful team play. You can see the DBS out front, the one in the backhand just spraying with his weapon, trying to pre-fire these shots. And that's exactly how you play this, right? Have one in the back, have one in the front, one up close, pre-firing with the DBS, one in hand, just behind him. Nothing we can really do about it. At this point, it just becomes a thing of timing, whether or not you win this fight. And that's how you play a scenario in which you don't have the man advantage. Perfectly played from Kuwait.
Yeah, very well played by them, getting themselves some much-needed points. But now we have Moldova, Somalia, and Brazil with a full squad. Ukraine and Kazakhstan, 1 player only for each of them, and Kuwait with that duo. Havlik getting himself another elim. That's 1 more point elims wise, and even more points when it comes to placements too by taking out that last member. Getting themselves into top 5 once again. So even if they don't get themselves the chicken dinner, they're still getting a decent amount of points. Last time, they had 7 points from elims only, and now they're going to have 6 points from elims. And that's going to be, I think, 1 or 2 more points as well from the placement points too. So they're still making it very difficult for any team to catch up to them in that first place spot.
Yeah, I think it's even 3 points from placement, depending on what kind of position they just went out of. I think it was 5th. Massive stuff. I said it. I don't even think they need that many points to win to begin with. But they're still doing it. Yeah, it's still almost double digits. That's more than I would have expected them to actually go out with. And they're not scared of these fights either. They're not doing the same thing that we saw A7 do on the last day of PMGZ, for example. Anyway, Somalia is going to breach Kuwait. They've had massive frags before, but this time around it's not going to be enough as No Mercy is going to be taking him down, and Kuwait is eliminated. Somalia, Moldova, Brazil, all 3 of them standing 4 men strong. That's something that we haven't seen in any of the games so far.
Yeah, especially in Sandhawk. 3 teams with full squads. I don't think we expected to see that.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Moldova, they've constantly managed to get themselves into top 4, top 5 in these games. And they've been one of the ones that challenged Ukraine in a previous game. I think it was like game 1 of today. Law, nice little nade onto Beast. Getting himself that knock, getting himself that opening frag. Very well played for him. And again, they need as many elims as possible to catch up to Ukraine. And here we go, Somalia going for the push against Moldova after losing the Beast here.
Oh, what a pre-fire. I love this. Mercy knows immediately that it could be a play. I think that was Farley. Farley was even scared of that pre-fire just now. You can see him rotating back inside, even though his anger would have been absolutely massive. He would have had at least 1, maybe potentially even 2 knocks on towards the Somalian players. But they will fall behind and they will fall back as the Somalian players make their way inside. And that's perfect time for Brazil. As you can see, Brazil making their way inside as well, spreading out throughout this. And the only way they can do this is because Somalia just breached them and Moldova is occupied elsewhere.
Moldova having to take the fight now, having to defend their combat, but the thing is, they won't be able to make it into the end game because Brazil is in prime position to get themselves another chicken dinner. Federal securing that kill, that elimination onto Get Wrecked once again. Starting to stack up those points, 1 right after the other. We still have 3 left alive for Somalia, 3 left alive for Moldova, and Brazil not giving any one of them an opportunity to get the points. Federal trying to steal every single one of them. And now Moldova once again challenging Brazil. And it looks like the prediction might just come true. Brazil might just get themselves the back-to-back chicken dinner. Only Kespo stands in front of them, and they managed to do it. Do Brazil for you. 7 Worlds Gaming, Brazil does it again. And they get their back-to-back chicken dinner.
I mean, this day today has just been giving us storylines to talk for hours on end. Another back-to-back chicken dinner. We've seen Ukraine do it. We've seen Brazil do it now after we've been missing them for so very long. The team of influence representing their home nation. You can see them. They're not even that excited. Where's the smiles, boys? Because you've just made a massive comeback, and I think that's going to show on the overall leaderboard as well.
That it will. I also can't believe that I got the prediction right. There was no way in hell I was going to expect that to come true.
The way they did it
I
as
thought they
well.
were going to get taken out first team just because, you know, Caster shares. But thank you, boys. Thank you for breaking it. I really appreciate it.
Wow. I mean, the way they did it as well, I got to say. I mean, there was this one thing, I think the only thing they didn't really control is that Somalia breached Moldova, which I think was the perfectly correct play.
They had to.
But that was giving them the opportunity to actually spread out in the end and make sure they clean up the rest of what's been left over after the fight with Somalia. But either way, all 3 of these teams playing very well. I got to say, a shout out to all 3 of these teams playing Sanhok very methodical. And obviously, all 3 of them staying alive as a format as well. That's something, as we said as well, we don't see very often.
Yeah, and looks like that's going to be the end for our first half of the games today. Game number 4 is done. Back-to-back from Brazil. Let's see what the analysts have to say about that one. And then don't forget, we're going to be going for a short break, and then we'll be back with the rest of the game. So guys, take it away.
You and I have very different understandings of what a short break is. Also, Sandstorm, a broken clock is always right twice a day. But Brazil take home another chicken dinner back-to-back, as you heard the casters. And how does that make you feel, Max?
I love the Brazil one. I love it. It's my favorite thing ever. No, I'm so happy to be here with you today, Jason and Seven and Sandstorm. But no, what a game, right? Of course, the circle in a similar
one person.
In a similar sense, the circle came their way next to the side of boot camp, and a little bit gifted. I do think at times, though, Brazil were doing a little bit too much.
Yes.
Giving off what could have been a game-winning position, which was at the end, and almost give it over to Sri Lanka. Got to be a bit careful on that one.
Yeah, and I think between Circle 4 and 5, we also saw Kazakhstan. They were kind of trying to rotate towards the cliffs, right? A little bit towards the west of Brazil, and we saw Brazil a little bit too split for our liking as well. Props to them, though. They were able to regroup themselves.
Not props to them, though. Die. That's what you get for hard dropping. In Pokemon. Yeah,
Highlights brought to you by Savvy here to see Dig Xavier again from Vietnam losing Paradise another time.
Oh, you only had it twice. If you don't fix it, no, I get it. You want to fix your Wrangles, you want to fix your Miramars. It would have been good to avoid doing it. I think you just don't drop there.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty easy fix.
Win just the fight.
Win the fight.
I will say I am kind of surprised that we saw Saudi Arabia taking that hot drop as well, considering where they are, where they currently are. We're talking about teams maybe not doing hot drops unless they really needed to. Saudi Arabia is currently in a position where they can actually go for that top 3, and they don't need that.
Kuwait, what the hell was that? I saw them push that earlier. It was a really good breach onto Myanmar initially. They just send 2 players, they die. They send 2 other players, they win the fight. What if you do that all together and win the fight? And then actually you can defend the rocks and maybe win the entire game. I think it was that good a position. Might have seen our first Kuwait chicken dinner here, but unfortunately the send was just not quite it.
And then Brazil being able to clutch up that win back-to-back, as we've been mentioning. And for them now, it's a big opening for that top 3. It's definitely not going to be a first place, especially with the way Ukraine still being able to put up numbers. We heard the caster say it as well. At this point, Ukraine just needs to pretty much keep it on cruise control because they have nothing to lose. I don't think nobody's going to be able to reach them. And for the other teams that are currently in 2nd place and 3rd place, they definitely need to be careful because we can see how hungry Brazil is right now.
And credit to the awareness out of Brazil to obviously make the play happen when they saw Somalia crashing onto Myanmar there. Onto, oh my gosh. Moldova, thank you. I knew it was an M. I just couldn't remember the whole name. It was Maxman they crashed onto.
It was me.
But they took advantage of that, right? And I think that's a really good idea, or a really good showing of their understanding the situation and taking advantage of the situation, and they were able to capitalize off it.
I do feel bad for Somalia in that position because we were talking about it, sending it onto Moldova. Now you got me confused. Moldova, I think, was making itself open for that third party and that engage from Brazil. But what else do you do if you don't do that?
Somalia had to do that.
You had no other options.
Yeah.
You just had to go for the send and like, okay, if we win that fight, we maybe have a chance to fight Brazil. And if we just lose players, then Brazil. And Federal, what the hell? Such a good position behind the wall. Third person, waits for the fight to end, get involved at the end, get all those eliminations. Federal, he's going to be back-to-back MVP. He has to be. There's no way.
Yeah, he would have to be. And for Somalia, a little bit of feedback in regards to those breaches were the grenades. I know there was smoke all over the place, but you could see some of the grenades were way off, and one player almost ended up getting knocked himself. If I'm not mistaken, I think yesterday we saw a couple players from Somalia being able to knock themselves with grenades as well. So just something that they can definitely work on in the future.
Yeah, though I'm looking at the meta on Sanok. Grenades are good. They're always good.
Yes.
Molotovs, man. I don't see Molotov used anywhere as near as they should be. I feel like I just see them still unlooted sometimes on Sanok. You should use them because 90% of the buildings on Sanok have wooden floors, which spreads. And you want to lock out players of certain spots and buildings. You use the Molotovs, push them out, and pick them up on the other end. That is the way to play it, but grenades are always going to be just the meta for everyone when Molotovs have a role on this map.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, do you want to see something funny? I can make Maxman rage with this one simple question. You ready? You ready at home? Okay, here we go. Can we get the camera on Maxman?
It's okay, Max.
Where's he going with
this?
this?
I'm here for
I'm waiting for the camera to switch to you, and then we'll do this. Okay, so Maxman. Thailand's push and split into boot camp and boot camp hill. How did that make you feel?
I'm not happy. That I don't get it. You go for the cards, you have no information, you split at the very end, you just lose a player, lose another player, he's dead. I don't know. Okay, and they got eliminated.
That's his fighting move. That's
look,
Max
I don't care. If you look, this is my kind of approach to esports in battle royales, mainly for PUBG Mobile. If you do a bad play or good play, I don't care. I literally do not care. Just do it together, please.
Yes.
Okay. If you die together. If you live together. And if you lose your hairline, do like me. I don't know. I didn't have a transition
I don't want to join you on that one. I know we're a team, but I don't want to join you on that one.
I didn't know where to go after that.
I had some ways, but I'm going to leave those for when we're off air. We can see Brazil 23 points for themselves, but again, most important thing about this, besides Brazil, is Ukraine. Yep. Again, another 6 eliminations, plus to get the 3 placements surviving to the very end of this game. 9 points for Ukraine just makes it that much harder for Thailand, who is behind by, was it 39 points? Now they should be behind 42 points, if I did my math correctly, unless some other team caught up to them, and Kazakhstan wasn't able to pass Thailand here. So this is getting really tough for the top teams.
One good thing about this one is with Saudi Arabia being able to get at least 4 elimination points is that they are over Kazakhstan, because they only ended up getting just 2 points. So they are going to be able to close that gap.
Yeah, but the thing is, you look at Turkey, 1 point. Vietnam, 1 point. This is, I mean, not to be disrespectful. Because I know we shouldn't be disrespectful. We've been told not to be disrespectful. But come on, Vietnam. What is this? You cannot place 5th at PMGC Grand Finals and then come into this and have the performance they've shown us.
Yeah. Maybe they want to be 5th here as well.
They're about to be lower than 5th.
Like, push it back.
Brazil's catching up to them.
If I'm looking at this game, sure, we're talking about the big storylines, the top teams. I want to talk about some of the middling teams.
Yes.
And just bring up mistakes that I have seen. Sri Lanka. We saw Brazil do what I think was a big mistake, pushing onto Kazakhstan towards the beaches. That was the quintessential opportunity for them to push up. That could have been Sri Lanka's push to the side.
Max, do you see it?
Federal, what are you doing?
Ladies and gentlemen, here's Maxman with the special jingle for Federal.
I tried a new sound.
That sounded like me yesterday.
I just tried to... I don't know.
Silent but deadly. We can see here 5 eliminations for him. Gajowski up to 5 eliminations as well. Lorenzen, I mean, we talked about last time he only had, I think, the 1 elimination and low damage. But again, it's not, you don't necessarily need to be able to pop off when your team's doing it for you. In Brazil, I'm curious to see what they're going to be on overalls.
I think the top 5
pass Vietnam.
is going to be there. Right? I mean, Vietnam has been horrible today.
Yeah.
Holy. Like,
I think Brazil's like in 4th, maybe 3rd.
The thing is, this is even scarier for now Saudi Arabia because sure they're consistent, but these big wins here, that's really going to impact the leaderboards.
And that's what we've been talking about, right? Teams that are able to have that wow factor, being able to get that chicken dinner and back it up with 10 or more eliminations. And a team that's able to do that back to back, Saudi Arabia, you've been consistent, but you have not been able to do what Brazil has been able to do here, which is the back-to-back chicken dinners.
Yeah, in a PMPL setting, this is worth nothing. A two-day tournament, that is so impactful right now. And Brazil are going to be competing for a portion of the glory. Not Ukraine's glory. They got that for themselves, but at least maybe for top 3.
And for these teams, I mean, we are just going to be having 3 matches left, right? Now it's going to be a little bit more of what are you going to be willing to do to get over that hump, especially for Saudi Arabia, to get that chicken dinner? Are they going to start focusing more on the late gameplay, which they should be, and not trying to take those early fights, which we have seen them do, and it's been working out well for them. But right now, with the way that Brazil's playing, with the way that I'm pretty sure some of the other teams are going to start stepping it up, I do expect Vietnam to at least show up here at one point today, because this is a team that was able to get 2 chicken dinners. We talked about their inconsistency yesterday, but we know that they can definitely get another chicken dinner with some eliminations.
Maxman, I know how much you love Brazil getting wins. 2,600 damage with 13 eliminations. Kuwait could have been more. Or sorry, Kuwait could have been more. 8 eliminations, 1,500 on bout damage. Just imagine if they, like you said, they didn't have that 2-2 split, not even 2-2 split, the 2-man push into Myanmar, and they lost the 2. What if they'd had all 4 left alive? Could it have been a different story for them? Well, obviously, it's not like we can go back in time and change things.
The thing is, the 2-2 split too, when they pushed it, it could have been good if you don't fully commit to the fight. That's fine. If you send 2 players forward, on the outskirts of the fight, wait. Have the 2 other players come in as backup, either maybe on the scouting position on that fight, and then fully engage, that's fine. But having 2 players fully commit, and then having 2 other players fully commit after, that is the mistake. You need to be making sure that when you take the fight, you have at least regrouped to a bare minimum. And here, Kuwait, I really think could have won the game. I really think that would have been Kuwait's chicken dinner, but a little bit of a fumble at the end, and they just can't quite make it happen.
I think so too.
42 points. Brazil in 3rd place, just FYI. 3 matches, 60 points if they keep winning chicken dinners. And it's still going to be tough at that point, actually.
Yeah,
even if they won the last 3 games.
But they can get a 2nd place finish.
Yeah, even if they won the last 3 matches, with the way Ukraine's been playing and just getting eliminations every match and maybe some placements and not necessarily even needing to go for the win, they should not be caught by any team here. But Brazil, 2nd place is definitely there.
Yeah.
You know? If it wasn't 2nd place, actually, yeah, they didn't get 2nd place at PMGC.
Nope. They ended up with 3rd.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
3rd again? No. To be fair, the way they're currently playing right now, and a team that's, and especially with Brazilian players and Brazilian teams, they usually tend to carry on your favorite word, Jason, that momentum. I feel like they might be able to keep that going. But the one thing is that we do have a break coming up, which is, I don't remember how long it's going to be, so that might be able to affect
short
them.
according to Sandstorm.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what short means.
I know what short means. That is not short.
But it is especially scary for Thailand because they keep using players early, right? 7, and when you have Brazil that bring in those big matches on board, it's gonna set a scary precedent. So right now, top 3, 1 spot's confirmed. Ukraine, we know it. The 2 other spots, it could be a little bit different at the end of the day.
The thing, if I'm not mistaken, too, we have seen that 2nd place and 3rd place teams fight already today at the start of the match, right? We saw it in Primors, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, true, you're right.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we end, if the playing path allows it, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Brazil wants to take that, because I know that is a team that is willing to take the hot drop, as they were able to showcase earlier today.
I think we are going to see that at the end of the day. I think teams are going to be, screw it, hot drop, or maybe just shut down a rotation early from a team, just get the elimination, and we can maybe just rack up a few extra points on the leaderboards. I think that is going to be come into play at the end.
Oh,
Max, look at me and look nowhere else. Who is our kitty MVP of the match?
Federal.
Has to be.
Is it?
Is it?
It
Could
has
it
to be.
You cheated.
It was obvious. Come on. that was in the position they were in.
It was.
I tried to do a sound. I did it once successfully, and I've never been able to replicate it. I'm like, I'm gonna do it now live, and it didn't happen.
You sounded like Jason and I yesterday.
Oh, I can't do it
like
still.
that.
How, 7?
What was that? What?
That's what we sounded like yesterday, Jason.
Anyways, Federal, he played really good. What do you think, 7? That was a very good position he played at the end.
Do Brazil.
Do Brazil.
Yes.
Really good position on the hilltop. They go for the 3rd party. On Moldova. And Somalia. and they win a game. I love Brazil.
Do you?
Yeah.
How much do you love Brazil?
You went from hating them winning to loving them winning.
He's like, please don't write articles about me.
And then I thought you heard something, or I thought I heard you say something about like India worst region. What's?
Whoa. I did not say that.
If
did
India
not say
was
that.
here, how well would they do?
I did not say anything.
Top 3 team for sure.
Nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Psych.
I think I'm actually kind of surprised to see Ukraine. I think if we talk about how they've been playing so far these last 2 days, I feel like they're playing very smart, especially these last matches. They're just like looking for some early fights. They don't necessarily need to, but they're so confident that they win these fights, considering they've won them almost every single time. They're just slowly chipping away, making sure they can continue their lead and continue their path to victory. But our path to victory is going to lead us into a break here. So we're going to be back in about 45 minutes time for the continuation of GEG 2023, and we'll see you guys then.
44 minutes.
قريبا على أرض السعودية، أول مدينة في العالم مصممة للعب. الجدية، اللعب يحيينا.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
For the longest time, we have wished that the wondrous worlds we game in were real.
For me.
For me, sports is life. It's sense of life again. Like, I play a lot on this game. I don't know about real life when I play PUBG Mobile because I try to put all myself to this game, for this game, and to show best result from myself.
It's a lot of friendly people. I played before football sport, and after that I started to like to play mobile games.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're back again right here at the GEG 2023 for PUBG Mobile. But before we go to our fifth match for the hype, right now we're gonna go to a redefinition, a level up, another wave of entertainment. So here it comes with our surprise announcement taking place here for the day. Let's go right now with the Gadia video.
For the longest time, we have wished that the wondrous worlds we game in were real. Genuine realms that we can explore, discover, and really play. Can celebrate and earn rewards for our triumphs, or fail in pursuit of glory. A place where we've always dreamed of living, where we've always dreamed of working. Dynamic, 24/7, and constantly evolving. Host to the biggest events, where the greatest among us hone their skills. A new era of play awaits.
I gotta check out this city, honestly. That is amazing. Makes me more hyped for the coming games, especially since obviously esports plays a big part in that as well. What have we just seen? Back-to-back chicken dinner for Ukraine, back-to-back chicken dinner from Brazil, and still the leaderboard situation could not be clearer in terms of who's in first place.
Yeah, I mean, Ukraine, they just have to not get eliminated at the beginning of, all of the 3 games that we have coming up. But, I mean, Brazil is on the cusp of coming back into the competition as well. They're about 40 points away. They used to be a lot more, but now with the back-to-back chicken dinner, their target should be to eliminate Ukraine from the beginning of the games, and then maybe they will stand a chance. Because right now, they're on the podium, they're in top 3. But another team as well that we have to touch on is Saudi Arabia. KSA so far, they're in 4th place, I believe, with about 98 points. not that far off from getting themselves into the top 3 as well.
Relatively close.
Yeah, because like second place, I believe, is like 116 points too. So second place is up for grabs. First place needs a little bit more work.
Yeah, a little bit more work is kind of an understatement.
Okay, it's going to need a lot more work.
3 more matches.
True.
And grabbing 40 points. Let's just do the maths here. I know we said we didn't do maths, but we are going to
don't do maths on this podcast.
You need to catch up 40 points. That is what? 2 chicken dinners, essentially, with 10 eliminations each, and then another 10-point game.
Yeah, and Ukraine has to get eliminated early in all these games. They have to get 0 points.
Mathematically, we can already be 100% certain after this match is concluded. Now, I think this is the very, 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 very last chance for any of the teams to make anything happen. But even then, we're grasping at straws at the moment.
I mean, look, the formula here.
More exciting. Yeah.
I'll explain it. So the formula here would be, like you mentioned, it's 2 chicken dinners plus 10 elims per one plus X, and the X here, the variable, being how many points Ukraine gets in the games as well.
True.
So there you go. We actually did some proper maths. Someone write down the formula. Clip it. We actually did something right.
my brother, if my brother's watching, he's probably already on it. Yeah, interesting. So yeah, it's incredible. At this point, I think at this point of the tournament, we can only say, wow, what a performance from some of these teams, especially Ukraine. And I think we said in the midst of the first day, that was something that we could have, to some degree, predicted as well. It wasn't like Ukraine suddenly came out of a huge slump and just grabbed the wins. No, it was Ukraine consistently getting into late game scenarios, consistently grabbing all 4 players, but then just not having the zones to actually finish the games. That's changed today. They've got the zones to finish it off, and they haven't made any mistakes whatsoever in these types of games either. So incredible. And I think it could have been even more incredible if Old Boy, and he was saying that himself yesterday after the games, if he would have been able to clutch some of these clutches yesterday.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not like the team's depending on Old Boy either. You know, every single one of these team members, every single one of these players is actually performing to the best of their abilities. We've seen
100%.
Yeah, so I just want to see if if they manage to get themselves another chicken dinner in the rest of these games and kind of just send a message to every single other team that, like, it doesn't matter what you do. We're going to get this chicken dinner. We're going to get that first place, and we will cement ourselves as the winners of the Global Esports Games here in Riyadh for 2023. Now we'll see if there's going to be any contender, because the only chance that they stand is by starting with a chicken dinner here in game number 5 and eliminating Ukraine as soon as possible.
How devastating is that for Brazil, knowing that if they would have performed on the first day, they would have been first right now? Right? If they, I mean, sure, it's 40 points, but what did they end up yesterday? I think they were even on the second part of the leaderboard. I think they didn't do a lot. In terms of points. So yeah, I think if they would have had 1 chicken dinner yesterday, I think it would have been very possible now.
Here's the thing, with the 4 games that they've played so far, they've gathered more points in those 4 games than they have in the total of 8 that they've had yesterday.
That's absurd. That's an absurd stat. That's just, especially for a team of that caliber, it's just that cannot happen. Like, wow. There we have it. Some of the teams. Oh, is that his girlfriend? That's probably his girlfriend.
I have no idea.
Well, shout out to whoever that is. Sister, girlfriend. Looks a little bit too young to be his mom, but then again, Asians do look younger on average. I'm kind of jealous of that. Yeah, Myanmar representatives that we've just seen.
Let's see if they can bring something out in the upcoming games. Myanmar starting off in 8th place with 41 points. 10 points. That's 10 points behind Brazil. That's where they started. Brazil had 51.
Oh, I grabbed that one. That one was mine.
Wow.
Right in the cheek. Yes, love right back at you. Moldovan representatives. Now we have Sri Lanka. Still struggling to get any footing. To be honest, I think the best they can hope for at the moment is at least make one of these 3 games count and have at least one performance that you kind of look back on when you watch the stream, you're at home, you know, you're kind of like rethinking of this whole tournament as an experience as a whole. And, you know, that one round that you can be proud of, where like, okay, I fragged out, at least I had some screen time that I can, once again, can maybe clip out and post on social media, because so far it's yeah, man, it's dire, to be honest.
How's your experience been of the tournament so far? You been enjoying it?
Come on, man. You know I've been enjoying it. That is, honestly, it's been amazing, Global Esports Games. It's not just that we've seen PUBG Mobile. If you've been here at the festival, and that's what the Global Esports Games represent as well, we've got lots of different cultural stations outside. We can try different foods. We have lots of gaming stations where you can compete with other players and other visitors around the arena that we have here at the Saudi E-League. So, man, it's been amazing. I just broke the record in AIM Labs, for example.
Oh,
that's
wow.
been advertised here. Yes,
this
I'm in the
man
very
has been trying.
You know, I've been trying for some time, but I finally made it just half an hour ago. So I'm on the first place in the leaderboard.
You see, here's the thing. I think one of the guys that had 85,000, like the one that's been holding the record so far, he came and told me that you've been trying for like the past half hour.
Yes.
The second that we were given the break between like game 4 and game 5, man's been trying to get that record.
Of course.
You know, there's no prize, right? It's just bragging rights.
It's honor though. It's honor though.
True. Honor and prize
on the
line.
I'm gonna make sure people know who I am here at the Global Esports Games, and that I have to be feared in aim labs. That's just how it is. If I can't compete in PUBG Mobile, I gotta compete in something, you know.
You always love to compete,
man,
regardless.
Come on, man. It's in my blood, honestly. It is in my blood.
It's definitely. I mean, you definitely can't compete in table tennis. I'll tell you that for free.
Oh, we'll see about that one.
Hey, there's no need to. I already proved it yesterday.
You know
or the day
who's
before.
good? Some of these players are really good at sports as well. I mean, Malo was just talking about football in the interview, and I know that is a career path change that we've seen in plenty of esports players as well. Coming from traditional sports, going over to esports, and then just kind of doing normal sports, obviously on the side as well. There's lots of advantages in having that on the side. I mean, talking about improving your cognitive abilities. But yeah, Malov is not the exception. There's plenty of players here that have come from traditional sports, have improved, you know, their team playability, have improved their leadership there, and then just went over to esports and got successful there as well.
What kind of sports were you into growing up?
Football and table tennis.
Okay, very, very similar then.
Yeah.
For me, it's football, table tennis as well.
Football?
Yeah, I was usually a goalkeeper.
Really?
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't have expected that. You were pretty good though.
In table tennis?
No.
Goalkeeping. Yeah.
Too, though.
Yeah, goalkeeping. I was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to the point where like I would have been signed to like the I want to say like one of the main clubs in Qatar, like for like their smaller team, but because you know I was. I guess you'd have to be like Qatari in order to actually join the club.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't, so I wasn't able to.
But
if I was, I would have been able to join. And that, who knows? That might have been a different career path.
Who knows? Who knows?
But table tennis? Oh no, bring it. I got it.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna get a rematch on that one.
Nah, it's a waste of my time. I don't think I will.
I mean, it's pretty cool. In case you didn't know, like, there's a whole players' lounge around here at the Global Esports Game. These players have a table tennis room. These guys have PCs they can go to. Lots of stuff. Also, food on end, literally, so everyone is completely stacked up and recharged, I think.
Man's very happy with the food being offered. I'll say that.
I know how important
Man
that is as a player.
hasn't stopped munching since we started the day. But, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 5, jumping right back into the action for the Global Esports Games PUBG Mobile Tournament for 2023. And we're going to be starting off from the southwestern side of the map, just north of Primorsk and Quarry, heading towards the likes of Stalber and Kameshki. Meaning, we should have a pretty central zone.
Quick question to you, and I think that's a very interesting question at that. Would you change anything in the way Ukraine plays right now, knowing that they're 40 points ahead with 3 games to go?
And that's one thing that always baffles me when it comes to a team that's holding on to first place is why are you changing your strategy? For example, bringing it back to the likes of Alpha 7 in PMGC, Stalwart Esports in PMGC. Alpha 7, day 1 they had 62 points, day 2 they had 60, day 3 they managed to get like 15 to 18 points. That's about it. Because it was pretty evident when you look at the minimap and you look at the rotations, they were playing very, very, I mean, it felt like they were afraid. It looked like they were afraid. They were too scared to make any kind of move. And that's something that you shouldn't really change. Just play the same play style that you've been playing for day 1 and day 2. There's no need for you to change it up.
Do you think that's an experience thing? Because, I mean, they're one of the most experienced teams in the world.
It's happened more than once, though, for Alpha 7.
Have they ever not been in a PMGC final?
No, I think it's
maybe at the very beginning,
look,
right?
2023, 2022, and I believe also 2021 they were there.
Yeah,
I think 2020 they weren't. Like 3 out of the 4 global championships, I think they were there.
I mean, sure, the situation maybe was always different for them. I think they were always trying to play catch up. I don't remember. I think.
But I want to say, like in terms of the players, and I believe it was Carrillo. He was always present in the PMGC.
Yeah, he has. By the way, in that tournament, he's broken the record for most PMGC eliminations, which is
and like that's over the likes of Innova, Paraboy, and King, and Order, and those guys. But then again, the past 2 years, we haven't really seen Nova perform at the highest level, not the level that.
Unfortunately,
but here's the thing: Paraboy might be coming back next year. He did make a declaration that I am coming back for my trophy in London, in the UK. So I want to see if he's actually going to be bringing it back.
Definitely. Let's take a look at some of these drop spots. I want to say hard jobs, but we're not having any hard jobs anymore. Fortunately for Thailand, or well, fortunately for Brazil and Thailand, both of these teams had a skirmish earlier on with this exact playing path, just the other way around. And it didn't really work out for any of them. I think that game was also part of the reason on why that 40-point difference even came to be. If they would have had a great game, maybe even chicken dinner in that game itself, then the whole leaderboard situation would be very different as well. So, yeah. Interesting that they're not going to face off again. Somalia, though, once again, on that pressure.
Oh, God. Why is there one
Algeria's-
Algerian player on his own? Ramsey against the entire Somalian squad, and they're going to be going for the push. And it's going to be just a 1v1 real quick. He had an opportunity to get an advantage there. Just going to get instantly knocked and finish at that. That's a lot of bullets. He had a UMP, he had an Uzi, he had an M249, he had a PP Bison, everything was just being aimed at him. And Somalia gets themselves first blood in this game.
I like this, though. I think that was planned. You were asking, why is there a single player? I mean, they had a big split on that western side, and Somalia kind of just grouped up very early on. They knew that this big split is a split that they can aggress onwards. And they knew that if they can single out a player, it's probably going to be this one. He was the closest player, by the way, on their draw spot just south of Swamp. So, yeah, good thing for Somalia. That's how you gain the confidence to get into the rest of the 3 games that we have left in this one. And I was saying that at the start of the day, of all the teams in the second leaderboard half, the more risk, the longer the tournament goes, the more risk they're willing to take because the less chances exist. And this is something that you would very likely see in the upcoming games as well.
Yeah, and one team that hasn't really been performing that well today, I think it's Kazakhstan. They started off yesterday with a double chicken dinner on Miramar. Good performance along the, in the other maps as well. Coming into day 2, we haven't seen the performance that we expected from them. We thought that they might be constantly contesting and constantly challenging for that first place spot. But they've just been taking out, losing members left and right in a couple of games. They have been getting glimpses, but again, it's just not the performance that we would have liked to see from this experienced lineup. We'll see if they're going to be able to change things up coming into the second half of today.
Is that team that far up the leaderboard a surprise to you? Because as I said, I was expecting Kazakhstan. When I originally heard Kazakhstan was going to be participating, I didn't check the lineup. Once again, I thought it was going to be Six, Axer, and these guys. Because, yeah, I think just objectively, they would be a little bit more experienced. And they've had success in the last international tournaments that they've played. So, yeah, I was surprised they actually won it, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, they didn't win it, but they were pretty close during the tournament. But, yeah, so this is a completely different lineup. So I wasn't sure what to expect, to be honest. Sure, once again, 3 of these players playing the same team and their experience as well, but I wouldn't have expected them to be performing this well, especially not above Vietnam.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to actually talk about was Vietnam and how they started off with a chicken dinner. They ended day 1 with a chicken dinner, but like the guys mentioned on the analyst desk, they didn't have that many points in the other 6 games.
Yeah.
They didn't really perform in those other games, so it's making their placement in the leaderboard a little bit weak.
And I think it's probably one of the most drastic fall-offs that we've seen so far in this lobby in terms of how they started and how everyone was afraid of them, almost. In the first couple of games that we've seen in this tournament, they were running around. And they were taking fights, and they were successful in that. As opposed to now, I feel like now kind of the scary part is gone for some of these teams, knowing that they are indeed beatable. You can fight them, and you can win.
You just have to take the chance. Sometimes you have to risk it for the biscuit, you know?
Risk it for the biscuit.
I mean, we risked it for the cookie, but
yeah,
whenever you grab the cookie, it just seemed to crumble for some reason.
It was an amazing one, though, and yes, I am sorry for that crumble cookie, but I did pick it up before this 3-second rule. I'm not sure if you have that here as well.
Okay, so what? Do you think that the germs just like, they just wait 3 seconds?
Look, at this point, no, it's just that you just ignore them. It's just that you're fine. At this point, it's like, okay, I may eat some, but
it's like that moment in Braveheart. Hold!
Yeah, if you don't believe they're there, they're not there, you know? It's a matter of belief. And
my God.
I just ignored them.
By the way, is it the 3-second rule or the 5-second rule?
Man,
Which one is it?
Whatever
it's some
fits
kind
for
of
you,
rule.
man. Whatever fits for you. If you're not fast enough in 3 seconds, it's
True.
the 5-second rule at this point. You know?
That's true.
You know, right then and there it was the 5-second rule for me, even though it is the 3-second rule.
But listen, it was a good cookie.
Man, that cookie was amazing.
Let's just go back to the game here as we see Sri Lanka picking up a knock onto Floki from the Kazakhstani side. Saudi Arabia, Aida swinging with that Mini 14.
Okay.
As they take control of the George Pool Mountain. 8-time scope on that Mini 14. He's just, I think he's trying to do a little bit of damage to one of the vehicles, just to kind of make it harder for those teams to rotate. Switching it over to Jimmy from Sri Lanka after they managed to get the knock onto Floki. You see Attacker and the rest of the boys thinking about going for a push. Attacker just throws a quick molly, pushes Jimmy away, and now it looks like he's going to be on the offense. Meanwhile, looking towards the elimination feed, Sky only, and the Thai squad managing to pick up a knock onto one of the Moldovan members, I believe. Jimmy going for the heel, but he doesn't know that Attacker is going to be swinging, and instantly gets that knock and flush. Free little point for him there. I'm surprised that they didn't go for the finish on the member that they knocked down. And now we're looking towards the rest of this Kazakhstani squad. Nate coming up from Floki might be able to get the knock here onto Lucifer. Tries his luck. A little bit of damage, just not enough. But still, they have 3 members. And Attacker not going to get the backup that he needs. And one of the players just ends up being taken out. Oh, due to that slow movement. Not the best when it comes to the Kazakhstani team play that we expect to see from them. I do have to say, something that always baffles me is the constant focus on using nades when you're very, very close quarters with those players.
I mean, you can't really argue with it after that night, to be honest.
I mean, look, no, like, that's fine.
Nade,
but, like, if you have someone, like, for example, rushing towards you and you're just cooking a nade, just take out your gun and go for the fight. Or, like, if you know that one of your players is on his own.
It really depends if you have backup or not. If you're alone, I agree with you. If you're not alone, I think you might as well just throw the nade, because it's the safer option. You don't really want to risk taking an aim duel that at times in PUBG Mobile, we all know how it is, especially with the DBS in play, can be somewhat random. So if you have support and someone's covering you, you're like 2 people in a room, I would always prefer the nade as well, honestly. And it's what I'm doing as well. That way I don't have to use gyroscope, which you all know I'm horrible at anyway.
Apparently,
yeah. So yeah, you kind of just eliminate that risk. Even at close range. If you're skilled at it, look, this is a safe rate. You can't even do anything about it.
Well, let's see what Saudi Arabia is going to do about having this high ground position. And if it's going to remain in the next zone. Myanmar in the elimination feed with that AUG, getting themselves a nice little knock onto Nigeria, but pretty sure that those, those are just going to be some long-range fights. Nasser as well from Kuwait. After one hell of a performance from him and Fahidan in their previous game. With that MG3 DBS combo close range, it was absolutely mad. But Kuwait now taking a little bit of damage from the Algerian side. Myanmar as well getting themselves some revenge here. I think they managed to get themselves a couple of points.
Yeah, I mean, the desk was talking about it as well. Myanmar very surprisingly aggressive in the early game and successful at that.
Ooh.
Wow, what a spray coming in from Mewtwo. Mewtwo, I'm so bad with it. That's a Pokemon name, isn't it? Mewtwo, I'm so bad at it. Anyways,
it is in fact a Pokemon, yes.
Exit though secures another one. Different team. Fighting on 2 fronts and winning both the duels. You gotta, I mean, that's crazy.
So from that name, can you guess another Pokemon?
Is there another Pokemon in Myanmar?
No, like, so his name's Mewtwo.
Yeah,
right? Can
Mewtwo.
you guess another Pokemon name?
I mean, I know Pokemon, so I can guess Charmander.
Okay, fair. I was gonna go for like Mewtwo, then there has to be like Mew as well, right?
Okay, Mewtwo, Mew 1. Okay, one.
No, there's no Mew.
Is there Mew though?
No, I think it's is it?
No,
honestly,
I think it's just Mewtwo.
How about we just stop digging ourselves a hole here? Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of Pokemon fans, and yeah, now I'm starting to worry.
I just talked about this yesterday with some of the players, randomly enough. Anyways, Tulika gets another one. Sri Lanka is out in 16th place. They will only have 2 more chances to make that round happen that I was talking about. And that shift, also pretty good one for Ukraine. In my opinion, one of the best positions that you can ever be in. That compound down there is going to secure you a pretty safe spot inside the circle. And no matter where, it's really going to shift. Which most of the time is relatively centered around the bridge, at least in the next one. You have easy access to play the ridge lines if you actually need to move out of it. So pretty good spot for Ukraine once again.
Yeah, and Saudi Arabia holding up on that mountain, but I think they have to move within the next minute, maybe even half a minute. Soulless, okay.
Wow. Is he? Oh, no, please no.
I think they just might be having a little bit of a problem there on their side. Unless, you know, he was just completely stunned by Aida's shots.
That's a real possibility, but I don't think that happened, no. As much as I like Aida. Lutz is going to be revived. Catch is driving over. Smoke and Buggy is going to support him in that transition over to the other house. Man, that is unfortunate. Once again, Turkey, they just cannot seem to get a break. That would have, oh my, that would have been so close to another knock.
Yeah, that's just swinging constantly with that mini 14 and that 8-time scope, trying to get as much damage out there, trying to see if he can get any more knocks. And now we're looking towards Thailand. Tiger chasing after Chua in that vehicle, but let's see if they manage to take him out, but doesn't work out for them. It looks like they're going to continue the chase. Not really. I think they're going to go back and try and see if they can get themselves the revive, but I think there's more squads joining the fight here. Tiger secures it onto Lamborghini. Vietnam suffering quite a lot at the moment. But Ukraine, we have to say, they're still getting themselves a couple more points, and they're making it just that much more difficult for anyone to catch up. And honestly, if they make it into top 3 by the end of this game, it should be kind of done. I think we should know who's going to be there taking first place, but we still have the fight for second and third up for grabs for everyone.
Guatemala is going to be eliminated as well. Them also struggling today is, man, it's heartbreaking to see. I love this lineup. As I said, these guys are very, very sympathetic players, and didn't work out for them so far. 2 more chances for them as well, as Federal takes another player from Serbia. Serbia also, I mean, to me, one of the most disappointing lineups so far. I really hope they're going to use their chances too. And their upcoming games, as yeah, honestly, as Koa and Malice just have had a tough time throughout this tournament. I think anyone would agree.
Can I not?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just the leaderboard situation. That's just can't really change that.
That is very true. Unless. Here's the thing. Like, I'm looking at Ukraine and their position. They're pretty chill for now. They don't really. I don't think they're
amazing, honestly.
Yeah, they're not going to be feeling a lot of pressure. Yeah. And again, because they're getting themselves a couple of elims here and there, they're getting themselves a couple of points whenever they can. And every single point is going to, not only are you getting yourself a point, but you're also like denying the point from being taken by another team.
Yeah, definitely.
That's going to try and get closer to you. But let's have a look at the rotation coming out from the Kazakhstani representatives, as I think they're going to be coming across to Lika, so we might be seeing a little bit of a fight there. The elimination feed tells us Ketch and the Thai squad might be getting into a little bit of a skirmish towards that south side. Saudi Arabia have to abandon the mountain at this point, because I think if they wait until the next zone, then it's just going to be open season for everyone to focus on them and take them out.
Ragnar still watching Algeria in the distance. It looks like a good spot, but honestly it's not. As long as the circle is on you, it's like the best spot to have, obviously, but if the circle does decide to shift south or southeast, they're going to be in big trouble as well. At least they can save the cars inside the building. But yeah, that's why I think Ukraine's spot is so strong. And yeah, I think we're going to... look, I would almost... The next phase, I'm going to make a prediction next phase, whether or not Ukraine is going to win this game. Because I think the next circle is going to give us a lot of information in that regard. Anyways, Thailand, you were talking about this fight happening just a half a minute ago. And it looks like it is still very close to doing so. Obviously, Turkey still inside these buildings, with Thailand just rotating on just below them, trying to bait out some shots, gather some more information. But for now, Turkey doesn't really want to engage this.
But looks like the choice is not up to them, as Sky Only is going to open up the knocks on their side. Manages to get himself the first one on the Turkish side, but Turkey only have 2 players left. Are they going to be able to hold out against the push from the Thai team? Sky Only confirms the elimination. NC2 going for the push. Takes a lot of damage, though. Is forced to instantly go for the heal. Sol K and Ketch, it's going to be up to them, but we do see one of the players from Thailand instantly take out that DPS. Close range fight with a UMP. Secures the elimination for his squad, and that is going to be the 7th one for Team Thailand. And of course, Ukraine is going to be very, very happy with that one, as Thailand is one of the competitors. Kazakhstan would be the other one. And of course, Brazil And now Federal getting eliminated too. It's just good pieces of news for Ukraine time and time again.
Yeah, and as you said, all of these three teams have already lost a player. That's just going to make it even that more likely. I was saying at the start of the game, if there really is a chance in any multiverse of PUBG Mobile games that are to be played, it's mathematically only possible if it is this one, right? It has to be the very first game out of these three. It has to start right now, and all of these teams losing a player is going to make it that much more unlikely, almost impossible at this point. We can see YC still trying to make it in. Myanmar is holding on strong. They've been fighting their way through this northern side, and thus far they've been incredibly successful. YC unfortunately is not going to be picked up by them. Playzone is going to eliminate them, and Algeria gets taken out in 10th place.
10th place for Algeria. Unfortunately, we haven't seen the best performance from the guys, but with 2 games left, they have 2 chances to just have a better finish at the end of the tournament. So it's going to be quite difficult for them to kind of get the result that they wanted. And now seeing the shift, oh my lord, the shift towards the northern side makes it hell on earth for Ukraine to try and make it there, because you have Thailand right in front of you and you have Saudi Arabia as well very nearby. But Saudi Arabia is applying pressure on every single member. Tiger with the knock onto Talika. Ida and the boys as well from KSA applying pressure from a distance. The question remains, do they actually go for the push? Oh, full send from Tiger though. Runs over Old Boy, and now it's just going to be up to Talika. NC2 might be able to take him out, but Saudi Arabia and Ida from the distance manages to help him out in the last few seconds. But it looks like Ukraine have 1 player left alive. Old Boy will be taken out by the zone. Talika should be able to make it into the next zone. The question remains, can he get more points? Kvik, again, bites the dust. And looks like it is going to be all up to that last member from Ukraine.
I really love this, what Saudi is doing. Not only do they know that one team has surely been eliminated, but they also must have watched the elimination feed and realized that Ukraine is maximum 1, maybe 2 players left alive. So maximum 2 players left alive, sorry. But ideally only 1. If they really focus on it, they should probably know that it's only 1 player. And they're using this to drive into exactly these kinds of positions where they've just fought, knowing that there's probably not going to be many players left alive there. So a smart play from Saudi Arabia, that's exactly the kind of stuff that you need to focus on as well. And even if that fight would have been clearer by Ukraine, I still think that would have been the play. I think even earlier, actually. So relatively lucky for them that it was that dominant from Team Thailand, actually, that fight, at least in the beginnings.
Yeah. Now looking towards Saudi Arabia once again and their presence on the southern side. I'm honestly surprised that have like the last member of Ukraine is still alive. I thought that he would have been taken out by the KSA side, but he got a little bit lucky towards the end there. Switching over towards one of the members from Myanmar, swinging against 3TN, not able to get the knock. Floki as well, trying to give him a little bit of cover. Gives his teammate an opportunity to just get out of line of sight.
Myanmar, at least with all these teams alive, the team that has surprised me the most, consistently fighting as if they would have way more experience than they actually do. I mean, just the way they've been split up. In the northern side, we saw them fight 2 teams at the same time, even in phase 1, and still coming out on top on both of these fights. Grabbing elimination points as well, then making their way through to even play this ridge line across the river. Just strong individual play paired with good rotation so far. I'm sad to see, I'm sad to say, to be honest, not see, I'm sad to say they're only just barely scraping that first leaderboard half. This just goes to show you also, though, that there's so many other experienced teams in this lobby.
Yeah, it's getting quite competitive when we get to those last few games, and now with the zone shifting towards the eastern side more, it's gonna be quite 50-50 between the north and the south. Let's see who's gonna be coming out on top at the end of this one, who's gonna get a little bit of an advantage towards this end game.
Interesting position here from Brazil. They have kind of split 2 players on the other side, and Lot is just in the back, making sure he's hitting some kind of pop shot on towards the players down low. It's a dangerous place to be, as you can see, with Saudi slowly but surely approaching this eastern side. Honestly, I'm excited to see what kind of position they will play ultimately, because I think at some point they will have to take out or at least damage some of the players at the bridge in order to get some more playable area. But as long as, honestly, as long as Brazil is in these compounds, I don't see a way for them to fight themselves in. I mean, it's really hard to get a knock and even harder to get a flush on towards these Brazil players in the distance. I'd say it's almost impossible, actually.
Ooh, Ragnar. Nice couple of shots there onto Yahiko. Not able to get the knock, though. Still, good bit of damage. And now Kuwait with that control over the Wizard Tower. Decent position for them. I still don't know how Havlik is alive right now. There you go. Gets taken out. And now, I do have to say, by the way, Saudi Arabia, if they manage to get a chicken dinner in this game, they might actually be able to jump to second place. It's quite possible for them. And they're the only team, I want to say like a top 4, top 5, without a chicken dinner so far. Their consistency has been pretty good over the past 2 days.
I mean, we talked about it so often that Saudi deserves a win as well. They were one of the only teams at the very top of the leaderboard, in the overall leaderboard, to be honest, that we all, I think, collectively said they should grab a win just based off of how often they get into late games and how well they fight. Best example was the Turkey fight on the Erangel game, where we said, even early in that round, wow, they're actually playing so aggressive, and they have adjusted their in-game leading, their calling style, towards the place that they are on the overall leaderboard. They want to make something happen, and I appreciate that initiative.
Yeah, they didn't really have the best of starts when it came to day 1 of the tournament, but I think they're making up for it coming into day 2.
I think very much so, yeah. I think the home crowd can be proud of them so far.
Oh, yeah.
It's not going to be the first place, but unfortunately that
look, I mean,
the same
look,
way
top
for the
3,
rest of the 15 teams.
Top 3 against the teams that are competing here. Yeah. It's a pretty good performance.
With
and again,
a mixed team as well.
Yeah.
Right? We talked about all the different organizations that we have in there, Twisted Minds, R8, Esports, and so on and so forth. So, still a crazy performance. Let's see how they will finish this one. As I said, there's not really a lot of playable area just yet. I know I said this was going to be a massive one, because I expected Ukraine to be in that place, and I was talking about that. Well, they're good position earlier on, but right now, as long as Brazil stays in there, I don't really see, as I said, I don't really see a position to be played there. Let's see how the next circle is going to shift, and this is gonna be perfect for them. They can rotate relatively late, and on top of that, Brazil has to move out of the buildings. If they time this correctly, they should be in the best spot in the circle. So I'll take it all back. It is how it is. It is how it is. It is how I said it in the beginning. One of the best spots in the game. It also is how it is. It is how it's how it's.
It is what it is, my guy.
It is what it is. Look, it is what it is.
Are you good?
Do you not remember how we talk?
Yeah, it's what it's.
You've ruined, it's what it's. Yeah, you ruined that for me. Anyways, I'll make it the game lot. Still looking to find that opening. I think he's going to be one of the most important players now in making sure that Brazil is moving out of this compound safely and brings all 4 players on the other side. Law has to make sure that he covers from both angles, not only towards the east, but also towards the west. Saudi Arabia's slowly but surely setting themselves up for success.
Yeah, now there's going to be a lot of pressure towards that north side. My question is, will Saudi Arabia even try to collect as many eliminations as possible here? Okay, Brazil going to try and see if they can get themselves in here. But are they going to go across a bridge? Or are they going to go for a quick swim? Looks like swim it is for Brazil. Kuwait focusing on Myanmar towards that northern side. Again, the position that they have gives them a decent advantage even over Kazakhstan as they try to get on.
Myanmar, kind of the X factor in this round, or could potentially turn into this big question mark. First of all, it's going to be Brazil. And I was talking about Law being the deciding factor. At the moment, it's more likely going to be Lawrence in the distance. Nate comes out, Prestige. Ooh, he gets damaged quite a lot, actually. But unfortunately, the first Brazilian player to touch the shore on the other side is getting taken down immediately. And Saudi, look at the split they've already got. 2 plays over towards the bridge. And with Aida in the distance, they're kind of securing almost 90% of the circle, I want to say. And that's going to make it even tougher for Brazil to do anything here. Next player gets eliminated, and that just leaves 1 down at the shoreline.
Yeah, but now with Aida towards the southeastern side, or southwestern side rather, of the map, of this zone. I'm not too sure about this split though, because here's the thing: if one of the Brazilian players sneaks up onto Prestige here and gets the knock, that could be the thorn in the side of Saudi Arabia, and that could be the reason that they don't win this game. Very well played by them, finally securing their flank, getting the eliminations onto Brazil. And again, every single point that they can gather will matter towards the end if they want to get a podium finish. And now they have literally complete control over this final zone here.
Oh, that's a double knock, actually. Myanmar coming on through. That player gets eliminated as well in Kazakhstan, just like that, in a blink of a second. Has lost all 3 players, and that just leaves Kuwait now left alive. And Myanmar, they are showing off. And I was talking about that one round for plenty of these teams that they can just look back on and realize how well they've actually played and performed. And this is that round for Myanmar. I think what they're trying to look for here is now more frags on towards the Kuwait players. But look at this. I mean, Yaka is even looking towards the Saudi players. Doesn't even full focus the Kuwait players who are just outside the blue zone as well.
Yeah, and looking towards Kuwait, I think they tried to make a move towards Saudi Arabia there, but the opportunity was just not given easy. Damn, they're trying to hold their ground as much as possible here. 2 people focusing on Myanmar, 2 people focusing onto Kuwait. Ragnar making the move towards Aida. That is a very dangerous position if he's still able to hold it easy. Needs to try and assist that left side. Dammy, very well played. He's able to get that first knock for his team. Prestige taking out Ragnar as well. That secures their flank too. Very well played by Saudi Arabia. They just have to hold on until the last minute. They take out the last member from Myanmar. Now it's going to be a 4v2. Saudi Arabia versus Kuwait for the chicken dinner for game number 5. Fahidan and Mishal trying to see if they can survive as long as possible, but being in that shack, it's going to be very easy for Saudi Arabia to secure it. It might just be the best decision to deny those points, deny those limbs. Mishal will be taken out within a few short moments, and there it is. Finally, Saudi Arabia comes out on top and gets themselves the chicken dinner they so desperately need to get themselves a podium finish.
Absolutely. I mean, what a comeback though today. Saudi Arabia, I mean, they have played well yesterday, but they just weren't able to finish any of the games off. And now coming on like this in towards the second day, it's just a massive performance. And I think the home crowd is going to be happy with this one. Saudi Arabia also obviously having quite a big PUBG Mobile fan base. Lots of people, as I've learned in the last couple of years, just start picking up on the game. And that's obviously the online presence has risen massively. Podium finish. Who would have thought? That is going to be in reach.
Guaranteed. It's not guaranteed.
Yeah, but it is in reach. It's in reach.
It is.
Now,
that
having played these kinds of games, man, it is. I mean, one more team with a chicken dinner. It just cannot get more exciting, honestly, in terms of the overall leaderboard situation. Sure, maybe the first place is out of reach, but the rest of the situation, right? Talking about second and third place, we were talking about podium finishes. That's completely up for grabs for 4 or 5 teams at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be what? You have Kazakhstan. Of course, you have Ukraine in first place. Thailand, Kazakhstan. Vietnam might be up there still. I mean, they didn't have the best performance today.
With 2 good performances, though, that's possible.
Yeah, and now Saudi Arabia. Again, I do have to say, like, this is, again, the 4th time, by the way, that Saudi Arabia comes out on top in a fight against Kuwait.
Yeah,
there have been. This is our 5th game of the day, and 4 times we've seen both these teams clash against each other time and time again.
Yeah, smart play as well. I think they started off on the very far side of the hill. I think on an Everest, and just worked their way down and very consistently as well, not losing any of the plays. Let's take a look at what our analysts have to say back at the desk. So take it away, Jason.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And what I have to say is Saudi Arabia is here to play. They finally get the chicken dinner. There's no one out there more happy than this man here. These men, I guess.
Finally.
Max is just jumping on any bandwagon, it seems, today. Except Brazil. He hates when Brazil wins.
But you love when Saudi Arabia wins?
Yeah.
I mean, I love when Saudi Arabia wins because we finally were able to see them being able to close out a match. We finally were able to see them take full control of a circle whenever they actually had a chance. Whenever they were on top of Everest, they were able to third-party a fight, and I felt like that was the key moment right there because they decided to push down from Everest and actually pushed off the last player from Ukraine into the river, and it allowed them so much control and the way they played that out too. The patience of the game was so good.
So good. So good. Yeah, I can see, gentlemen. I know what's on the screen. Don't even worry. I wanted to talk about how they were so good.
I want you to say it so I can talk.
Okay, fine. Go ahead, Max. You can do the call-out.
This replay is brought to you by Saudi. Pretty delicious replay, right? I don't know.
That's savory.
Savory. Very savory. Man, you see a phase 1 circle happen like that. You have Everest in a dead center.
Yes.
You just go for it. It's just massive. And even if the circle moves away from it, you got all the information you would ever need to pull off a great rotation, which is what Saudi Arabia did. And especially IDA 7 with the Mini 14, with the 8-time scope, having all the information on where everyone is placed, where all the cars are positioned, able to make that transition then. It was a little bit scary when they split at the end because Brazil were hot on their heels, but they were able to regroup at the end to get a little bit of an angle and then eliminate Brazil.
And I feel like it came down to one player, right, being able to fend off the Brazilian teams, the Brazilian players, and it was Prestige. He was able to take control of that fight. He was able to actually eliminate 2 players right there, and ultimately, that was the winning play. Because if that wouldn't have happened, man, they would have been so exposed to the Brazilian players coming in from the east.
I was actually getting a little bit scared for their split because not only were they split on the east side, right, with Brazil, they also had to worry about the west side or the northwest side with Kuwait, and they somehow didn't get knocked in either of those situations. I mean, as you heard the caster say, you get knocked there, you're going to get most likely confirmed, and then your team's down a player. And the one thing I will criticize is I don't know if that would work in like a PMGC. I don't know if you would be able to pull something like that off in that later stages. I'm actually kind of surprised to see, I feel like you're not agreeing with me, that Brazil, like, if it was Alpha 7 maybe, would they have punished that split quite better?
I feel like they didn't have the players, but if they had 3, 4 players, then
they had 2, and it was 2-on-1.
Yeah, but they still lost it. But I feel like if you have more players, and you can maybe especially play with utility, which I didn't see any at that point because they're playing behind trees and rocks, which is very vulnerable to any kind of utility.
Especially
I think
when the tree moves.
Especially, man, those are really scary. Those are like the worst kind of trees. But utility is going to be working out really well for you. So it could have been punished, as you said.
Yeah.
But just in this case here, already so many teams died beforehand that there were not really that many teams that were able to compete against it. But it can go both ways. But I feel like at the end of the day, they had the information. They played with that information extremely well. And they finally got a win that, as you said, Seven, we've been waiting for since day 1. So yesterday.
We're so used to doing longer events, huh? But for this team, it's going to come down now. Not only can they get a chicken dinner again, right, with the next 2 matches that are left, but can they actually continue to be consistent? Because I feel like this is definitely going to be giving them a confidence boost. When I got a chance to talk to them, they were really focused on being able to kind of narrow down that win. And they said, if we are able to narrow down that win, we are going to be able to at least challenge for that first place. Obviously, that was earlier before the game before the whole day started. At this point, they're not going to be challenging for a win. They're going to be challenging for that top 3, and right now they're looking good.
Yeah, and we're going to have one more Miramar and one more Erangel now.
And what's good, too, is that they eliminated one of the teams in Brazil that is currently in contention for that top 3, so that definitely helps them out.
Yeah, that is definitely true, but Brazil was still late into the game. Brazil still had a very close push in towards the top, but obviously we'll get into our results in a little bit of time whenever we do get that filled out and done for you guys to see, but also the match rankings, because that's going to be very important to see how many points all the teams to get, because Ukraine, again, staying alive, calling the Bee Gees, because they're going to get some copyright strike here. They are just staying alive here and doing what they do best as they get themselves some points here on the board. 7 points.
21 points. And you were talking about Brazil still being able to be alive. Brazil getting those 8 points, that's good for them, but I mean, with the way Saudi Arabia was able to finish off that game, that's great. And then they're able to also outpoint Thailand and Kazakhstan as well.
Thailand was like second, right? So this is actually works against Saudi Arabia if they want to break into second place potentially. Or obviously top 3, that goalpost just keeps moving further and further. And further and further and further. And further.
And further.
Can I have one word in this segment, please, guys? I want to jump in. Kuwait being the new Saudi Arabia. There you go. That's what I'm going to say. They're just not able to get the wins here. It seems they get close multiple times. They got 6 placement points, got that second place. And they had actually a really good compound onto the west, north of Everest this entire match. Unfortunately, your cars are very vulnerable in a position like that, and I saw that IDAO with his Mini 14 with the 8-time scope, the moment he saw wheels just slowly peeking around the corner, they were going to be popped instantly. So without cars, a move like that in the open against such a strong split of Saudi Arabia, you're just not going to be able to make it work out.
And I feel like IDAO has to be, at least for me, one of those players that has definitely stand out, right? We usually don't get a good chance to cover that region, and here at a global event, I feel like he's definitely putting his name out there more for the international viewers as well, because I know he's well known within his region, but right now we're being able to he's being able to kind of showcase why he's so well known in his region, why he's so loved as well, the awareness that we have seen out of him, and not only the awareness, the damage dealt, which is 1,192. And ladies and gentlemen, you know what that means. A special Max Man tune. Oh, I like that one.
And further and further and further.
Is this why you don't let me talk?
I feel like Clint Eastwood was about to like pop out of somewhere. I was like, who? Clint Eastwood? Never mind.
Say his name again?
You guys are too young.
Say his name.
Say it properly.
Say it to my face.
Well, yeah, obviously a great game coming from them. I mean, I was hoping for maybe a little bit more eliminations because we see them pull off like 5 to 8 pretty consistently, but the win is a win, and that's what they needed to kind of get some weight off their shoulders because there's only 2 matches left to go here, gentlemen, and if they want to make that push and be successful, they don't have very many games left to make it happen.
And as you said, Seven, right, we need to see a continuation of this
Yes.
now. Confidence boost, maybe. The thing is, I feel like teams like Saudi Arabia here, wait, Center is not played and focused on that heavily. Let's just send it straight to Everest, right, and get all the information in the world that we would ever need on a game of Erangel. And I feel like that worked out. Do it on the next game on Erangel, on Miramar, do it on the next battleground after that on Erangel, and you might just be in the best spot. And of course, longest distance in terms of eliminations, I think on a playoff.
Not surprised.
Turkey. So, of course, with that Mini 14 ATEX scope on Everest, you are going to get them headshots.
Yeah, his awareness was just on another level this match. Really appreciate it.
You appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's so nice of you.
Yeah.
Come on, this is the damage graphic in here. I want to get to overalls, man. We got 2 matches left. This is like the hypest part of the tournament. I want to see how close it's currently getting between the teams. But obviously, we got to see how much damage the teams did do before we can get there, which is going to come up in 3, 2, 1.
0.9.
Well, you went up.
3, 2,
0.07.
1.
There it is. We got it.
2,700 damage coming for Saudi Arabia, and then it's kind of Sandhawk-esque numbers the rest of the way.
Yes, and Myanmar actually had a decent movement on the northern side of the river. Not many teams were up there.
Yep.
And they were able to make that rotation, get a few eliminations. This was a rough game also for Algeria, trying to leave the crates, and because team like Myanmar were in such a better position, picking up the eliminations along the way. 7, it's a well, I meant 7, not you. But 7 eliminations on this game is good, but it's still not going to be enough to catch up clearly. They're just trying to get as high as they can on the rankings on the final dash.
And we're talking about eliminations. We have to give props to Ukraine. I mean, this team is just playing so well today.
They're the Saudi Arabia of Ukraine.
They could win.
What? No,
that kind of makes
got
no
wins
sense,
before.
actually.
They got wins before.
Yeah.
I feel like in regards to consistency, I get what you're saying.
They're the IHC of Ukraine.
But they have been just so consistent with back-to-back chicken dinners at the start of the day, and then after that, we were kind of talking about it too, right? They don't really have to go for those chicken dinners. They just have to make sure they keep on playing their game, focus a little bit on the later stages of the match, and then focus on those eliminations, maybe getting those placement points, and they're doing that so well.
You wanted?
No, I just want to talk about overalls.
Okay,
it's okay, Max.
These are overalls.
Go ahead, you can continue.
What were you gonna say, Max?
I forgot my point now.
Saudi Arabia's in 3rd place over Brazil here by 6 points, and they are in reach now of getting 2nd place, but with 2 matches left to go, almost being 40 points behind for Thailand. If they don't do something insane this next match, then it's going to be it. There's no way anyone's going to catch Ukraine. But looking down the rest of the list here as I give Max Ben no chance to talk. Kazakhstan at 111, 2 points behind Brazil. So top 3, it's reachable by quite a few teams here, 7.
No, 7. Okay, I'm jumping into this one. So I want to talk about Ukraine, okay, and in 1st place, they are playing a salvage mission right now at the end. They are just trying to make sure they get points at the end, eliminations. They're playing Ruins. I'm sorry, no team that is trying to win on a Phase 2, Phase 3 circle is going to go in Ruins Castle because you are locked in that position. You cannot rotate away from that spot, but what you can do is get eliminations right now. And Ukraine, understand, there is no way Thailand, Saudi Arabia, Brazil catch up if we just get 5, 6 eliminations in these games and get a few placement points. We are confirmed to be the champions if we do not mess up big time, and messing up big time, they are not doing that.
Yeah, I don't see.
By not doing that, they are not messing up big time.
I do see them maybe coming into the last match with such a point advantage, right? I do see them trying to close it out with the chicken dinner, which we know that some of those players definitely want to be able to do that. We know Old Boy, the way he was able to talk to us yesterday, they definitely fixed the mistakes that they were making yesterday. And with the team, the way they're currently performing, it's going to come down to that 2nd place and 3rd place because, man, like it's so close. We're talking about, okay, it might have been Thailand, might have been Vietnam, might have been Kazakhstan, and now all of a sudden we're talking about Saudi Arabia, we're talking about Brazil too with the back-to-back chicken dinners. Anything can happen here. And honestly, I feel like Saudi Arabia definitely have to end up being in the top 3 with how consistent they've been. I just want that kind of game style to be rewarded.
Yeah, and it's not just them performing well, right? Is that we do have to mention that just before this tournament, they had a very small amount of time. This is players from so many different teams and able to work so well, being so consistent, and now finally able to get a win. I'm excited to see what these individual players, or maybe this new team, is going to do in next year's season.
Maybe it's going to get mixed up in the region.
I can see the posts on Instagram. Max has leaked a new team for NBA.
A new article has been written.
Yeah.
It is me again. I am back.
Let's take a look at our Kidia MVP of the match, and I'm pretty sure we can all guess who it's going to be. Probably going to be Ida.
That's just his call, his intro right now. I mean, he had some great shots. Unfortunately, I feel like he could have had more eliminations, but because at that kind of distance, we're talking 300, 400 meter range, you can't confirm them. What we can do is just get some good damage, use up the resources of your enemies, which is really important. We're talking meds, we're talking also the pills, the energy drinks, all of that is going to be gone because he keeps hitting the shots, the helmets too, and the vests.
Smoke grenades, trying to pick up the other teammates, that because he did end up knocking one more. So
like everything is going to get used up just trying to survive, and then you come into the late game, they have nothing to work with, and you have everything in the arsenal you need to confirm that game. So those shots early on were actually really important.
Yeah, that was one of the perfect games played out by Ida right there. You mentioned it perfectly.
Please no, Matt.
Dude, you're stuck with that.
We don't
One
need a
now. That is
copyright
your
here.
favorite song now.
Yes.
I like it.
What do you say?
It's kind of good.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, thank
I wonder if I'm going to get you to stop
Sometimes
saying
very
that by
good,
the end of
sometimes
this.
very
200%.
Well, I believe the casters are ready to go here, as I can see them putting their headphones on and getting all ready to go for everything, because they are loving all this action here. I know Sandstorm is loving all the action as well. And gentlemen, I'm just kidding. It's actually not going to casters. We have like 5 minutes left. I just made them get up for no reason.
I knew it, and they still went.
I want to see a Sandstorm dance, though. He didn't. He promised me one.
Sandstorm! No, don't do that. What?
Dan, Sand,
put your clothes back
on, please.
That's the advantage of being on camera. But again, last 2 matches, we got to focus up here. Saudi Arabia, they have shown they can get a chicken dinner. The pressure is off. Will they be able to do it again the next 2 matches is going to be tough. But at least the one thing they have over all the other teams around them at the moment is that consistency. It might not be enough to overtake Thailand, but it could be enough to maintain a top 3 position.
Yeah,
I'm a little bit scared because we're getting into the later matches. We saw what happened yesterday with Saudi Arabia in regards to the later matches. They ended up being a little bit fatigued. Their performance definitely slowed down. It wasn't this Saudi Arabia that we saw at the beginning of the day. Yeah, this time it's going to be 7 matches instead of 8. We haven't had any technical delays, so we'll have to wait and see if they are going to end up getting fatigued or if this is going to give them that little hype that they need, right, to finish off the day strong.
There's going to be a little bit of that script play style here. Some teams just like, oh, script, we'll just do whatever we want, and if it works out, it works out. And if it just messes up with the other teams, we're going to do it anyways.
Okay, well, gentlemen, it is time to head over to our casters, but not before we take a look at another interview with all of our teams about how it feels to represent their country here at GEG.
Pretty good.
I'm proud to represent my country, me as well my teammates, and we are pretty confident.
It feels like a great responsibility for me to represent my whole country and like the people, and I'm proud to represent my country.
It's so nervous because we are first team who gonna perform from our country. So for me, it's a very serious step, and I want to show best performance from myself and also this team.
صراحة إحساس بالفخر أكيد تكون فخور بنفسك أنك راح تمثل بلادك أنت وتيمك.
This is not just a team, like you're representing your country, your nation.
Thank you for the opportunity for the GEG Fast, and secondly, thank you for Somali fans for showing us the support, and we will do like better, and I will hope you enjoy the play.
Thank you guys for supporting us.
Guys, play PUBG, buy UC, open case, and take a lot from this game.
نحيي كل المتابعين وكل الناس وكل البلدان المشاركة والطاقم والناس اللي جابونا وقفوا معنا وتحياتي لكم.
We love all our fans. We are receiving a lot of messages from their side, and we are very happy to have all of them here with us in our soul.
You can see how much it means to every single one of these players to represent their country, and also, like we mentioned, how much it means for them to get those words of encouragement, those words of support from their supporters back home watching the stream. So we appreciate every single one of you that's still with us on this live stream. We appreciate every single one of those messages that you are sending to those teams and for supporting them as they represent your country at the Global Esports Games PUBG Mobile Tournament. And of course, today's the last day, but tomorrow we have eFootball that's going to be live as well here at the Saudi E-League's arena. So make sure that if you're around, make sure to pass by. There's a lot of activities. There's a lot of food. You know, make sure to arrive for the food before he finishes it all. So, you know, just be quick about it.
No, that's actually kind of true. That's actually kind of true. Yeah, make sure to get here early, otherwise it's all going to be gone.
Yeah.
Last 2 games.
I didn't think we'd be here that quickly.
Yeah, honestly, me neither. But today it's just been. I'm gonna shout out production again and the players as well. Them getting into the lobby. Sometimes it takes a bit. Today it really doesn't. Quick on the action. Yeah, what I want to say. I mean, we can stand here and talk about who's going to take the first place, but I think that's what we've done for the last 15 minutes.
That's basically said and done.
But 2 and 3, and I want to get your prediction before we get into the last game, because at that point it might just be a little bit too obvious. Second and third place, if you need to say 2 names right now, 2 countries to be exact, who's it going to be?
Saudi Arabia and Brazil.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I think Saudi Arabia is going to claim second, and I think Brazil is going to fight for that 3rd place spot. And I think Kazakhstan, not the performance that we saw from them in day 1. They've had a little bit of a falling off coming into day 2 here. Same thing can be said for Vietnam too. But here's the thing: that Vietnam can always surprise us in any one of those games. But I still think it's going to be first Ukraine, second Saudi Arabia, and then third Brazil.
I'm gonna say Vietnam is gonna make a massive comeback.
Really? Okay.
I think they're gonna make 2 huge games, win one of them, get into the top 3. I think Saudi Arabia is going to have a little bit of a lackluster game, but I say that, but at the same time, I don't really believe it, because honestly, they play so consistent throughout the day, and yeah, I think Kazakhstan is going to get thrown out of it, unfortunately. I haven't really seen too much Kazakhstan the last 2-3 games, right?
No, like we've seen them, you know, get their chicken dinners on Myanmar in day 1, but in day 2, we've had the back-to-back from Ukraine, we've had the back-to-back, of course, from Brazil, and then we've had Saudi Arabia get themselves their first chicken dinner. But we also have to shout out Saudi Arabia when it comes to their consistency compared to a lot of these other teams. For example, Vietnam with their double chicken dinner, but they're currently in 4th or 5th place. Brazil getting themselves those 2 chicken dinners was very important, but very well played for the side of KSA. But there's still 2 more games for you to play, 2 more chances for you to prove yourself, and then submit yourself in that top 3 and get yourselves, you know, a nice little medal by the end of it.
I think there's still one more team. I think that is still that's still waiting for that one big moment.
If you can get it, you know, it's flipped. It's flipped, my guy.
Oh no! Did I just?
Okay.
It's sold to place. That's Serbia. I'm still waiting for that one big game. Malice and Koa.
Well, okay, so you know, we have this for you guys, so we're waiting for that performance. Yeah, this is for you right now.
So to any Serbian fans out there, I saw some of them in the chat as well. Make sure to support them. This is one of the only 2 last chances that you are going to get. So ladies and gentlemen, be ready for match number 14 here at the Global Esports Games 2023 live from Riyadh.
And here we go. And looks like this plane path is going to make it very easy for a lot of these teams. It's going to be starting off from the eastern side of the map, just between El Azhar and Impala.
That's a lovely playing path, to be honest. That is just what you want to have as a professional esports player in PUBG Mobile.
Explain.
What do you mean? What?
No, like, it's a pretty
So we start at the basics. So the playing path works this way, that you can jump out at any time, and you can, look for a loot spot. Obviously, I mean, you can go anywhere you want with this one. Sure, it could be a tiny bit more down south, but especially for Miramar, that's the one map out of all the competitive maps we've ever had. We didn't really have that many, but out of all the competitive maps that we do have currently in the pool, that's the one map where the playing path really does have the biggest impact, and that's why you see only in Miramar, sometimes in Erangel as well, but mostly only exclusively in Miramar, that some of these teams have 2 loot spots, and depending on the playing path, they pick one or the other. We've seen that with Nigeria actually plenty of times. We've seen them sometimes in Puerto, sometimes towards the northern or rather centralized water treatment area around there. So yeah, this is normally the case for any of the teams that don't exactly do it in the middle. Normally the loot spots in the middle are. That's why it's also so valuable. I was talking to you about it. That's why I think Picado is always so valuable, because almost with any playing path, you can always reach Picado. I haven't seen a single playing path, I think, in forever. I think there has been one, but I think in forever where you can't reach Picado. So yeah, it's the safest spot to do it in terms of getting there.
And looks like, looking towards Thailand at the moment, they're going to be the team that takes advantage of that. Ukraine towards Impala, they're going to be pretty relaxed, but you know, we bring it up one more time. If Ukraine bite the dust, and then we see a chicken dinner for either Thailand or for Saudi Arabia. But it doesn't only have to be a chicken dinner. It has to be a chicken dinner with a ridiculous amount of eliminations. We're talking about Ukraine or Turkey level of eliminations, 16 plus by the end of the game. That's what you're looking at if you want to stand a chance, along with however many points Ukraine comes out with in the rest of these 2 games. The chance is very alive and well, but it's just going to be a very tall order.
It is going to be a very tall order. Speaking of tall orders, I could go for a snack.
Oh my God!
I'm just kidding, obviously.
You know what? That's it. You are now the Hobbit. That's it.
Yes. I have. Yeah.
So okay. So wait. You've had breakfast. You've had second breakfast. You've had what is it? You've had luncheon. You've had.
I only had lunch once. Don't
okay.
insult me like
no,
that.
no, no. Luncheon.
Lunch for 3 times.
Luncheon and
luncheon,
then lunch and then you have dinner, supper, tea time. What else is there?
Yeah. There's
11Zs too.
Yeah.
So I remember this.
That's like half of it. Look, that's the thing about the global esports games, and I've been there last year as well for the finals. Man, the food here is impeccable. The food here is impeccable, especially obviously in Saudi Arabia as well. On top of that, they've got some very exquisite tastes that you wouldn't really taste anywhere else. Man, I love it. I'm all for it, honestly.
Yeah. And this is what the global esports games is about. Just a lot of like cultural exchanges between so many countries. Yeah, and we thank them for all the hard work that they've been putting in the past few years, and all the opportunities that they've given everyone to represent and show what they're capable of on this global stage.
Absolutely. So yeah, Thailand. I quickly want to touch on Thailand because we've got the leaderboard here from before the first game even started today. So after the first 8 matches have been played. And Thailand was in first place with 90 points. And we were debating whether or not, the first 3 teams can even be caught up upon. And Saudi Arabia was in 64 points. That was, like over 25 points below Thailand. And, looking at the leaderboard now, it's quite surprising. So, we can answer that in a very definite way.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia has made it.
Yeah, and not only that, but also Brazil with them starting off with 51. Now they're starting off this game as well with a nice little pick onto Yahiko from Myanmar. Yeah. So, Brazil started off with 51, and now they've basically doubled their points within the first 4 games as well.
In the first 4 games. Sorry, way more than doubled now. Crazy, and they're starting off this one as well. Pretty good early aggression. That was a dangerous peak. Considering he was alone in an isolated one-on-one, but Law obviously makes it. Well, I got to say, Law as well. He's not been disappointing for the Brazilian scene so far in this tournament. He's almost always, same as Federal. I think these two just specifically stood out to me. They've almost never lost a 1v1.
Well, let's see if that statistic continues with the last 2 games. And the last Miramar that we have for the GEG PUBG Mobile tournament. Federal and the Brazilian boys, they have to come out with a good game here if they want to contest a spot in the top 3. Dami, one of the Saudi representatives, one of the Saudi players, gets a knock, along with Aida getting the finish onto Jimmy from the Sri Lankan lineup. Every point that they can gather, every point that they can get is going to make a difference towards the end of this game. And of course, towards the leaderboard as we wrap up day 2. And of course, don't forget, I believe tomorrow we're going to have the crowning ceremony for every single one of the tournaments that have been played at the Global Esports Games.
I can't wait for this one.
Yeah,
the crowning ceremony is going to be nuts.
That's going to be amazing. I can't wait for that either. Plus, have you seen the trophy? The trophy looks amazing.
It's been there throughout the first 2 days, and then they've packed it away. Otherwise, I might have stolen it, actually.
Oh, really?
Don't tell no one. I'm going to get fired for this one, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, we're definitely not going to say on a live broadcast where, the entire production team and everyone...
stolen it.
Listen, I would have stolen it way before you did.
Oh, okay.
Have you not seen what I tried to do at Gamers 8? I tried to steal the PUBG Mobile tournament. I tried to steal the Rainbow Six trophy.
You're just never going to get tired again.
No. So I also tried to steal the PGS 2 trophy.
What have you not tried to steal? Listen,
this way around. Here's the thing. I just want a trophy. Everyone keeps getting one. I just want one.
Yeah, you should have started playing earlier though.
But I suck.
When you were still young and fresh. And did you suck back then? No.
Yeah. I mean, I started off in League of Legends and I was just silver, dude, all that time.
Oh, yeah, let's not get into that again.
Yeah, it's a horrible, horrible way to start.
This word is blacklisted from now on.
Yes,
Anyways,
agreed.
Pan, in the distance, please, Guatemala, make sure you at least, as I said, one of these teams that still needs that big round, that you at least get into the mid-game as 4 players. At least one isolated 4-on-4 fight. I know I'm talking a lot about isolation, but it's a pretty big keyword in my opinion, in PUBG Mobile especially. I just want to see them have one fair fight on on the last 2 maps here.
Yeah.
Well, they can just show us why they're here, because it's not for nothing. They had to win the qualifier as a top 1 team in their region, and there were plenty of teams. I think over 12, 13 nations. I'm saying teams, but I mean nations.
Of course.
That they had to fight against to even be here at the Global Esports Games, and for them to be at the very bottom now. That's just disappointing for them, I'm sure. So we got to make sure at least to finish it off with a bang.
And let's see if they do. And I also want to see if Saudi Arabia can keep on building from the momentum that they've built over the past couple of games. And of course, I want to see how many times we can say the word momentum before Jason loses his mind.
Yeah, he's...
I'm just waiting for his head to kind of like pop out from the door any second now.
This very second.
I can feel the stomping.
Yeah. So, Tani, still looking for these shots. Looks like they're going to opt for that northern rotation. Still lots of space. Obviously, we're on phase 1, but the middle, for the most part, has now been occupied. At least on the northern side, there's lots of space, is what I meant. We're going to have to wait and see for that second phase shift on where it's really going to go. We still have Serbia still way outside the zone. Other than that, everyone's at least arrived in phase 1. But some of these teams, once again, playing more centralized than the others, not so much. Turkey, for example, just now rotating into the southern side. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Next phase is going to be coming up. Relatively centralized. Good shift for Brazil. Very good shift, actually, for Brazil.
Oh, yeah.
If they can grab that compound just around Federal, that's a massive, massive position to have, because these very rarely shift way up north.
Yeah, and that center location should benefit them massively. Algeria and Saudi Arabia are going to be pretty close by too. We're going to have 4 teams coming in from the north. Somalia, Guatemala, Nigeria. And then we have Serbia coming out from La Cabrera too. Vietnam going to be coming in from the northwestern side. But Sri Lanka might be waiting in the wings for them there. Looking towards the south, we got the likes of Moldova and Turkey making their way too. Then we're going to be looking towards Moldova as they pass from the eastern side of Minas Generales too. 10 minutes have almost passed in this game. A third of that last Miramar here.
Volley. They've been having part-time success. Is that a thing? They've been having some success in some of these rounds. But yeah, the big one is also missing. In my opinion, also one of the 2 teams together with Turkey, in my opinion, they've just massively underperformed so far. As I said, massive experience in that team as well. European Pro League players, and just all around nice guys as well. Have played international lands before, so that LAN experience is not an excuse for their performance so far. Myanmar looks like they're once again gonna be caught off guard by Turkey. This has been the case in a couple of rounds so far. Apparently these 2 teams just love each other in phase 1. Both these teams aggressive in phase 1 as well. But this time around, it's been Turkey actually aggressing on Myanmar, not the other way around. And the first one is going to go their way.
Not sure what Turkey is going to be able to do in these last 2 games, but I do want to look towards Serbia, as we saw the elimination feed showing us one of their players did get knocked, and it is going to be Koa, who gets finished off by Snuffy, I believe, one of the Nigerian players. Tulika holding that high ground, Sky only, looking to see if he can actually get that knock. Getting a knock on the player that's providing the information for a team, like in this kind of game, in this kind of map in Miramar. That basically just means you instantly get a point. So the player on that high ground has to be very, very careful every single time he's peeking. Try not to go for too many fights, because your job at that moment is just to provide information for your team. Yep. Give them the opportunity to make the best rotation possible, stay away from any of the dangers. Because again, all you have to do is survive this game, and then next game you can just run it down.
You can do whatever you want at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually when a team is like 100%, guaranteed to have won first place, they just end up just dancing around the map.
Yeah, they just emoting on everyone.
Yeah, basically.
The ultimate disrespect. Oh, it's fun as well. I mean, can't really blame them. It's what they should do.
It's sportsmanship. That's what it is.
Yes. Is it though?
I mean,
look,
here's the thing. They deserved it. you know,
Well,
with the performance that they've put out.
Touch on Guatemala because we haven't really seen them fight all that often. Nigeria is going to be on the other side of it. And the first strike did go the way of Guatemala, but it doesn't look like he's going to have all that much in terms of support. And yeah, well, with Serbia in the background as well, not going to be the clean fighter that we're hoping for.
And Serbia getting themselves a point or two, but we do want to focus on Nigeria here as Snuffy trying to see if he can get another elimination for his team. Now, Cute with the nade, getting closer to Pan, but looks like I think it's Turkey from a distance. No, it's actually Vietnam from a distance, taking a couple of shots here and there, not giving the opportunity for Nigeria to secure the knocks that they got for themselves. And it is going to be Vietnam stealing one of those elims away. Saudi Arabia and Thailand going for a fight. That would be the fight for basically second and third place, happening somewhere else on the map. A 16th place or a 15th place finish for any of the teams in those top spots would not be the best at the moment. But it looks like, no, it's just knocks and nothing more at a distance. So highly that we're going to be seeing any kind of aggression.
Yeah.
But it looks like Saudi Arabia did lose one of their players. He was finished by one of the Thailand players too.
Doesn't look good for your prediction.
No, it does
at
not.
The moment.
Hey, we still got one more game.
We still got one more game.
Yeah,
even as a three-man, they should be pretty dangerous. But I said the same thing about Vietnam before their huge drop-off in performance. PG looking to hit that headshot, has to follow it off with a body shot. That's why he's waiting at the moment for Lamborghini to potentially move. But he's just got into his vehicle and is now rotating on in. I'm not sure if Peachy's even spotted. Apparently they've lost their vehicles, which is a big problem for Serbia. With them being that far outside the circle, already in phase 3. As soon as phase 4 is going to hit, it's going to hurt. And at that point, they will have to make sure to have enough healing. Oh boy, long distance shots on towards Saudi Arabia. We just talked about it. Them losing a player early on. Ukraine quite the opposite. Continuing onwards with the performance they've shown us today. And oh boys, even going to get either. That must have been a massive, massive long-range shot. And I think I expected that as well from Ukraine to not let, you know, to not step off that gas pedal. I think they're just that professional that I know we were memeing about like emoting in the last game, they're a guaranteed winner. I cannot see that happening at all with Ukraine.
No, that's the thing. It's like when it comes to these kinds of games, when it comes to this kind of level of competition, there's also like a level of respect between each and every single one of these players and every single one of these teams. I mean, look, if it was like a classic game, then yeah, sure, that's perfectly fine. You can expect that kind of thing. Plus, I feel like those kinds of, those kinds of moves, emoting on someone or like, taking someone out with a pan or anything like that. It's kind of like a mind game, Just kind of aggravate the opponent so that next game, maybe they try to make a play against you and you expect it and then they make a mistake and then they fall right into your trap.
Such an aggressive move from Tulika. But the last time he did that, it was also against Saudi Arabia. It was in the game they won, where it is a 4-4-2 in the late game scenario. And I think Nigeria was the one other team. And they did the exact same thing. And that actually saved them the win. Now this time around, this might be a little bit too aggressive, but it still works out. And I love this play. Because as I said, it's worked before and it secured them the win. And that's just the kind of confidence you have to have. You see a team at a disadvantage, you know they're direct enemies of you on the leaderboard. Make sure to eliminate them as early as possible while you still have the advantage to do so.
Yep, looking towards Serbia now, trying to see if they can take out one of the contenders that's just above them. When we look at the overall ranking, whatever higher place that you can get, the better it is. And see if they manage to get themselves any points here. At the moment, they have 3 limbs. They did lose Koa, like we mentioned, in the early stages of the game. And now, they have to move towards the zone. And looking at the minimap, it's just southeast of Hacienda del Patron.
Yeah. You've got a beautiful pronunciation of that one.
Oh, thank you.
Good shots. More shots coming out from Tulika. Can Gespo get taken down as well? It might just be enough. But indeed it isn't just yet. Havlik is close though. He might have an angle on Kespo anytime soon. But not before he makes his way on down. 2 more flushes going the way of Ukraine before Turkey has a say in this one. Havlik goes down, gets finished as well. As Solkai is finally alive, as it seems like. We'll make sure that that one gets secured for his team as well. That will be one hell of a story as well if Turkey now finally comes alive for the last 2 matches in the Global Esports Games.
Might be a little bit late for them to kind of
Way too
contest.
late.
Oh, it's just a little bit. Yeah, to contest like one of the top 3 spots, but maybe get themselves on that first page of the leaderboard, and who knows, maybe try and see if they can even crack the top 6, top 5. But again, you're talking about teams who are past the 100-point mark when we're talking about the top 5 teams.
Yeah.
So again, that's going to be quite a difficult task for any of those teams to make it. But if Turkey can get themselves one of those 16, 17 elim games and a chicken dinner, then that's a different story. They'd have to do it again, though, in that last game, too.
Malice down on the dip as the whole team of Somalia in the back lines. His brother-in-arms, Koa, unfortunately not standing anymore. But Harko is there to support him. And he comes out, so his position is most likely known by the Somalian players. At this point, just becomes a question of who's going to be able to engage this first. Massive, massive circle shift for them. You can see it on the bottom right-hand corner. They've got so much space now, and Somalia is obviously going to want to place this. Make sure you get that fight now. Make sure you clean up this northwestern side. Not only him, but Nigeria as well. To have that breathing room, to have that control of the circle. Harko gets taken down inside the smoke. The nade finds him anyways, as Melis trades one out.
Serbia, unfortunately, will be eliminated in 14th place, as I believe Kuwait secures their last member as their first point, I believe, for Kuwait in this game. Let's see if they manage to secure a few more. No, it's actually going to be their second, switching over to Turkey now, as they have to enter from the southeastern side. But I believe there's a couple of teams that are going to be watching out for them. And I think the first one might be Nigeria, actually. No, Nigeria is going to be located towards that northern side, with Q being the last member left with the team. It's actually going to be Kazakhstan, who's very close to the Turkey lineup. But I love the fact that when we look towards the east, it is 3 members from Ukraine and no one close enough to them to be any kind of threat for now.
No, not right now. I think the other team that we have to focus on is Thailand, and especially Vietnam now on the western side as well. I said that I think they're going to make a little bit of a comeback. It's time for that as well. But Thailand, honestly, in a way better position than anyone else is on that southern side. They've got a big split as well. That's smart. Once again, they deny anyone from rotating on in. And I think Tigers, just a matter of time until he finds low as well. Law now needs to move away from that big kill. In the meanwhile, though, there is the fight. You just said we might not see them in any kind of skirmish anytime soon, but it has happened as Turkey is now engaged Ukraine. Catch is looking for that frag onto what Quick though takes him down. That just goes to show you what the problem is with this Turkey lineup so far in this tournament. Unfortunately, no one really likes to see it, no one really hopes for it, but it's just been the case. Solus, left hand, right hand, doesn't really matter. Gets taken down by Quick in the end as Old Boy and his teammates secure the 3rd frag in a row, and will be able to get down his fallen teammate as well. 3 players still left standing as Turkey gets eliminated completely. And 9 eliminations again for Ukraine. We haven't even touched phase 6, and they're already fragging out. This is completely, it's absurd at this point. I've said it a million times by now, but this it can't keep on going.
My question is their goal the 200-point mark?
Apparently it
is. Is that what they're aiming for? It's quite possible now.
These guys definitely putting up numbers for their nation, and I can understand why. Definitely very proud of their nation as well. These players just want to go ahead and show the world what kind of PUBG Mobile nation Ukraine is. And so does Somalia. 5 eliminations. I said it before, also one of the teams that has to prove themselves and is yet to have that big round. Did make it into late games a couple of times, but the big screen time has been prohibited by the rest of the squads up the leaderboard.
Now looking towards Thailand. Thailand and Kazakhstan, 2 of the teams in the top 4, top 5 at the moment. Tiger and NC2 looking for their next elims. Meanwhile, Old Boy and Moldova gonna have a few fights between them here and there. Steezy gonna feel a little bit of pressure from all kinds of angles. He doesn't even know where to look. He doesn't even know where to go. And Kazakhstan will be taken out. They were afraid of Thailand maybe focusing on them from the other side when we look towards the east. Unfortunately, Ukraine doesn't get themselves any limbs, and the points will go towards Thailand. We see Somalia and Kuwait as well. Fight after fight between these two. I think Mishal and Kuwait will be able to secure themselves a couple more limbs, but Somalia, they still have 2 players left alive. Saudi Arabia with Prestige and with Easy, currently placed in the northern side of the zone. Somalia will be eliminated in 8th. And it looks like Kuwait will make it out alive without losing a single member. They suffered 2 knocks, but no finishes at the end of that fight.
No, not as of yet. There's still one more team on that eastern edge that Ukraine has to be scared of, and it's not even Thailand, even though Thailand is now some 100 meters away as well. NC2 looking towards that edge. Ooh, first player of Vietnam gets taken down. It's Lucifer to start things off in this fight as Chua gets finished by Kuwait. So that's one player taken out of the game completely as well. Second one at that for Vietnam, as they just continuously cannot catch a break in any of these mid-game circles.
Thailand trying to see if they can focus on Ukraine here. They're doing quite a lot of damage to Old Boy, to Tulika, to Kvik. Now NC2 with that smoking car, trying to see if he can just get himself a little bit closer into that zone, see if he can take out one of the Ukrainian players. Meanwhile, looking towards one of the Sri Lankan players here, Lucifer. 3 members, 1 elimination each for every single one of them. Looking towards what they can do with the zone as well. We do have Vietnam towards the western side, just next to that street. And we're going to be switching over to Ukraine now. We have a Molly going in the direction of Thailand, Fahidan, and Kuwait once again taking the fight with Saudi Arabia. Tiger knocking down Tulika here. NC2 might be able to get the knock onto Kvik as well. But Thailand, you know you got a knock. You know this is the opportunity. You have to take this chance. They secure the kill on this. They secure the elimination onto Tulika. Old Boy will be able to trade one with Sky only to kind of stop the push from happening. But at the end of the day, you know it's going to be a 4v2 scenario. You just have to push with your full strength, and you will be able to get yourselves the points that you need to cement yourselves in the top 3 at the end of today.
That's just how it is. NC2 still debating whether or not there's going to be another player that's in dire need of his support, and whether or not he should change this position. Right now, he's the only one really able to give the rest of his 3 teammates right in front of him cover. Doesn't look like he's moving. Ukraine still holding strong. As a matter of fact, they're only 2 players strong. They over-rotated Thailand. Got into that dip. I thought it was the smartest move I've seen in recent times out of any of these teams. But unfortunately, Tulika lost his life, and now it's become kind of a fight against the time as well. Because 2 and 4, if you've only got so much time to potentially get a nade in and knock one or more of these players. And there goes the first one of Ukraine. Kuwait, though, fighting as well inside this compound. Still looking for the last Saudi player. We've talked about them. They've had massive performances just now, just then. But maybe Prestige is going to be the start of their downfall, at least in the last 2 games. As he's the single player for Saudi Arabia that can still make something happen. Still holding on strong. Ney comes in now. But they're relatively scared of him still, despite him not having a DBS and them being 3 players strong.
And for example, in this scenario, Fahidan and the Kuwait representatives I feel like they should just go for it, the 3 of you, all at once. If you give them the opportunity to go for a 1v1, you give them the chance to get a knock and a finish onto one of you here. And they're going to be pushing, making it very easy with Mishal, followed up by the rest of the Kuwaiti team. And they get themselves some much-needed points. Thailand eliminates Ukraine and gets themselves the 10th elimination, the 10th point in this game. And now we're down to 5 squads, and only Thailand has a full team. Moldova, Vietnam, currently present with a single player, and 3 representing Sri Lanka, and 3 representing Kuwait in these final moments of this game.
Mamatha almost spotting Paragin right there, crossing the street. That nade might just seal his fate in this round. Doesn't even need it, as Lucifer gets the headshot from on top of the building. And that's a really, really important frag as well, because that means Sri Lanka has now gotten 3 players up. And I just love it. I told you, I want to see them frag out. I want to see them have at least 1 big round. With them eliminating Perigin, they've got the whole backside clear, and they can just play that ridgeline all around the compound. That's a very strong ridgeline to play, especially considering Thailand has moved deeper into the center.
Yeah, and Thailand now still, like we mentioned, with them having 4 members, this game should be theirs. Especially considering the fact that they also have the zone Sky only. Lovely little peek there. Couple of headshots, gets the knock, trying to see if he can get the eliminate as well. Secure that point. And of course, with Saudi Arabia being eliminated, they have to take advantage of this opportunity. Mishal, Ragnar, Bite the Dust 2, all at the hands of NC2 and Thailand. Now it's only going to be one player left for Kuwait, and that is going to be Fahidan. Get wrecked for Moldova as well, and of course 3 members from Sri Lanka. If they manage to get themselves a chicken dinner here, they can jump a couple of spots since they're kind of very low on the leaderboard.
Oh yeah, 100%. Question is, will they pull through? Lots and lots of ground cover by the Thailand squad at the moment. And as I said, I think that does inherit some degree of risk. I think you can see right now, Mamatha, if he pushes towards that right-hand side, if he goes out of the current safe zone and makes sure they cover some more ground to the eastern side, this could be devastating for Thailand, but doesn't look like he's doing it right now. More nades instead coming out from Sky only, making sure no one's going to be behind that rock. That would have been an immediate knock with the way he's throwing the nade. But for now, it's going to remain as a 4-on-3, with Kuwait and Moldova both having just one player left standing, both outside the zone. And Thailand, you can especially see NC2. It's got a couple of frags already, looking out for the next 2.
Yeah, looking at Sri Lanka and their positioning, they're not spreading out too much. They're still trying to see if they can be a thorn in the side of Thailand here. Fahidan throwing a couple of smokes, giving himself a little bit of cover. Just trying his best to get in, but it is going to be wrecked.
What a nade, though.
Who takes him out. Yeah, very well placed there. Ooh, Noise taking a lot of damage from that nade. But still, no knock just yet. And it is going to be wrecked, who gets taken out as well. Now we're going to be down to a 4v3. Thailand versus Sri Lanka for the chicken dinner in this last Miramar. Who's going to be able to take it? I would have said there's a chance for Thailand to kind of catch up to Ukraine, but Ukraine did get a decent amount of points.
Yes,
it's kind of done and dusted at this point.
But still, 13 eliminations. They're looking to make it 16, with just 2 players left alive for Sri Lanka. There goes my math. And this is the one and last
This is why we
situation.
don't do math on a broadcast.
Yeah, it really is. More nades are coming out. This is the chance for them to prove themselves. This is the chance to get memorized by the Sri Lankan PUBG Mobile community as the one that at least got a chicken dinner on this one. Mamatha opened things up as Tiger goes down. That's the anchor player towards the right-hand side. And that makes it a 3-on-3 now. With the way that Thailand is just grouped up and stacked on top of each other, it becomes very possible suddenly. Headshot to finish it off, and Tiger is out of the game.
Yeah, now they're on equal footing. The positioning is very, very similar. I don't think any one of them is going to back out. We are going to see this game end within a few short moments. It is very well played by Sri Lanka to even the playing field. Sky only. Just trying to slow things down here. I'm honestly surprised that no one was able to cover that 4th player from Thailand. It was just a free elim going over to Sri Lanka there.
Sky only still walking around that ridgeline. NC2, though, hits a massive, massive nade. As Sauter goes down, and Sky only to back things up. Noisy also is going to be able to get him. And Lucifer with a flush is out of the game as well. That just leaves Mamatha down all the way down there, actually walking outside the blue zone. Maybe if they walk down the hillside, he's got some kind of chance. Maybe if he peeks and makes it a really smart peek at that, but it's not going to happen. The MG3 is just too strong, and NC2 is going to be picking up the last frag of this one. I mean, it was a long time coming, to be honest, for Thailand to pick up another chicken dinner. And the way they played it here as well, I just gotta commend it. Very securely, not losing any of the players in the late game area. There was this one situation with Ukraine where we thought maybe something was gonna happen, but they made sure they got all the players back up and finished it securely.
Yeah, I thought after they got themselves that first elim on Thailand, I was like, maybe, with it being a 3v3, but we didn't realize that there was an MG3 in the mix.
I think the enemies didn't either, to be honest. Maybe with a couple of more nades from Ukraine, something could have changed. I think it would have, actually. If there was this one point where 3 of the Thailand players were just inside this dip, right in front of Ukraine. Ukraine got 1 knock. If they would have been able to have at least 1 nade, just 1 single nade, I think there would have been immediate 2 knocks against Thailand's side on top of the 1 knock they already had. I think at this point it would have fallen apart. But, man, still well played. Really smart rotations. Nothing really can say, to be honest. It's just clean, methodical play.
Yeah, very, very well played from their side. I think that when it comes to like the MG3, that was looted at the very last moment when it comes to the game. I think that was one of those last drops. But Speaking of, we're getting close to that last game. Game
Yes, we
number
are.
15. I'm not sure how that's said in Spanish, but I guess I'll leave that to 7. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take it over to the analyst desk before we jump into the very last game for the GEG PUBG Mobile Tournament. Jason, take it away.
15.
Yes.
Yep, good old Spanish classes back in high school. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's German. I think there's a German in there.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
14, 15.
Sí, yo puedo hablar un poco español, sí.
Oh, wow.
Yo tengo un gato.
Where?
You have a cat.
Where do you
And
have
also, Thailand has a win. A much-needed win, too, to kind of secure themselves in a nice second-place position. Realistically, no way they should be able to catch Ukraine here. Because Ukraine, again, a lot of eliminations. I think I saw them at 9 before they did get finished off here. But Thailand almost losing a 4v2 against Ukraine was kind of an interesting sight. I guess it's 4v3
I think
technically.
Sandstorm was trying to hold on. For somebody to catch Ukraine, like he's trying to hold on to that ponytail he's been using for
Big
like the
copium.
whole year. Yeah, copium.
It's big copium for Sandstorm.
Yeah. He's got to cut that thing off.
Yeah.
But Thailand, great performance out of them. They were able to control
Well, you don't
the
want to know what's
south.
under the button.
Nothing.
It's bold.
Copium also.
Yeah.
But yeah, they had a really egregious split, I think fair to say, very early on in this match. It's a lot of movement.
I think he fell back into. I don't know. I heard
What's happened?
some interesting
himself
sounds.
at the door.
But you know what? Also, I'm hearing some interesting replays here, brought to you by Savvy. So you can take a look at a quick recap, and here we can see Tulika just going ham here off the bat as well. And honestly, I think obviously I don't want to call it just yet, but Ukraine should be winning this whole thing. But I think for Ukraine, it was really cool to see them bounce back after day 1 as well, considering we got to chat with Old Boy.
Yep.
They knew their mistakes. They fixed their mistakes. They started off the day strong with their double chicken dinner. And they just kept moving that goalpost further and further.
Yeah, and I'm going
further and further from all these other teams.
And I'm going to go further and further and further than the
You're just being ridiculous,
than this
Max.
tournament right now. Okay,
Max.
I'm going to go even into 2024. That sets up for me a really good precedent for Old Boy and those players on how they can approach the 2024 season. Like that kind of adaptation, I'm pretty excited.
And Thailand.
Yeah.
Take it back to PMGC.
Pretty good. What do you want me to say?
Looking here.
Pretty good.
I'm just thinking about Vampire. I mean, obviously we talk about Vampires being the strongest Thai team, but they didn't qualify for PMGC. But we have a strong Thai team here, and it's pretty good.
Yeah. With the MG3, NC2.
Yes.
NC2, I think, has been a standout player for me when it comes to watching Thailand. I think he's the one that's able to put the nail in the coffin in a lot of these fights and situations. When you have to end the situation, he's the one that does it in a really flashy way.
Yep.
So I feel like the team has been looking good. They got these great splits. I was a little bit scared the way they pushed onto Sri Lanka at the end. I feel like they were just kind of narrowed down and they made themselves kind of vulnerable. But Sri Lanka was definitely not ready to take that fight because they struggle when it comes to the whole shooty thing. So on the other side, they win the fight.
Yeah, something that we kind of talked about at the beginning of the day was we wanted to see teams not be indecisive, right? And I felt like that's exactly what we saw out of Thailand here. Not being indecisive at all. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. They were controlling the South. They were being able to take on fights. They were able to eliminate Kazakhstan as well, and then being able to move on and then start eliminating Saudi Arabia as well, which is a team that's currently trying to hunt them down for that second place. So overall, they know that they didn't want to go into that last match coming up and just be a couple points away from that third place.
Yeah.
They wanted to create a gap, and that's exactly what they did here.
And they did that with their shooties, as we got to hear.
Shoot, shoot, shoot,
A great analysis by Maxman here, by STC Play.
Wait, what sound does your gun make?
I don't
Okay.
know. It's like a ray gun, but it does a...
But it makes a cat sound?
Yeah. It's a skin. Didn't get lucky, didn't get it, and I got it. Yep.
Well, we're talking about, the future of Ukraine when it comes to 2024. Maybe we're just talking about the future of Max's career going into 2024. 'cause that's looking more like...
that day rate is going to go up for sure. No, that's down.
But we're going to move it into our final match shortly. It's going to be Erangel again. I would actually like to see Ukraine win it. Kind of a nice little cherry on top of their entire performance here in this event. But obviously we need to get into overalls, right? This is where we need to speed things up because this is where it's going to determine what we really need to focus on in that last match. I mean, Brazil, Vietnam, like big letdown.
PMGC.
Big letdown.
PMGC all over again.
Yeah.
Kind of got our hopes up and like, wow, this team is really strong. This team's going to be fighting for a championship. And all of a sudden it's like, Yeah, what happened to DX Saber? What happened to Vietnam here?
Yeah.
Nowhere to be found.
It's
And
this-
there's that inconsistency, man.
Yeah, it's the same early game fights, right? Losing players, you're not going to be able to compete, and Ukraine just keep remaining as a 3-4-man team. And even when you try and surprise Ukraine, I think we had a push from Turkey on the eastern side of this game, and it was like, okay, it makes sense for Turkey to do this. It's actually a decent entry point. It's just, even when you surprise Ukraine, they just reconstruct the entire lineup so quickly that they just save it. And Kvik in particular this game has been the saving grace of Ukraine.
Let's be fair for Turkey though. Like the position he played from that final battle,
On the
just,
open.
like, just ran out in the open in line of sight of 2 players. He could have played from a completely different angle. It feels like he was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna send it.
Yeah, the start of the fight was good. The ending, the death part was not great.
Were you shooting a gun there again?
It sounds just like it too.
I don't know. I prefer dogs too. It's weird.
What dogs? Never mind. Let's move on.
I didn't hear a dog. Let's take actually look at the match ranking here. We get an idea of how many points the teams did get for themselves. 26 coming in for Thailand with 16 eliminations. A massive game that honestly, I think that almost makes it impossible for Saudi Arabia to catch them unless Saudi Arabia pulls off like, what, 29, 30 points in this next game, and they have to hope that Thailand gets knocked out early. So if Saudi Arabia wants to move up in the leaderboards, I think they got a hot drop.
Yeah.
Is it time?
You got excited, it's not happening.
Yes. Oh, but he said it.
Yeah, but
Hot
Jason,
drop.
It's Jason. I am not believing that.
I believe in Jason. This time around.
Did he pay you for that?
Well, let's take a look at Kuwait, 13 points. Sri Lanka at 12 with 6 eliminations. Ukraine again, 9 eliminations, 1 placement point, another 10 points on the board, keeping everyone out of reach. Just like me holding a ball up above Seven's head. No way he's able to catch up to that as Saudi Arabia gets themselves 2 kills and the 4 points overall. Yeah, it's been a little bit disappointing, to be honest, even for Kazakhstan, to be honest. We haven't really focused on them too much because they were stellar day 1. They put up the first back-to-backs that we've had here in this event.
Yep.
And yet, day 2, they've looked pretty non-existent.
Awful. I think it's the...
Is that it?
Yeah. I think that's the right
Max,
one.
you get so lucky.
NC2, of course, with the MG3, you know you are going to be dashing out and dishing out some damage pretty significantly. And I feel like Sky Only especially has had a very important role that hasn't been mentioned too much in these matches. He is the one in these not in the fights, in the earlier to mid-game stage, trying to secure and lock down positions. He's the one scouting, trying to get information, and then when the information has been given, the spots are taken, the full team follows up. That is mostly how they were able to get those 2 chicken dinners on day 1. Since then, we haven't quite seen a follow-up of that, but Sky Only has been a player able to set up the team in multiple ways when they do reach the late game scenario.
Yeah, and Jason was talking about Kazakhstan. I mean, today so far, they got in, what, first match, 0 points, second match, 8 points, then 4 points, 2 points, 9 points. Like, that's just not going to be able to cut it at all if they're going to be within the top 3. And we have seen those other teams being able to step up, like Brazil, right? Like Saudi Arabia, continuing on their consistency, and not only that, being able to now back it up with the chicken dinner too. But Thailand sending a big message here, and it's going to come down to this last match. I can't wait to see what Brazil is going to be able to do here, because we have seen them get into their heads before. It's not just Alpha 7, it's a lot of Brazilian players getting into their head going into the last match, especially if the second to last match doesn't go well, which is exactly what just happened in Brazil.
I mean, Brazil ran out Influence Raid. When you're looking back at them in PMGC, they had everything set up to be the big team of the last chance survival stage, right? And they just completely fumbled because, as you said, maybe they just get in their own heads and they just don't know how things are going to work out at the end. So, yeah, chances were there. Ukraine got 2 eliminations on them early, just crushed their dreams. Though, one team that's just been crushing in general has been Thailand this game. That is almost 3k damage, but not quite 7.
Oh, man.
Yep.
So close.
2,400 damage for Ukraine, though, with the 9 eliminations. That's quite impressive, again, for a team who's just like, we're going to frag out, and we'll stay alive as long as we possibly can. Yeah, Thailand 16, I mean, there's not much more to say past this. I mean, Kuwait, we obviously talked about potentially being a dark horse. They've shown they can put up eliminations, but they've unfortunately shown they can't really close out games when they need to.
And the thing that we kind of talked about with Ukraine is that this team, I feel like they're going to try to close out the match or the tournament here with a good performance, being able to just finish on top, not only in the first place, but also in the last 2 matches, trying to get those wins. And we kind of saw that there out of them in the last match. They weren't just playing like how they were playing midway through the day, just trying to go for those points. And with that gap right there, it's almost going to be
30 points.
Impossible for somebody to catch them. And I feel like this team is going to try to send a message. I hope Ukraine doesn't go into a weird game mode where they don't play like how they usually play.
Look, right now, if you're Thailand, or like if you're just Thailand, it's not you could, it's you should. you have to get rid of Ukraine because they've been so consistent game in, game out, that in terms of eliminations and getting a few placement points, if you do not eliminate Ukraine before phase 3, you're done.
Is there a world where Thailand hot drop Ukraine and Saudi Arabia reads into that and guesses that they're going to hot drop them and drops them as well? All 3 teams dropping on top of each other, Northwest Island?
It could, because I mean, Thailand, the only threat to them is Saudi Arabia. And
that's 30-point difference. So they have to get 20 eliminations and the win, which if you eliminate 1 or 2 of their players, if that does happen, there's no chance.
So Saudi Arabia and Thailand would drop where Ukraine usually go. Is what I'm getting
I mean, we did see also a hot drop that we mentioned earlier as well, Thailand versus Brazil in Primors. So if the playing pad allows it, yeah, if the playing pad allows it, I mean, if that's going to be another hot drop right there, it can get crazy. And then you have some of the other teams at the bottom, which we have seen some of them kind of light up a little bit here. And with the last match, I'm pretty sure they're going to try to get some highlights under their belt, right? Try to get some people to sign them into their teams, because this is the perfect time to do it right now. You can send a message. We saw S2G being able to send a message to Alpha 7, and they were like, okay, you are not even going to try to win this, because we're going to take the fight to you. And I think maybe some of the other teams might end up surprising us with that.
I actually want to see Ukraine be like, we're just going to go somewhere completely different.
Let's go Uzaki.
That'd be fun.
We're going to go completely to ourselves and completely go nowhere where anyone can drop. I keep saying Northwest Island. I just realized we're not going to Sandhawk last match. I don't know why I was
There's a little rock up there, maybe.
I don't know why I was thinking that for some reason.
GG.
GG?
Yeah, PMWI.
No, I'm just thinking, because for some reason I thought Sandhawk was the last match. I don't know why, but it's not. But we can see our Kitty MVP. Max Spencer be happy about this.
Yes! Not 1,000 damage though, so no jingle for you. But MG3, that's what it does. Kind of an OB weapon when you have it in your hands.
Yeah.
And especially MG3, it's good in most scenarios. When you have just little dips and you're waiting for people to peek their heads over and you have an MG3, that is so damn easy to hit those headshots. So of course, 6 ciliums off the back of 847 damage. That's a great conversion rate.
Yeah, and going back to the overall, okay, Ukraine definitely get in first place, right? Now it comes down to second place and third place. Really, maybe? In my head, they're pretty much just set in stone. Second place and third place, definitely up for grabs. I feel like Thailand, if for some reason they do have a bad match, which has happened to them in the past. Remember, earlier in the day, they were losing 2 players. They were able to send a nice message here in the last match, and I feel like they set themselves up perfectly here for the last match. And then Saudi Arabia and Brazil. I honestly don't know which one of those teams is going to end up in third place, but I kind of want Saudi Arabia to be rewarded once again.
I think it's going to be an interesting last game. So I'm looking at Saudi Arabia and Thailand if they are looking to leapfrog and hot drop the team above them. The thing is, you must not only win that fight or win your enemies, you must also do so flawlessly. You cannot take a single knock, you cannot take, elimination, should I say, because otherwise your chances of reaching the late game, winning the match, which you need to do if you want to overtake the team above you, it's just not going to happen. So it's do or die. It's feast or famine if you go for that big play right now from the get-go.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, Ukraine kind of have control of their own destiny because they can just switch things up where no one's going to find them. Thailand, do they want control of their own destiny because they can also just try to drop on top of them and look for fights, or they can play safe to... I mean, I think for Thailand, it's like, do we want the potential to get first, or do we want to guarantee we get second? And that's a decision you have to make within the team, because if they want to get the guaranteed second, it's just play safe. Play the way where you avoid teams, you just get in the late game. If you're one of the bottom teams, though, bottom teams, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, you have to make the choice. Do we actively look for these eliminations because we know Thailand's so far ahead of us? Do we drop them? There's a lot of factors that could happen here that honestly, I don't know how this game is going to start, but I hope it does get spicy, just like our last interview here before we do head into our final match of the day. So we'll be right back with our commentators here in just a few.
اسمي وسيم من الجزائر. نلعب لعبة ببجي موبايل وعمري 23 سنة.
Okay, my name is Marlo. My in-game name is Marlo. I'm from Republic of Moldova. I'm 21 years old.
My name is Dmitro, nickname Oldboy, 23 age, from Ukraine.
My name is Alexander Tijanovic. I'm from Team Serbia and I'm 18 years old.
Liban Dahir Arus, known as Arus. I'm from Somalia. I'm 23 years old.
It's a beautiful country, beautiful people. I'm happy to be here. I'm very glad, and I be here like before in 2019 on Star Challenge, and I win this tournament. And now second time I'm coming here, and I want to take revenge.
I would say it's very good. The city is very, very beautiful and I like it. I would like to visit it again.
صراحة أول تجربة لي في الرياض وكانت ممتعة في الرياض يعني أول دولة سافرت لها وكانت في القمة ما شاء الله.
Yes, it's a very beautiful country. The people are very beautiful here, are friendly. So we love Saudi Arabia.
It was like professional players and like staff and producers, and was like we are expecting. It was like what we are expecting more. So it will be like it is best, the best.
Interesting interviews once again, and potentially for the last time as we have the last match approaching at the Global Esports Games 2022 live from Riyadh. It has been a journey, to be honest. Lots of storylines to be talked about, but at the end of the day, there can only be this one team at the very, very top, and it is Ukraine. No real chance for any of the other teams to get even close, honestly, to the points that they have gathered so far. Even in their last game, once again coming out with almost double digits elimination. I think they even got double digits elimination, so crazy performance coming out from them. But yeah, going back to the second and third place, because that's going to be the podium finishes.
Yes, sir.
You've given your prediction. How confident are you after we've seen the last game?
Well, I think Thailand has a sizable lead against Saudi Arabia in second place. So the thing is, it's going to be quite hard for them for Saudi Arabia, that is, to kind of get that third or second place finish. But when we're looking at the third place competition, it's kind of close. You're talking about Saudi Arabia having a 9-point lead in front of fourth place and a 10-point lead in front of fifth place. So we still have two teams who can get themselves into that top 3 finish. That's only if Saudi Arabia is eliminated early on. And like the guy said, when it comes to Ukraine, you're talking about 20 plus elims plus a chicken dinner for Thailand if they catch up. And if they lose a single player, it's going to be impossible. So it's all in the hands of Ukraine, and Old Boy said it in the interview. He's out for revenge from last year. I think revenge accomplished. Good job. It's done.
I think, yeah, very much accomplished. Very early on as well.
Oh yeah.
The revenge, that was something that was probably weighing on his shoulders for some time now. The way these guys have been playing, not only him but the rest of the squad as well. Got massive problems to Havlik, to Tulikov. These guys have been just. Honestly, these guys have been so consistent, barely making any mistakes in the early stages, what we've been saying throughout the first day. And I know we've been saying it throughout this day as well, but just continuously proving us right. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the very last game of the Global Esports Games 2023, just like that. 15 games have been played, and unfortunately...
Well, 14!
14 games have been played. Well, yes, almost 15 games have been played, and unfortunately we're going to have to say goodbye soon. But not just yet.
We're not done.
We'll have one final team that is going to achieve that ominous chicken dinner for one last time. Any predictions for this match?
Oh, okay. You know what? I will give it over to Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan, interesting.
Yes, sir.
Would that mean Kazakhstan is going to make it into the top 3? I think with a win, they should probably be in top 3.
Yeah, because they're only about 9 or 10 points away from Saudi Arabia and third place. So I'm kind of giving it like contradicting predictions.
Yeah, contradicting predictions. I got you with that one. But yeah, it's a good pick. We haven't really seen much from Attacker. I've been hoping for some more stuff from Attacker today. I know I've praised him yesterday, because he's just been such a key player for that team, not only in terms of fragging, but in terms of positioning as well. But yeah, today, unfortunately, it's not really been that case. No one's really going towards Rozok, kind of to be expected, but just wanted to touch on that. That would have been the only way for anyone to make the miracle happen, I guess, with a 40-kill win at this point?
20 really plus, but still. The highest that we've had so far, eliminations-wise, was 19, and it was also by
19
Ukraine as well. They were just shy of getting themselves a record-setting 20, but still, 19. Very well played by them. And starting off the day with those back-to-back chicken dinners in games 1 and 2, kind of gave them a massive lead against everyone else. And then looking towards that first zone, looks like we might be seeing yet another maybe Mansion, Yasnaya, or Shelter type finish. We're looking towards Brazil and Yasnaya. They're pretty relaxed. Somalia as well, towards the Shelter area. Sri Lanka having complete control of Milta and Milta Power if they want to. Algeria going for the Novo drop. So
it's a very similar circle to what we've seen today already.
Yeah, I think this is like the third one that we've seen like that.
Yeah, it's great. These are Wrangle circles. haven't really given us the variety I would have loved to see in a 15-day final, 15-match final.
Wow,
15-day final, yeah. I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe
Imagine
year,
a 15-day final with 8
maybe
games
next
a day.
Year, who knows? I know it's only going to get bigger from here on out. But no, yeah, 15-match final. I don't know. I would have loved to see some more, maybe like deep northern circles. I know we've seen military base. We've seen the western. We haven't really seen too much in the center except for that one Razak finish. But then again, yeah, we're playing Miramar too. Zanok once in a while as well. So can really make it right for everyone. Yeah, last time we saw this circle, it's been pretty heavily favored for Brazil as we see Vietnam opening things up. First frag against Turkey. They can't catch a break. It's it's crazy.
You see, I was thinking about predicting Turkey for the
for
the last one.
I've predicted them for the whole day at this point.
Yeah. So that's why they can't perform.
Yeah.
It's your fault once
maybe
again.
It's actually my fault. I gotta go down there and just apologize.
You know what? Just do that now. I'll cover the game.
See you guys in a minute.
Okay, let's see what Vietnam will be able to do, because again, they are one of the teams that has an opportunity to get into top 3 if they have an incredible performance.
Quickly on touching what they just did. They went out of their way to drive out of Pochinki to breach this one player, this specific compound, because they knew he was going to be there 100%.
Poor
if
guy.
that isn't a winning kind of, we want to make it into top 3 statement, and this is how we're going to perform in the last round, then I don't know what is. That's gonna make way for the playstyle we're gonna see in this game. Whether or not it's gonna be successful, or whether or not they're gonna, I don't know, hit a wall, we're gonna see. But they're gonna play more aggressive than what we're used to. I think even more aggressive than what we're used to. And I think that's just solely judging off that first play.
Yeah, and looking at Saudi Arabia, the team in 3rd place currently, still hoping for a podium finish by the end of this 15th and last game. They're currently on the south side of George Pool, and I say that as attacker. And Kazakhstan start by eliminating one of the Saudi players. Not the best of starts. And again, the guys just have to survive until the end game if they want to cement themselves in that top 3 spot. It is very much possible for them. All they have to do is just hold on for dear life and not get eliminated too early in the game, and give the opportunity to Brazil or Kazakhstan or Vietnam to catch up and take away that 3rd place. Thailand, I think they kind of guaranteed themselves that top 2 finish.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way of them going up or going down from that leaderboard. And now with Saudi Arabia losing one of their players, I don't think they're going to be able to take away 2nd place from Thailand. So now it's more of a survival play for them.
I want to believe, but honestly, yeah, at this point it's really tough to believe. Sure, maybe it's not Ida. I want to say Ida so far in this tournament has been the most consistent player in that lineup. I think he's been the one that has had the most key kind of moments. But I don't know. Even so, I still wouldn't change my prediction as a 3-man that early on, especially in a match like this, last match of the tournament. We know how these kind of matches go. Sure, it might be a little bit easier to secure some kind of placement points because lots of these teams will be fighting at the edge and they will be playing more aggressive and more risky, and it is possible to kind of just maneuver around that. That's why I also think Thailand is very much secure, because they will maneuver around that. I'm pretty sure they will. But for the rest of the teams, that just means, first of all, less potential eliminations because everyone will fight faster, and second of all, not really a whole lot of rotations that can be predicted.
Well, let's see what can be predicted. I went with Kazakhstan for a chicken dinner in this one. What about yourself? Who do you think is going to take this one?
I mean, who did I say earlier was going to be in the top 3? I almost forgot again. I said Vietnam was going to make it in. And look, I love this start. So I'm going to say Vietnam. The way they started it, the way they're coming off of PMGZ. Obviously, catch with a couple of actions. Oh,
nice little dance
at least
moves.
have fun with it. You know, at this point, it's kind of irrelevant what kind of placement you get.
Because like, here's the thing: there's no way for them to get a top 3 finish.
No.
And the only thing that matters for a lot of these teams is either first place or at least a medal.
For Turkey. I mean, you cannot tell me that the majority. Look, we talked to so many teams. I was the very first day I went to the Players Lounge, and I spoke to so many players, and I asked them, "Who's your biggest rival?" And the most surprising thing to me was that based off of the recent success of Vietnam, I would have expected a lot more players to say Vietnam, but majority of the players I asked said Turkey.
Really?
They said they think they're individually almost the strongest team here. They're coming in as a full lineup, and they just know what they can do. They have seen them play. They know that in these kinds of lobbies where normally you would expect them to just plow through and have lots of individual success, they're going to perform. But it's been quite the opposite. It's been the complete opposite, to be honest, at this point. So yeah, I think a lot of these teams are still standing here. I'm going to look at this overall leaderboard in the end and be like, there's no way this nation with a red flag and this half circle in the middle is all the way down there. That's just, I don't know. It seems weird. Zolas gets taken out as well. It looks like that's going to be one of the last chances for Lutz in this tournament. To be exact, the last chance to make anything happen. Rotates out of Catch, though, is still alive. Trades it out. Old Boy goes down. And Old Boy gets flushed as well.
Now, Ukraine, they got themselves a point. So again, X is currently equal to 1 in our formula of can you get first place? Or how you get to first place for Thailand. And after Ukraine suffering that loss, they decide we don't want to risk it whatsoever. We're just going to group up, and we're going to let all these teams fight it out, and we're going to wait until the very last moment. Vietnam losing 2 members. Raouf now from Algeria, trying to see if he can get close enough to secure that revive. The problem is that there's a couple more players in Lamborghini, and he will be able to just go for this push, take that 1v1 with Raouf, and he will be able to knock him down. And now it's all going to be down to Ramzi and Broly as they lose 2 members. Looking towards the shift from this zone, it looks like it's not going to be a Yasnaya finish. I highly doubt it, so we might be looking towards maybe the fork towards the center of the zone. Maybe close to shelter or something like that. It looks like it's going to be a lot of open fields. Brazil instantly deciding they don't want to stick to Yasnaya. Doesn't look like that the play is going to end up there. But look towards the south side here. We have Algeria,
so
Vietnam, Serbia, Kazakhstan, all very, very close to each other here.
And there's lots of space down there. I mean, you can see almost half of the current safe zone is not inhabited. So all of these teams on the southern side, they could potentially rotate in and coexist down there. But the way they're rotating, I don't think they will. Vietnam also, I gotta say, Vietnam, it's not a coincidence. They're all the way down towards the south, close to Milta. They're chasing for these eliminations. There is no way around it. If you're in Pochinki and you've got a frag already, you would take the direct approach. If you're not, at this point, there is a specific thing about your calling style. And in this one, it is obvious to get as many eliminations as possible to make sure you finish inside the top 3.
That is going to be the goal for every single one of these teams. Algeria, though, Broly and Ramzi just instantly get into the US after they lost Raouf. And, of course, they're another one of their players I see. Lucifer and the Sri Lankan lineup. Target practice against that parked car. Just kind of removing any vehicles that any team would want to use. Ramzi now out in the open, and Algeria will be the first team to unfortunately be eliminated in 16th place in this game. 15 teams remain with 56 players.
First team to pack their things, pack their phones, log out of the accounts, and make sure to enjoy the rest of the Global Esports Games, as there is another day tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
But for them, this tournament, this final here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, is going to be finished, done and dusted. No chance for them to get back into it anymore. Koa, though, he says it's not quite over and fights against one of his dearest friends, the team of Moldova.
I do have to say, when it comes to Moldova, though, they've had their moments. They had, you know, where they showed what they're made of, but consistency, unfortunately, was not on their side. But let's leave that for now as we focus onto Sri Lanka and the current 2 or 3v1 as they're fighting on 2 sides against 2 members from Vietnam. Oh, the DBS, though.
Wow.
Very, very dangerous. Love the knock and insta-finish as well. Lamborghini will finally get taken out by a third party. And I think Vietnam are going to be down to just 1 last member now, but he does have an M249. He's going for a 1v1, 1v2 between him and Sri Lanka. Jimmy swings out of the smoke. He gets taken out, though, but we still have 1 more member left. A drop shot coming out from Perichin. He gets another knock as well. He's going to be a 1v1 to wrap this up, but I don't think the last member, Lucifer, knows exactly where he is. And Peregrine, he has enough time to be able to get himself that revive, or that heal rather, as the cars being parked in that area didn't allow Lucifer to make the move. But it is going to be one of the Kazakhstani representatives, one of their players, who comes in, takes that last elim. And that's going to be their 3rd point. Unfortunately, one of the vehicles exploding means the attacker will be knocked. But there's no one around to kind of take advantage of that. Meanwhile, I see Steezy thinking about, since there's one player in the shelter, he knows that we might come from one angle. Let's see if I can try and go for a flank on him. But again, don't give Lucifer multiple 1v1s pushed together at the same time. Because we've seen this time and time again, where you'd have 2-3 players, but it doesn't really end up being a 3v1. It ends up being 3 1v1s in a row.
Yeah. To be fair, at this level of play, we've seen less and less, which was also kind of surprising to me. As I said, there's some regions in here that have never played an international tournament, so I was expecting to see a lot more individual mistakes, but so far the level of play has been incredibly high. So shout out to all the nations. Even at the very bottom of the leaderboard, you can be very proud of your performance. Even Guatemala, who we just now see in the elimination feat, as Ragnar is going to trade things out though. Quick 1-1 trade. Pan though brings things back. And it's the breach in the one story as Pan gets taken down by Floki, or rather flushed out. 3TN with another knock as well. Or rather 2 flushes, I believe it is. Hard to tell from this distance. But looks like it's not really working out for both these teams. Guatemala, 1 player left standing as Kazakhstan is breaching this one. And he's just, as we said, that sole player left alive inside of it. Loki spots him, 3TN in the meanwhile with another one as well. Knock comes through, and there it is, the 3rd knock at that. While they did rest inside the shack, that means Pan is the last man standing. How fast can Kazakhstan do something? And that's the aggressiveness that we expected from this last game out of a 15-game series.
Yeah, and attacker throws yet another nade just to apply a little bit more pressure onto Guatemala here. Floki secures the heal. One of the Kazakhstani players goes down, but it's only going to be a knock, no finish, and 10 eliminations so far for this team. Now, the pressure is still on as Somalia will be applying a little bit more pressure here onto the Kazakhstani lineup. We're going to go for a quick switch towards Ukraine, though, as they are on the southern eastern side. No Mercy and Team Somalia still applying that pressure. I think they managed to get 1 extra knock onto Kazakhstan. 3TN will be taken out here. Sri Lanka loses 1 more member in the distance. And I believe that might have been actually their last member. We'll make sure. And Kazakhstan looks like they were taken out by No Mercy. And their chances of getting into top 3 are instantly gone, only if Saudi Arabia is not alive, which seems to be the case as well.
I think Saudi must have been eliminated already. Yes, I didn't spot them. Must have happened in between the fight, and that means do we have a certain thing already?
I think Kazakhstan, with the amount of points that they secured and the lack of points on KSA's side, it could be tied. But it might come down to a tiebreaker. And with Kazakhstan having 2 chicken dinners compared to KSA's 1, I believe that's going to be the first tiebreaker. So I think on that, and we're going to have to double check with the rules as well. But I believe it does come down to chicken dinners first, and Kazakhstan does have the advantage. But oh God, are you telling me that they managed to clinch that 3rd place spot, get themselves a medal and a podium finish? That will be mad.
What kind of finish would that be? That would be as close as it could potentially get.
Again, that's only if KSA didn't get a single elim. If they manage to get 1 elim, then they're fine. Because Kazakhstan, 0 placement points, but 10 eliminations. And that is exactly how far they were from Saudi Arabia in 3rd. And also, I believe we still have 1 more team that can contest for that number 3 spot. And guess what? It's Brazil.
I've quickly got to shout out Somalia. What they're doing this round is just great as well. Same as last round, just picking up these eliminations. It's so sad that we couldn't see that earlier on in the tournament. They would have been in a way different place if they could have also make that work in combination with good rotations and getting into good spots. I think at that point we would have seen them way higher up the leaderboards. But yeah, not really, hasn't really been the case, unfortunately for them. Still though, international experience at this level, it's gonna help them propel as players, and I'm sure they'll be going back to their region as a whole different team.
As long as they make sure that they learn from those experiences.
Oh, yeah.
Not only that, but also enjoy your time here. When you're done with the event, you have another day or two to enjoy all the festivities, enjoy all the activities that we have available here in Riyadh. So much to do, so much to see. Not enough time, though, if I'm being honest. Wish we had a little bit more. Oh, by the way, surprise, there's a 16th game.
There's a 16th game?
No, there isn't. No, there isn't.
I was like, okay.
The look of panic.
You should have told me earlier.
The look of panic.
I mean, I'm down for a 16th game. It's not like I'm not
hey,
surprised for it, but that would mean Ukraine wouldn't have been, now they're anyways, but wouldn't have been in the same spot earlier.
Only 8 teams remain. 18 minutes into this game, 26 players. Ukraine still have 3 players alive, so that pretty much cements it. Even if Thailand was to eliminate every single player of every single team, it would still not be enough at this point for them to get that first place spot and take it away from Ukraine. Focusing now onto Aruz on Somalia, swinging left and right. Does not work out for him though. No mercy. Whipping on that M4, securing the elimination for Somalia one more time. That is going to be their 7th elimination, and No Mercy having 5 to his name already in this game too. Looks like these guys really do want to go out with a bang in their final game. Moldova now taken out in 8th. Sky only. Tiger will be the ones to secure those points and secure those elims. Kuwait as well will be taken out in 7th place. Brazil are going to be the only team with 4. Unless Thailand manages to get those revives. The Beast with a nade that eliminates 2 members, and the final 2 members from Nigeria. Switching over one more time to Sky only, and Catch here. It's going to be a fight between Turkey and between Thailand, and Catch will be able to eliminate them in 5th place. And now we are down to the final 4. 19 minutes into this game. What the heck is going on?
It is phase 5. I was just about to say, this is insane. This is literally insane.
Is this the fastest Erangel ever?
But that's what I was saying. Last game of the tournament, podium finish is the only thing a lot of the team are going for. That means it needs to be big round. Still, Tolika though gets just one shot afterwards, Lutz, and he would have enough to take out both of them, and he does as well. Tolika picks up both of these eliminations and takes out Turkey in 4th place. And the next fight is immediately starting as well. That's 2 of the last remaining teams that are still having majority of their players. But Somalia, actually, now that I see it, 3 players left alive as well. How did they survive 3 players in their compound?
How do we only have 3 teams 20 minutes in?
Yeah, I mean, lots of these teams were going for like a big game, and you had to at this point. So
Yeah,
it's kind of understandable that if you don't fight early, there's not going to be enough eliminations anyways.
Exactly.
So you were kind of forced into it.
You have to go for broke at this point.
Yeah.
Brazil with 6 elims and now getting themselves into top 3. I believe if they secure top 2, then it might be them in 3rd place. Oh my, this overall leaderboard is going to be mad towards the end.
Think about it. Like that's just wow.
Let's see, because here's the thing. Ukraine is looking to crown themselves as the champions of GEG and looking towards a chicken dinner to end it with as well.
That would be 3 on this day. 3 out of 7 matches. That would be completely crazy.
For a team that had a little bit of a rough start.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, just saying, like in day 1, games 1 and 2 wasn't the performance that we thought, but now they're coming back
great.
very, very strong.
Glacier skin as well, up right in front of him. So yeah, the question is, how early do these teams engage? Because as you can tell, and I was saying that before this game as well, Ukraine, they're not gonna. The way they're proud of their nation, the way they want to finish this tournament, the way they've played so far, they're one of the teams that takes this as seriously as you can. These guys have been practicing for a month, despite them being already in 1st place securely before this game. We were saying they're still going to take this seriously, and that's exactly what they're showing us. So I'm not sure whether or not they're going to, how they're going to play this late game. Are they going to engage? I was just trying to ask you that, but at the same time, I kind of answered my own question. They're not going to. They're just going to chill. They're just going to wait, let the blue zone work. Sure, they could at this point. They could force a fight here. It would be an isolated one as that, but I think they're just going to play it extra safe.
Well, let's see if the side of Brazil here, as they have complete control over the northern side, they still have to just make their way a little bit into the zone. And of course, looking towards Somalia and what they can do here. They had a pretty strong game so far. getting themselves as well into top 3. 4v3v3 now. Tulika spotting out Kayotsuki as he tries to get himself into the zone here. Actually, no, they're not going into the zone. They're going to go for the full push onto Tulika here. They want to take the fight to them. They want to eliminate them one right after the other. And looking towards Brazil, looking towards Kayotsuki and Lorzen at the moment as they try to take the fight with Tulika here. Question is, will they be able to take him down?
Yeah, you can see Havlik and Quake both rotating back towards the compound. Solis has been the last one that's really been alive there. And Tulika, the last one in the vehicle as well. Now Ukraine is finally back into in a secure spot, I want to say. Yeah, rotated on through. So for a little technical difficulty, we are back in game as we haven't really had any kind of key moments that we just missed.
I like the fact that Tulika didn't take the fight with the Brazilian lineup.
That just goes to how serious they take it. It's
like they know they won. They know they won at this point. But
so impressed though.
They want to end it with a chicken dinner. It's just going to taste that much better at the end of the day. Now Tulika setting his sights on No Mercy, getting himself that first knock onto the Somali lineup. Now it's down to the Beast and Love to represent the country in the final moments of this game, but also looking towards the Brazilian lineup here on the western side of the zone. The more points that they can secure, the better the chance they have of getting themselves top 3. Because I think they're just about tied with Kazakhstan and with Saudi Arabia at this point. Eliminations wise and placement points wise, they just need a few more.
It is going to be so incredibly close. Lav finally rotates on out. Ukraine though has the same idea. Look at this. Tulika making its way on towards the compound as well with Havlik in the backlines to support him. Love exits the vehicle. Tulika looks for the shot, doesn't find it just yet. With Havlik in the backlines supporting him, there really isn't an angle for Love to somehow make it out alive, but I stand corrected. Somehow he's found a ridgeline and he still stays for at least a couple of seconds more.
And looking towards Havlik as he's just sowing chaos at this point, just going left and right between the Somali lineup, just trying to distract him as much as he can. Meanwhile, the Brazilian team towards the west, they know that they need just a few more points, so they're not willing to risk it at this point.
Oh, really? I'm wondering how Brazil is going to want to play this, because they're the only team outside the zone, and the only real, I think, winning move would be breaching the ridgeline of Ukraine. Sure, that would be an aggressive move, and maybe you're originally going to pull up at a disadvantage, but you know you have the man advantage at least, and this ridgeline itself doesn't really allow any other teams to play inside the circle apart from Somalia. I think that's the only position that Ukraine cannot really look at. So I feel like Brazil kind of has to make that move on towards Ukraine. And they would be smart to do so because Somalia can't really do anything about it. Oh, what?
Wait a minute.
Okay, Tulika.
Tulika.
Is that a genius move, or is it a throw?
Well, we're going to find out in a few short moments as he decides to go for the peek onto Loris and a little bit of damage. And now he's going to be switching over to the nades. He has 5 of them at the moment. He takes a little bit from the Brazilian lineup as well. Here come the bombardments, but he decides, you know what, I, again, do not want to risk it. I'm going to back off a little bit. We can see inside of Brazil did not like that whatsoever.
No. Question is, though, that was actually kind of smart. If they would have pushed up the ridgeline, not only Somalia would have been able to see them, but also his teammates. I think Brazil would have just gotten completely destroyed. So I kind of like what he just did there. And also, he wasted so much time for Brazil. Time and utility. That apparently isn't even relevant because he has 8 nades and 6 smokes. How's that even a thing?
Look, I don't even know. For the past 6 minutes, nothing's happened. Like, no one's been knocked. No one's been eliminated. We've had, 3 teams, 10 players for the past 6.5 minutes so far. Yep. It was very, very action-packed, and now it's just very chill.
Apparently so. No one really wants to make any kind of mistake. Somalia, just as much as Ukraine, I want to say, really needs this one for the fans at home. We've seen so many Somalian fans in the chat. They've been so proud of this nation. They've been so proud of the performance of this team. Love, though, gets taken down as Tulika hits the headshot. And that's a far knock as well. Lucky for him, Love was prone. Love was prone at this point.
But again, still no finish here on the Somali lineup just yet. It just got to the point where it's just a stalemate between these 3 teams. No one's willing to make the first move.
No, really, it's kind of laughable at this point that we've seen. This is probably the most craziest, at least in the GEG tournament. But I think combined with all the PPLs as well, the craziest last round that we had. Goes to show you how different the global esports games really are from the rest of the competitive tournaments that we have. More shots coming out. Somehow Julika hits one of the DBS at this range. Beast gets knocked down. Mercy is out of the question as well. And there it is. Team Somalia eliminated. They will not find that chicken dinner they've been so desperately searching for. But here comes Brazil, and they do not want to miss this chance to take another one home, potentially secure a top 3 spot as Federer and Thor both not only get the knocks but the flushes as well. 2 on 4 as Brazil has the massive man advantage.
And now they have the opportunity to cement themselves in top 3, get themselves that 3rd place finish. 4v2, Federal slowly but surely going for the push here against Sulika and against Tavlik. Well, we know that there's a DBS available in the hands of Tulika right now. Level 3 vest, but it's just about 1% on that vest right now. 6 elims for Ukraine. And I think at this point, Brazil has just enough points to get themselves into top 3. And now with the knock onto Havlik, that should be the signal. That should be it. This should be the final push from the Brazilian lineup. Here comes Law, here comes Larsen, and here comes Brazil for 3rd place. And they wrap it up with a winner chicken dinner. And that is their 3rd of the day.
Ukraine still very happy about this. We can see them just cheering on. Coach comes in as well. Lovely guys, very sympathetic. They back it up with a performance of a lifetime in the Global Esports Games 2023. You can see the players already congratulating Ukraine for this massive performance. What a comeback have reached witness on this 2nd day of the GEG. My goodness, the way they play, the consistency, they reward themselves for the performance they had on day 1. And yeah, deservingly so, the top spot.
Yeah, honestly, an absolutely sensational finish for these teams. We were thinking, hey, Saudi Arabia has a chance to stay in 3rd place, and then all of a sudden Kazakhstan comes back with a 10-game elimination. Absolutely insane, but still, having Brazil and Ukraine fight it out for that last chicken dinner of the day. This tournament has been insane from the moment we started, where we expected Vietnam to come out swinging, and they did with their getting themselves the first chicken dinner of the tournament. But then, when we came into day two, Ukraine with a back-to-back, Brazil with a back-to-back, it's just absolutely ridiculous. And honestly, I do have to thank the analyst desk for trying to make us laugh as much as possible over there. Don't worry, your turn will come. You know the segment ends with you, right?
Crazy storylines that we've seen so far. Honestly, going into this tournament, I did have to say we had some clear favorites, and I wrote some of these favorites up on my beautiful card here. I just want to quickly recap on this. I said Vietnam, incredible storyline. Just the other way around, because we all thought it was going to be safely a top 3. Coming out of PMGC with this kind of performance, we all thought it was going to be bigger. Saudi Arabia. Having the chance, I mean, they still have the chance. We'll see about that on the overall leaderboard. We're not going to get to Toby and Piddish. Ukraine, obviously. I mean, these guys, Titan, Matt Bulls as well. These players are incredibly experienced, making it into 1st place. Turkey, I think, incredible as well. Also, the other way around, unfortunately.
So here's the thing. So what you're telling me is the teams that you write here, except Ukraine, just got absolutely destroyed because of
this.
Yes, this is your fault.
I mean, it just throws you away. Apparently, that's exactly what I'm saying. So, yeah, incredible storylines and incredible games in total. I think it is time to wrap it up. Thank you guys so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. My name is Felix. Join with me throughout these games have been Sandstorm. I think we'll give it back to the desk for one last time. Take it away, boys.
And we're going to throw it back to our awesome casters to wrap up the day. As she hears the camera go back to them and be like, oh, crap. Yeah, so Ukraine going to be taking the trophy home, the title home here at GEG 2023. And they should be happy about it because they came in, they played pretty well day 1, they played even better day 2, and they were as consistent as ever to show that they are the best team here.
Yeah, and most importantly, the moment they win that 1st place, they kept continuing to build up a lead. It was just so tough for the other teams around them to really catch up to. And when they got to a late game scenario, they had 3-4 players alive still. You just knew they were going to wrap up that game because they just have such a great game sense in these matches. And I think that's also off the experience of Old Boy, noticeably, that they know how to tackle these kind of events and to just dominate from the get-go.
And I feel like from the conversation we got a chance to have with him yesterday before he went to his hotel, they knew exactly what was wrong, what the mistakes were. And I feel like here they were able to finish off the shot. Even if they didn't get a chicken dinner there for the last match, they were just so consistent throughout the day, back-to-back chicken dinners. You couldn't ask for anything better out of this team to be able to secure that first place.
Taking a look at our highlights brought to you by Savvy here as well as we get into our final moments. And we had a bloodbath really in this match until like the end where it really slowed down. Really funny to see so many teams were out around that 15, 16 minute mark as just continued to punish. Team just kind of like, we're just going to send it. We're just going to go for it. We're just going to fight here because that's what it's about. We're obviously not going to be able to move up into the championship position, but at least we can go out with a bang here.
I mean, Vietnam, they were out for blood. This game, they
Yes.
were like, you know what, nothing to lose, we're just gonna ascend it. And they did, and they did.
And when you send it, it can be pretty
good.
bad.
Oh, okay. It can go pretty good and pretty bad. It can go pretty something. It can any direction. Out of the day. Though Turkey, as we're looking at them on the replay here, 7, I would say the biggest disappointment this tournament.
Yeah.
By a significant margin, knowing they missed out on the majority of the tournaments in the full season. I want to see a big change up for 2024 because this, if it doesn't work here, in PMSL, in EMEA, I think is going to be even tougher for teams that are solidified as their 4-man roster.
Yeah, considering how strong the region, especially the region of Turkey, was known after SGG won, after what we were able to see too from other tournaments throughout the year. It has been such a lackluster performance out of Turkey overall, and I mean they kind of proved it here. We know that they can get that fragging power. We know they can get those eliminations, but we just haven't been able to see much out of them. They need to they need to go back to the drawing board. They need to figure out the new meta of the game, which is pretty much being able to continue to frag out, but you also got to be consistent. That's the main one.
They literally have the 2 OGs of the region as well that put the region
True.
on the map with footballists, with Solke and Lutz, and yet they're not able to replicate that performance ever since that team did split up. Well, I guess they technically did, but not on the global scale, unfortunately.
I think Ketch has been the biggest standout player for this roster, also in recent times. So, yeah, it's weird even with new blood that had so much potential, it's not working out.
Wasn't it you that said that this team kind of reminds you of BTR, or was it a different team? I can't remember.
It could have been.
Was it? I see what you've been cooking.
I feel it could be a lot of
Young
teams.
Tasho.
Yeah, Jan Tasho.
Sorry, this is an English broadcast.
You've been cooking. We let you cook, and I like what you've been cooking.
I mean, it is kind of similar, like the old BTR, right? They had their moments of glory, and then they just tanked off ever since then, and they haven't. Ever since the Maldives, I'm telling you, for those two players, since they played PMGC group stage from there, they have just not lived up to the same team. So I wonder what went down.
They found an ancient artifact in a cave, and ever since they've been cursed with L's. Ever since it's been happening. And maybe, it could be
At least it wasn't a loop situation, so that's good.
Never know.
Could have been worse.
Team did split. Could have happened. He might have just gotten to the bottom of this for us. But then again, if we're going to be harsh on them, we got to be harsh on the Xavier team from Vietnam.
Yes.
We've already talked about before. They massively underperformed. This team placing so well at PMGC Grand Finals, like literally the best teams in the world going head-to-head there. And then they come into this where they should have been able to make the lobby play to their level and really show their domination when it came to firefights, when it came to positioning. And they faltered. We're going to see here the final results from the last match here as Brazil did close out 19 points. And of course, the question that's going to remain here is that 19 points enough to get them a third-place finish?
We'll have to see how we check out the leaderboards. I think there's a chance of that happening because Brazil, man, what a comeback today. When we're looking at it, 7. What the hell has been going on for the boys? Win after another win here throughout this second day here at the Global Esports Games. And I'm telling you, Brazil, they understood, you know what, we messed up. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's start playing as a team because clearly that is the playstyle that works the best in this kind of tournament where there's no clear meta in mind. And man, it was an absolute banger of a second day.
Yeah, and something that we definitely noticed a bit of a change from Brazil from yesterday to today was none of that ego fighting, focusing on their location, how they were going to be setting themselves up for the later matches, and it worked out wonders. 3 chicken dinners on the day. You couldn't ask for anything better. And then as I'm looking at 16th place, man, I'm just feeling a little bit heartbroken because it kind of happened again. What we saw yesterday, the fatigue maybe starting to come in, maybe the pressure as well. Maybe it might have not been just fatigue. It could have been pressure with the team that was in that fight for third place, coming out in the last match when you need to clutch up, when you need to get those points, and Saudi Arabia only ends up getting a big old donut at 0 point. And I think with the performance of some of the other teams, I don't see them being in third place.
It's unfortunate after they've been so consistent. They finally get that win that you've been asking for so long, 7, and then it's just they fall flat on their faces at the finish line, which is very unfortunate. Though, if I want to highlight a positive for the second day outside of Brazil, it's Somalia. Like, we haven't talked too much about this team. Really, really bad day 1, but they've been slowly improving in terms of point influx. It hasn't improved significantly, but they have been able to find better entry points in the circle. And I feel like, in general, there's been some slight improvements, so that shows potential for the future. So keep on going, lads. You're on the right track.
Yeah, when you're one team, at least from the second page, was going to be able to surprise us today, right? And I feel like I'm with you. I feel like Somalia was definitely one of those teams that was able to surprise us and take some points away from teams that definitely needed, even at the end as well.
Take that experience home with them as well.
Yep.
Back in Somalia, hopefully they can strengthen the region, get some other teams to show up, and potentially see them in a PMSL next year.
That would be fun. There's not going to be a lot of slots for Africa, but you know what? That would be great.
I'm a little sad though that we don't have the final game with 1,000 damage.
Yes.
But 3 chicken dinners on the day?
No, you have to do it.
Do Brazil!
That's some cool beatbox right there.
Thank you. Learn from the best. Thank you, Max.
I mean, you have Max beatbox, and then you end off the beatbox with...
I love when Brazil wins.
He loves it.
Well, we can see here, Florenzen, we talked about him. He was kind of at the bottom of the elimination feed for his team. He's able to step up and get into the top 2 there. And of course, 59 eliminations, 54 knockouts. You're not going to get your number 7.
So close, yet so far away.
Unfortunate.
Every single time.
Nah.
Happens.
Next year.
Yeah. We'll be back.
Yeah.
Maybe.
If they want us here, we'll be back. But no, it's been an interesting tournament. At the end of the day, we had some great matches. And I am happy to see that Ukraine has been looking so good, but I'm still waiting to see the top 3 because there's been maybe some little changes at the end of the day here. The top 3 could be different,
Let's
but
move
Ukraine
it. Let's get
still
into
winning.
damage, that we can get into overalls.
Show me
boys.
the overalls, man.
We want to see it.
Whoever's typing them up, move those fingers faster, please.
Titus here. What?
By the way, I'm actually really happy
wow.
to see Old Boy being able to perform and being able to see him again shine. It's been such a long time since we got a chance to see him at any kind of stage, I feel like, in a global sense, against international teams, that it's nice to see him once again back on top.
I think he's been trying to find himself, really, in the past few years.
Uh-oh.
I was here for like a PUBG Mobile Stars Challenge like 2 years ago, and I think his team won with Unique, didn't they? Was it 3 years ago?
That was way back.
Was
You're
a
thinking
while
of
ago.
2019.
No.
Actually, no.
It was, I think it was 2020.
Yeah, I think it was 2019.
Yeah.
I was
And that's
not
last
there.
time I saw him win. Yeah, no, it was me. It was me, Paper Thin, and it starts as a V. I can't remember his name. I think it's a V from Korea. No, I cannot remember his name
From
for life of me right now.
Despicable Me.
But I think we saw Team Unique win, which I think he was a part of back then. So
Yep.
kind of cool to see him come back and get himself another title. It's been a while.
I think he won alongside Kitsune, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it was back at the,
that's
the OG
2019.
roster.
2019 after Malaysia.
Okay, so it's definitely more than 2 years ago.
Yeah.
All right, can we see it? Is it time?
That's what I'm saying. I'm so happy to see him shine again because it's been such a long time. Even when we saw him last at PMGC, man, it was.
I think we will expect to see Old Boy back one day back to PMGC and just like taking the trophy, right? I feel like that would be one of the biggest comeback stories in PUBG Mobile Esports. We'll see if it happens.
Brazil! Wow, Brazil was still quite far off actually.
Yeah. But still, being able to clutch up that 3rd place, Ukraine, I mean, after the back-to-back chicken dinners to start the day, I did not see anybody being able to pass them. They pretty much had to coast along, and they decided not to do that. They decided to take matters into their own hands and continue on with the performances in Thailand. That was a big surprise for today.
Yeah, definitely able to hold on to that 2nd place. That 2 chicken dinners of yesterday were able to just hold them a really good point sponge at the top, and then they were able to just maintain their position in the podium. Though, one of the biggest drop-offs, Kazakhstan, man, I feel like a team that had a lot of potential in these matches, especially after day 1. But I think that teams leveled up so significantly when you're looking at Brazil, when you're looking at Saudi Arabia, able to get those wins, that Kazakhstan just couldn't quite keep up. And unfortunately, they do not make it in the podium. They do win the tiebreaker, but after that, they do up in that 4th place.
And something to keep in mind too with Kazakhstan, the reason why the numbers don't look as bad is because they were able to put up a good amount of eliminations in this last match. If not, it would have been a lot worse. So I agree with you. Definitely a big drop off. You mentioned it earlier too, Jason. Vietnam being one of the biggest letdowns for this tournament. A big surprise. I've been hyping them up. It's actually been one of my favorite teams so far this tournament, Saudi Arabia. Kind of a little bit heartbroken that they weren't rewarded for so much consistency, but when it mattered the most, the team kind of just fell off a little bit.
I mean, that's the hard part with these like short form events, right?
Yep.
There's two different types of events. There's short form, which is more of a sprint for teams where every mistake you make can punish you even more. And there's long-term events where it's about your grind. It's about being consistent. And that's where I think Saudi Arabia would have benefited way more from is those long-form tournaments where they can be so consistent throughout the entire time and potentially be higher ranks. But our Kitty MVP, do you know who it's going to be?
Is this for the match or for everything?
Yes.
I think it's a player from Somalia.
Wait.
The Beast.
Is it for the match or is it for everything?
Yes.
Meh.
For the
For the
last,
last match.
The Beast.
Got it.
I think it's going to be someone from Kazakhstan.
Oh.
No. I don't think so.
Let's see. Who is our Kitty MVP of this last
Somebody
match?
from Brazil, maybe?
It is...
Survey says...
Tulika.
Tulika?
All right.
Wait a minute.
Hold
Actually...
He had the really good fight
Wait a
versus
minute.
Turkey in the day.
Yeah, he did.
Actually,
he did.
yes. You know what?
He did clutch up on me
Fair.
too. I'm not mad at it. Yeah, I'm surprised.
Some really good nades.
Yeah.
Also.
Well deserved too.
GG's.
Not only get the first place,
Yeah.
being able to continue on with the MVPs.
I'm really excited to see where Tulika is going to end up for the PMSL EMEA. I don't know if there's any big roster changes coming up, but if you want to win, Tulika could be a really good pickup. Like, he has become one of the biggest stars of the European region throughout the entirety of 2023, pretty much. And 2024, there's a lot of hype behind this guy, so you want to have him on your side.
And I think the only player I could think of that shines as bright as he does was a very short-lived career when it came to this player. Maxman, actually, in PMCO.
I've not been having a great time. I was just getting destroyed. And you know what? Hey, I was just filling in. I was helping out some bros, okay?
Are you going to make a comeback? 2024?
I'm going to be PMGC champion this year. No, Nova said that, so I can't.
Paraboy's going to walk up to you and be like,
shh, sit down. What? Exactly
No.
sound.
He's going to get his manager to do that for him.
True. With the
Dude,
camera
that
while
guy
he's
was,
filming himself.
That guy was running around getting him coffees and stuff. I was like, bro, give him a break.
He's on great rotation. That's pretty good, yeah.
All right, well, it's time to take a look at our highlights of the day, brought to you by KFC. And we're going to see probably some pretty sick plays action here. We had a lot of plays throughout the day, and we're going to load up into the first one out of Persian. Dying.
Oh, no. Hey, though, man.
This was actually a great play by
yeah.
Ukraine.
I
feel like that might have set the tone for the day for them.
Yeah, I could have talked about this for the entire broadcast. This game was really so well played by Ukraine. Of course, ended up winning, but I think this is also what set the course of action for Saudi Arabia. Right?
Yes.
Able to just play the way they have despite losing players, avoiding fights, not taking the ego fights that I know you're not a big advocate about here, Seven. And then playing the Ridge on the west of Rozhok. Great execution. That really clearly set up the storyline, not only for that match, but for the rest of the day.
And then Brazil also, I mean, this was a little bit scary, not going to lie. When we went to Senhak, we were wondering what was going to happen there, if they were going to be able to clutch up. They were able to clutch up, and then we did see some other fights there, and then you can see Law just sneaking up on him, throwing the nade, being able to get those knocks.
Yeah, I'm not happy, Seven, that you got your Saudi Arabia win, and I didn't get my Kuwait chicken dinner. No, I was still hopeful.
You didn't pull it
was
for
gonna
enough,
happen.
I feel like. See, I've been pulling for my Saudi Arabia win since yesterday.
Oh, so I gotta be giga biased.
Yes.
Cool.
Extra biased,
I'll
even
do
though
that.
it wasn't in the don'ts do for this event.
We can't do it, but we're still doing it.
Extra bias with a side of bias.
I remember when they sent the guideline, they were like, "Don't be biased." I was like, it's like you guys have never
But
seen
Brazil
us.
is playing.
But Brazil, what do I do?
I felt like I was really biased towards Saudi Arabia, but I was just so happy with their performance.
I mean, it's so cool to see like a star team of Saudi Arabia together, and you'd never see that, and actually performing this well so consistently, getting a win when we've been talking about them actually to try and convert one. Man, I know it's not going to happen for next year, but if just even one or two players stick together, I think it'd be really cool because clearly something is working for this team.
Yes.
And back in local regional play, I think they could have really something strong that works in the season.
Yeah, I'm hoping, even though I doubt it, I'm hoping that this kind of changes up the region for Saudi Arabia a little bit. Because that was a great performance.
A new Team Falcons. The best team ever.
It is the best team
I
ever.
love that. That's a good. Kalaris is going to love it.
Kalaris, I said that.
Yeah. James
Come
Campbell.
on. He's not even here. Max, really? You going to do this to me?
Max.
Last time we're working with you, Max. Ever again.
Okay.
No.
So anyways.
I like him. Can we keep him?
Only if you can put him in your luggage and take him back with you.
You're going to need 2 luggages.
I didn't bring two.
That got so grim.
Yes.
Very grim, very fast. I know we're going to have an interview, I believe, on the stage with our winners. Or at least I'm assuming we're going to have one because I would love to hear from Old Boy. Because we got to hear him yesterday. It was nice to get a chat with them. And I'd love to hear about how things have changed throughout the day for them. And how obviously they did work through their problems, and most importantly, what they did after the matches yesterday.
Yep.
Because we talked about it's very difficult to play out 8 matches and then go back, do VOD review, figure out what you did wrong, come into the day yet again.
Yeah, it feels like they even knew before the VOD review what was going wrong, because they clearly, from game to game, okay, we are going to be able to improve upon that, understand our mistakes on game-per-game basis, and just change it for the next day. So really, I think that Ukraine has shown the best kind of adaptation on a day-to-day basis.
Yep.
I'm stoked about it and really excited for what we can see from those players for 2024.
I'm just happy that I got to work another show to close out the year with you guys. It's been a pleasure, boys.
No, it's been it's a real struggle for me. I'm getting all verklempt. You guys don't know what that means. But yeah, no, it's obviously been a great event. It's been great to see a lot of our old pals. It's been great to see what they can do, and obviously still kicking it, playing here PUBG Mobile, looking to play at the highest level they possibly can. But you know what? That's going to round out our year. That's going to round out GEG from us as well. Obviously, a big shout out to Sandstorm and Falix as well for covering all the action. And you guys at home for watching. But that's going to wrap it up. We're going to send it down to the stage with the Teak and Bar to close out the show.
بطولة ولا أروع جلوبال اي سبورت جيمز لببجي موبايل الموجودة معنا في المملكة العربية السعودية. ختامها لهذه اللعبة والنهائيات اللي شفناها كانت جدا أسطورية، ومنتخب أوكرانيا سواها وقرب النتيجة وشفناه شلون أخذها واستحقها. شكرا لكل اللي معنا في الاستوديو التحليلي ولكل التالنتس اللي كانوا معنا، لكن ما تكمل هذه البطولة إلا وإحنا نعرف مشاعر الفريق الفايز. فراح ننتقل على طول مع أخوي براء الآن هناك ونشوف كيف كانت برضو مشاعر فريق أوكرانيا. أهلا فيك براء.
أهلا عتيق. Let's bump to that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the winning team. Congratulations to Ukraine, man. What a win. You took place right here at the GEG 2023 for PUBG Mobile. Of course, the question is, how do you and the rest of the team feel about this win?
I feel like a champion, world champion.
Let's go, Ukraine world champion taking place right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Yesterday, you were there in the top 3, definitely. But today, first place, what changed?
We just understand what we're gonna do. Actually, it's a big achievement for our IGL. If not Tulika, then who knows? We become be a champion or no?
Man, when you look at that, عتيق الأمور الصج حامية. استراتيجيات مولعينها. They've been studying and pretty much making it happen. فعتيق and everybody around the world أعتقد باقي شيء واحد، ولا إيش رأيك؟
صحيح. قبل شوي سألنا كيف شعورك، قال شعوري زي البطل، وفعلا هم الابطال في هذه البطوله. والشيء الثاني اللي ذكره قال انه تغير تكتيكهم واسلوب اللعب. اليوم كان في تشيكن دينر باك تو باك اخذوه، وقال بهذا كله بعد التكتيكات اللي اخذوها من الاي جي ال معهم الفريق، وفعلا كانوا قدها. لكن هذا كله ما يكمل الا لانهم هم جوده من مكان بعيد، جوده من وطنهم. فنبغى نعرف ايش الرساله اللي حابين يوصلونها لاهلهم وبلدهم وشعبهم كامل.
You got that right. So anything you and the team want to say back to your hometown in Ukraine? Oh boy, let's go.
Що хочеться сказати? Дякую вам велике за підтримку. І хочу вам сказати, що хочу побажати усім достигнути ваших цілей. Також хочу побажати вам, щоб ви не здавалися, якщо у вас щось не виходить, та йшли до своєї мрії. І у вас обов'язково щось вийде. Також хочу подякувати свою федерацію. Дякую Федерацію кіберспорту, Дмитро Бамбіні, який нас підтримував оцю всю дорогу, та мою команду Хавліка, Квіка, Туліку та Фуксмана, який не зміг приїхати. Ось. Ми чемпіони, і я дуже радий, що це колись сталося. Також хочу сказати, що до того, як мій батько йшов від корони, я йому дав обіцянку, що я буду чемпіоном в другий раз. І якщо він мене чує, я хочу йому сказати: батько, я стримав обіцянку.
All right, here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. One more time, congratulations to Team Ukraine. And oh boy, and everybody, I can see in your faces right now, such an emotional day. Again, congratulations. And now, back to your team, oh boy. Man, I felt it. Felt the energy, felt the emotions. It's all there right here, ladies and gentlemen. The fourth day of GEG 2023 and the second day right here for PUBG Mobile. But we're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. More coming up right here. Of course, عتيق كلمة أخيرة قبل ما ننهي اليوم.
صحيح بالضبط، هذا كان اليوم اللي قبل الأخير. خلوكم معنا بكرة، لأن بكرة بتكون معنا نهائيات كثيرة وتتويج الأبطال، وكل الفرق راح تاخذ ميدالياتها بكرة. فبكرة ما يتفوت، خلوكم معنا بالموعد. وإن شاء الله عجبكم هذا اليوم واللي كان برضو معنا نهائيات في PUBG موبايل، لكن الألعاب الجاية برضو كلها راح تكون معنا غدا إن شاء الله.
Let's go. يعطيك العافية عتيق. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it as we're ending this day with a beautiful win and an emotional talk taking place right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Right here for the Global Esports Games 2023. I'm Bara Abdallah. With me is Atiq, the phenomenal co-host. And of course, big shout out goes to you, ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, and everybody behind the scenes for making this happen. For now, we'll be seeing you tomorrow for the last day of GEG 2023. Until then, keep your game on.